relationship right now between the president and the prime minister. Now, look, I'm not suggesting that this is a irreconcilable differences kind of situation. After all, we know that the president once referred to Marco Rubio as Little Marco, and now look where Little Marco is in this administration. So I don't know whether it necessarily means anything in the long term, but I can tell you that the reporting that I have been reading in the Israeli press is that Netanyahu's head was about ready to explode. So I'm just going to bring you today's Axios take on this, which is not too dissimilar, but if you're interested in this, you should really delve into some of the other articles on this issue. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu discussed a new effort to reach a deal with Iran in a difficult call, three sources said, with one source saying Netanyahu's air was on fire after the call. Whoever that source is, they're not just talking to Axios, because that same terminology was used in a Jerusalem Post report that I read last night. A revised peace memo was drafted by Qatar and Pakistan with input from other regional mediators to try to bridge the gaps between the United States and Iran, the sources said. It comes with Trump vacillating over ordering a massive strike on Iran and holding out for a deal. Netanyahu, Axios continues, is highly skeptical about the negotiations and wants to resume the war to further degrade Iran's military capabilities and weaken the regime by destroying its critical infrastructure. Trump continues to say he thinks a deal can be reached, but that he's ready to resume the war if it isn't. Here's what he said yesterday at the Coast Guard Academy. Quote, the only question is, do we go and finish it up, or are they going to be signing a document? Let's see what happens. Then later, he said, the United States and Iran were, quote, right on the borderline between making a deal and resuming the war. And then Trump said, and this really flies in the face of what Tucker Carlson is trying to tell us, because Trump is Bibi's little puppet. If you listen to Tucker Carlson and his ilk, Trump also said Netanyahu, quote, will do whatever I want him to do on Iran, though he also said they have a good relationship. The two leaders have had temporary disagreements on Iran before, but have remained closely coordinated throughout the war. All right, so that's where we are. It would seem to me that Iran has effectively backed the president into a corner. And maybe there is another alternative. I'm not saying when you come to the stage, and I hope more people put their hands up so we can get through the hour. They're not just saying, I'm not just saying that it's a multiple choice between the three, but from my perspective, and I'd love to hear additional ones that I've not thought of, he either maintains the status quo as long as he can, he declares a victory and leaves to the chagrin, and that's an understatement of the Israelis, or he goes full blast with this attack which appears to have at one point been imminent. Les, we invited you up to the stage. Other folks, we'd love to see your hands pop up. We're going to start with Marshall, followed by Howard. Marshall? Marshall! Howard, followed by Les.
Hey, Gary. Hello, everyone. Yeah, Gary, from the beginning, I felt like you have to be fully committed if you were going to move on Iran. And Trump, I believe, right now has kind of backed himself into a corner. And I put on your Facebook post, he doesn't go full action, because at the end of the day, you need regime change. To me, that's going to be successful, and then Trump could definitely declare a big victory. Short of that, he's going to wind up being Jimmy Carter 2.0. I really feel it. And I know as Americans, the public doesn't want more engagement or troops on the ground, but we're past that point of no return. If we're going to be successful, we've got to resolve it or just keep the status quo. So that's how I see it.
So this is an analogy, and you guys know I like throwing analogies in, and sometimes they stick and sometimes they fall flat, but this is an analogy that I've used before. And I think it's absolutely apropos to the current situation. When a police officer confronts somebody with a weapon in their hand, and these words come out of the police officer's mouth, which you never, as a police officer, want to be in this position. I guarantee you, I've been around cops a lot, I've covered them pretty extensively. You never want to be in this position, ever, in your job. Drop the gun or I will shoot. Once those words come out of your mouth, you better mean what you said. And if the person doesn't drop the gun, unfortunately, you must shoot.
You're right.
Here we've got a president who keeps saying to Iran, drop the gun or I will shoot. Now, I don't know whether we're in a situation where that's necessary to say. That's a matter of debate, of course, but it is something that the president has basically said. So now what do? Howard, how does that feel to you as in response to what you just said?
No, Gary, I think that's a very clear analogy. It's similar. I just feel, you do calculation, you're making a major decision when you decide to deploy resources and troops, and as we discussed yesterday, it's what, 3 aircraft carrier groups at least have been in that theater. And Israel, again, there was maybe the belief was it was going to be more like Venezuela, that would happen a lot quicker. But as part of contingency planning, you also should have a pretty good plan of what happens if things go wrong or what could go wrong, and then what are we going to do about it? And it appears things may have gone wrong, but it's not clear what are we going to do about it action plan is. And this posturing back and forth, at the end of the day, do we really know who we're negotiating with? And also, does it really make sense for a superpower like the United States that is relying on Pakistan to be the mediator? It just seems like we're just not serious. And when you don't have serious people involved in really critically thinking what the outcomes, what the consequences can be, you find yourselves basically stuck in the mud. And that's kind of what I feel right now. We're just plodding along and stuck because there's no easy off-ramp at the moment.
Well, you just brought up another aspect of this that I had not mentioned, not in today's gathering, but it's a very important point that you just made, Howard. We don't even know who we are negotiating with. So the president has said they want this, they want that, they are close, this is what they want, we've made it clear, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. But he's also said, we don't even know who's in charge. Well, which is it? If you present yourself as the CEO of your company, and you have, as a result, the ability to enter into a contract for your company, and I negotiate with you in good faith, but it turns out that you're just a functionary, not an officer of the company, and you do not have the legal authority to represent the company and enter into a contract, and I'm negotiating with you, and ultimately I sign an agreement with you that purports to be an agreement with your company and I are going to end up in court. And a judge is going to have to sort it all out. Because you didn't have the authority to enter into the contract. I'm not gonna negotiate with you unless I know for sure you're the CEO of the company, Howard.
Yeah, and Gary, one other thing I'd like to add, and again, I'm just a citizen observing and absorbing news from hopefully reliable news sources. But I think also our situation, I don't think we can understate the importance or the weakness that we've created for ourselves as a country of not creating that coalition with our allies, to have other partners to apply more global pressure. There's no doubt right now, other than Israel, the United States is essentially out on an island right now. And I think that weakens us at this point. So thanks, Gary.
And it's an island of our own making. And again, I'm not going to argue the points of the president's desire to disengage in the protection of Europe, nor the manner in which he did it. Some people think, bully, bully. Thank God, finally somebody is standing up. They can't stuck at the breast of the United States forever, for God's sake. We're wasting all this time and money, and we have to redirect our attention to the Pacific. People have argued that. But in so doing, and in the manner in which he did, I don't know whether behind the scenes there were attempts to reestablish some kind of coalition of the willing before making this move. And I don't know if even we were on a good footing with Europe, whether it would be politically palatable given the drumbeat of blood libels against the Jews and Israel in particular. I don't think like Ireland or Spain would would join in, because that's not where their body politic is right now. Nothing could be more evil than the Benjamin Netanyahu quote-unquote regime to the Irish government and the Spanish government. So I don't know whether they would have been successful, but you're absolutely right. This whole situation may have been different had it been handled differently. And with regard to the Strait of Hormuz, we get mixed signals, as do the Europeans. The Europeans, they've got to step up to the plate. They're the ones who are suffering more than us. We don't need the Europeans. The Europeans, shame on you. Get in here and help. We don't need the Europeans. Well, I mean, if you're a European leader, how do you respond to that? I don't know. But I think you're absolutely correct in your assessment that had we been successful in creating a coalition, and mind you, had we done that, those nations would have been committed to the goal of eliminating those nuclear weapons. They would have been committed. There would have been other things they could have done besides militarily as part of that commitment. Because once you commit troops, you're in it. That's a very serious decision for a country to make. So I don't know whether it would be obtainable even without the personality of this president, but he did very little, and I guess this is kind of like the British understatement, to ingratiate himself with the Europeans, if in fact he felt that we needed their assistance. I'll tell you, Howard, my fear is, and again, I don't know, I'm not writing his memoir, but my fear is that he just felt, I'm Donald Trump. I'm the commander-in-chief of the strongest army, military force in the world. We don't need anybody else. We can do whatever we need to do. Nobody can stop us. If, in fact, that was his assessment, as I fear it is, I don't know that it is, he really miscalculated, and I think that's being kind. Les, followed by Brian.
Well, I think Howard brought up a good point about Pakistan representing being the intermediary. Pakistan's previous thing was to protect Osama bin Laden. You remember? He was found within a mile of a soldier training area in Pakistan. So I don't trust them in terms of their siding with this country. And Qatar as well. They were the ones that had Hamas protecting them in the hotels, the luxury hotels. And they were the ones that put out all those vile signs that caused all the anti-Semitism in the universities. So, but in terms of what we should be doing, I think historically what happened in World War I, Germany had to surrender because of the blockade. They were starving, they didn't have the material. And we have to ask ourselves, people have this idea that there are 90 million people. Well, some minority of them are fanatics, but there are a lot that are not, and they're going to have to pay them. I mean, that's how a regime stays in power. You have to pay the people that are supporting your regime. There are a few true believers, but most of them are just going to be jerks that don't care if you pay them, or if they can't feed their family, they're going to leave. So the question is this can we blockade in a way that is going to cause a long-term weakness in the regime, as it did in World War I and the Germans?
Thank you for that, Les. There's no question that everything that you said is true, and I don't know the answer to that question, though, whether a blockade alone brings this regime to its knees. I'm fearful that what might have worked then is not going to work now. We're talking about a different mindset with the regime running Iran. Even though you could say that the mindset of the Germans during World War I was pretty fanatical, it would be, I think, fair to say they were more pragmatic than the Iranian regime is, because they have other reasons that we discussed yesterday that are motivating them. And it's hard for people, the Western mind, to wrap their, for us to understand those reasons, because it's not our perspective. I get that. By the way, I will point out, because whenever this happens, I think the world needs to take notice. They executed 2 more people this morning in Iran for being dissidents, for protesting against the government. They executed 2 more people. These are not good people running this regime. And anybody who thinks that it is appropriate for them to have nuclear weapons because other nations have nuclear weapons, and And so that justifies such an argument. I mean, you can make that argument, but at least I will never adopt that argument or offer any support to it at all. And anybody who fully understands that mindset knows that that would be a horrific thing. This is not just about Netanyahu and his maps and graphs at the United Nations and his perhaps accelerated timeline that he used 20 years ago, that they were on the brink of, they are on the brink. This is not coming from Netanyahu. Forget about Netanyahu. Any leader of Israel will tell you the same thing based on their intel, which is second to none, and the IAEC says so. And the United Nations is not what you would say a puppet of Israel by any stretch of the imagination. Thank you, Les. Marshall, are you back?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, we went to you earlier, but you weren't.
So, I mean, I think they've kind of forced Trump's hand. He either has to do something, and commit more troops, or he has to end up conceding. I don't think the commission of more troops is a good idea. I just think that's a categorically bad idea. It will cost trillions of dollars if we put ground troops on the ground. The Afghan war in the first several years, the first like 5 to 10 years, ran up a $7 trillion tab. Trillion with a T. And we have a 100% debt to GDP ratio, which we haven't had the Second World War. That, as I said yesterday, makes things like borrowing and forward deploying a little harder because there's less of the credit line. And I don't, like, while the reprisals are nice for 47 years of killing American civilians and soldiers, I'm kind of with Anson on this one. We need to take our stuff out, declare victory, come home. Because unless we invade, the regime's going nowhere. Right? The blockade's not going to make them go anywhere. The bombing's not going to make them go anywhere. The assassination of the Ayatollah is not making them go anywhere. If anything, the decapitation centered them on a what they call the mosaic defense, which once the head gets chopped off, it becomes far more decentralized. It's just an overall bad idea to do so. The upsides, if we had the time, the money, the people, and the support, are immeasurable in getting a friendlier ally in the Middle East if you can do it. But I don't think we have the time, support, or the resources to allocate to that. Not to mention, if we were going to do this, you want allies, as you said, right? We are as strong as we are because of the allies that support us, because of everybody we can bring to the fight. And when it's only us, that puts a tremendous strain on U.S. capabilities, and particularly in other places globally, right? And I don't think there's anything China would like more than to see us get bogged down in the Middle East for another 20 years. And I think since the regime controls everything from Ayatollah to dog catcher, it would take many, many years to root them out. So, yes, I think they called his hand.
I think, Marshall, that exactly what you just articulated is what Tehran is counting on. They can take the punches. You know, it's like a boxer that gets into the ring and just stands there and takes punches. And the other guy gets worn down, and then with a flurry, the guy who lost the first half a dozen rounds KOs his opponent. So I don't think the regime cares about the suffering of the people of Iran. They can sustain that. What are the people going to do? So what if you don't have water? So what if you don't have electricity? So what if there are bombs dropping? In the end, we can wait it out. And if, in fact, what you're suggesting is in the potential cards that's being discussed at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, I can see the Ayatollah sitting back and saying, yeah, let's just wait until it's so unpalatable. And even if the Americans continue, it's going to be a great strain to the Americans' economy, and the Americans can't sustain it the way we can because America is a democracy. So people can take to social media and to cable television and to talk radio to complain about the cost of eggs and gasoline. People can't do that here. They'll get executed. And you can't wage a war without the support of the people. We know that. The art of war. I think that's rule number one. So, I just try to put myself in what I think is the potential mindset of the Ayatollahs, and I can really see them assessing it exactly the way you did and just saying, cool, we'll just wait it out. So what are your thoughts about that? That they might be assessing it exactly the same way you are, but from a different perspective, from their advantage.
I mean, I can see how somebody might see it that way, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm with Anson on this one. It's time to pack our stuff up, declare victory, and come home. Without the allies with us, it's going to be increasingly hard to do that. Without invading, you really don't accomplish much. Jim Mattis gave a talk on this, the former defense secretary and the guy who was the warrior monk of the Marine Corps, and said the United States is achieving some tactical victories, but we have failed to deliver on key strategic victories, things like keeping trade routes open, right? That has weakened our power, and we did not have to stay for that to happen. We could have done the reprisals and come home, and I think in Iran's favor is that they're the power in the region and we're the power that's forward deployed. So all they have to do is outwit us and use unconventional tactics, and they can get us to some kind of parity. So maybe they're thinking the same thing, maybe they're not. I don't know.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm glad Alan is with us finally on the stage because I want his perspective as our Iranian expert. But we'll give him a chance to get his bearings, and we'll go to Brian first, and then I'll come back to you, Alan, on the question of whether the president is boxed in right now by the Iranian government. Brian.
Hey, I definitely think he's boxed in. I think that he and Israel thought or hoped or planned or strategized that if they wiped out the first, second, and third tiers of leadership, within the IRGC, within the government, across the regime, and they called for the people to rise up, I think he believed or hoped that would be enough of a catalyst to shake the regime and then lead to a revolt, a successful revolt. I think now that has not happened, and it's unlikely to happen, I think he's up against the wall because I think he very much wants to win the midterms. And I think with the redistricting and, it's a coin flip basically right now. So I think at some point he's going to have to pivot from the war and its drain on the economy to basically call it a win and come back home. I don't think this will drag out for 7, 8, 10 months. I think he's going to try to negotiate something, knowing full well that they will never live up to any promise that they agree to on paper, that they will continue to covertly, subversively continue their nuclear enrichment programs. And I think what Netanyahu basically came to Trump early on and said was something along the lines of, "This is our best shot. You know, whoever follows you may or may not agree with this attack." And so, you know, let's say a Democrat gets in office, they're not going to support Israel. They're not going to, I think, support initiating an attack in Iran like Trump did, you know, several months ago. So I think they looked at it like, this is our best shot. They've been building this for years. You know, all the intel pointed to that they were close enough, and so they're going to have to just look at this, what they've accomplished as a victory, and then hope that at some point, you know, they can again stall, delay, impact Iran's dreams for a nuclear weapon. Because no matter what they say, they're not going to back down from that. There's no way that Trump is ever going to, I think, get that on paper. Even though China agrees, even though Xi agreed with that, they can never have a nuclear weapon. I don't think that the people in Iran, the leaders in Iran, the mullahs, are ever going to put that on paper, or they certainly would never live up to that promise, even if they did somehow put it on paper. So, you know, in some ways, this was, I think, a necessary preemptive war. I think Israel had sufficient intel that their window of opportunity was here, and they needed to act on it. And Trump is, you know, caught in the middle. So I don't know how he's going to get out of it. I think at some point he's going to maybe sign a less than ideal negotiated contract or agreement, and then just try to turn his focus back on reviving the economy so that he can get something out of his second half of his last term.
I guarantee you that exactly what you articulated is what's got the Israelis up all night worrying. And I say the Israelis, not Netanyahu. If Bibi Netanyahu today were to say, okay, enough of this nonsense, I don't want this position anymore, let's have some parliamentary elections, let's see which party amasses the most votes, see if they can put a coalition together and select a new prime minister. Does anybody really think that the next prime minister of Israel is going to say, it's okay if Iran gets nuclear weapons. Who cares? Netanyahu's crazy. We hated Netanyahu. He was corrupt. It's all right. I don't think so. And I think by personalizing this and making Netanyahu the co-boogeyman in this play is really a miscalculation, and perhaps the people who are feeding this, not necessarily everybody who's articulating it, for them it is a designed, calculated attack politically on the state of Israel.
And I don't think Europe can be counted on. I don't think they would have ever. I mean, you mentioned a coalition of the willing. I don't believe that after Iraq and Afghanistan that they would ever sign off on a preemptive strike. So I just think, you know, America and Israel were going to go it alone. And I mean, you see how Spain and other countries even refused to allow them to use their American bases or the bases populated by American troops. So, you know, it was clear they would never be able to develop a coalition of the willing. So,
I mean, that's because they didn't ask, and that's because of previous actions. If you go around insulting your allies and then tearing the ever-living daylights out of them, they're going to be far less likely to help because you've just been a giant dick.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Trump backed himself into a corner. I mean, he's trying to get more out of them financially and politically and get them to shift away from their, you know, focus of social safety nets and pay for their own defenses, and he's trying to leverage it, being a bully as he usually does. But he definitely backed himself into a corner. But I just don't think Europe, especially now, would be willing.
I would just say that politics plays a lot into everything. And that's why the propaganda campaign of vilifying Trump, and I agree with both of you that the president has almost invited it, and vilifying Israel and vilifying Netanyahu is so important in this analysis of the situation. The German intelligence service is an excellent intelligence service. They're known for their ability to procure information with regard to protection of the homeland. Anybody who thinks that they were not aware of the threat Iran posed to Germany, and the same can be said for other European nations, until they opened up Der Spiegel today and read to their astonishment that the Iranians were planning attacks on Jewish leaders in Germany, and suddenly said, "Oh, thank you, Der Spiegel, for reporting this and letting us know," would have to be naive, and that's another understatement. Europe, when I say Europe, I mean the European leaders, even the leaders of countries that just hate Israel, are familiar with the threat that Iran, the greatest exporter of terrorism in the world, has on that continent. The problem is they lack the political will unless and until, God forbid, something happens. I think the nation that has absorbed this the most, once again, are the Brits, the poor Brits. During World War II, they absorbed the Blitzkrieg. Then they absorbed the troubles of Ireland and the terrorist attacks in the island of England. And now they're absorbing all of these attacks that are going on their homeland, many of which, if not all, has a nexus to Iran. It's not like they don't know, it's just that they don't have the political will. It oftentimes takes a Pearl Harbor or sinking of a ship or 9/11 before the public is behind you enough to actually do something about it. This is a problem with liberal societies, and I don't mean liberal in the terms of the political sense, where we want to think the best of everybody, and we don't want to be seen as not helping the downtrodden, and I think that's the correct position to generally have. But you have to be aware that not everybody who you're assimilating into your society is somebody you want to assimilate into your society. And I'm not supporting banning people whole forth based on their religion or based on the country that they're coming from. I'm just saying Europe is in a many parts of Europe have a real problem because too many radicalized people are living in Europe who are aligned philosophically and sometimes financially with Iran. And they're aware of it. And they know for their own survival that if they want to be able to assimilate people in a manner that is peaceful in their countries, that Iran, this regime, has to be stopped. But they're probably frustrated as well. How do you, as other people have said on the stage, affect a regime change? And again, I'm not in a position to say. I don't know the answer to that. I have some thoughts, but as you saw yesterday, I had some thoughts about the Strait of Hormuz. My thoughts are pretty basic. They're not, I'm not playing multi-dimensional chess. I just believe in a simplistic solution to some of these complex problems, and I'm probably not giving it the proper thought that they deserve. But as I said yesterday, when those pesky little speedboats pull out of the coast,
some girl.
blow them out of the water.
Some girl.
That's all. They're doing it in the Caribbean. They're blowing what they claim to be narco terrorists out of the water. 200 people have died at the hands of the United States military. In that effort, which may, by the way, violate the established terms of engagement at the Pentagon, and now the Pentagon's Inspector General is looking into that, and if that Inspector General determines that these were illegal orders that were being followed, we're going to have a critical thinking forum gathering to discuss why that person was removed from office. Because that'll be the response to that.
Do all the facial
And who knows? Maybe
some girl, can't remember her name. She
prosecuted
wasn't very nice.
for
She now
something
looks like a
as
plastic
well
ball.
along the way.
Told her not to do all the facial injections.
So I don't think it's, Brian, that Europe is unaware of the threats.
2 years ago, I went out with a Bosnian.
It's just that they are probably frustrated about what to do about it, and secondly, they don't have the political will to do it, because the populace right now, I don't believe in most of these countries favors anything that might favor Netanyahu in particular, and Israel in general, because of the boogeyman, which I read every single day, that argument. Thank you, Brian. Alan, does Iran have the president, or has the president backed himself into the corner? They say today that they are unmoving Tehran on the issue of the enriched uranium. They're not going to give any of it up, they claim, and on the Strait of Hormuz as well. So doesn't that now put the president in the unenviable position of no matter what he does, it's not good? Oh boy, yeah, Alan, are you there? So for those who don't know, Alan runs a small business, a retail business, and there are no other people in that store. He runs it by himself. And so this is not unusual that we go to Alan and he's not prepared to come to the microphone. But when he is, I'm sure he'll flash his mic and we'll give him a priority position in the queue when he does that. Mays, followed by Agent. Thank you, Brian.
She now looks like a plastic
thank you, Gary. Yeah, this is a very interesting position we're in because,
can't recall.
I gotta sit here and ask, like, what is our objective? I keep hearing regime change, but I'm talking about beyond that. Like, what's in store for the world in regards to Iran 10 years from today? I think we're thinking too present, right? We're not thinking far ahead into the future, and clearly, I don't think Americans we don't know. Like, well, okay, so we're gonna go there. We're going to take out their regime, put in our regime, and then what? I mean, what's that to
If you
Hussein
say
was,
so.
right? We put him in there, right?
If you say so.
Many other leaders that uh,
If you say so.
that you could say that the United States had influenced that country. Um, so at this point, I understand the strait, the Hormuz Strait, and why we needed that resolved. And then, of course, Iran having nuclear weapons.
I figured.
That's the other side of the coin is,
I figured.
okay, so we keep them from having nuclear weapons today, but again, I go back to what happens 10 years from today? Who's to say that they're not going to get it then or before?
Why are you worried about that when we have to triage the situation today when they are so close to developing a bomb? What are you worried about 10 years from now if we're able to stop them from getting the bomb? Every discussion I've had about this talks about the enriched uranium being removed and there be safeguards in place to ensure that the program is not reconstituted. I don't know, and neither do you or anybody else, whether such an agreement with any future regime, to use your scenario, in Iran would be adhered to. Maybe the next regime, I can't imagine the next regime being more radical than this one, can you?
Yeah, I can, because that next regime could, what if the person that we put in there, or the government we put in there, family members of theirs died in this war?
Well, let me just tell you, because I think you are very much miscalculating the mindset of the Iranian people. There are people in Iran who are supportive of this regime.
If we don't work out,
they are a minority, but they are a significant minority. But the people of Iran have made it clear through their actions, putting their lives literally on the line, which we don't understand, because we could go out and protest to our heart's content without fear that we're going to be killed for doing so. They put their lives repeatedly on the line. They don't want this regime in place. Now, I think most observers, including most Iranians who I have spoken to, and I'm sure Alan would, for what it's worth, parrot what I am saying, believe that the offer from the Crown Prince to come back and for a specific limited amount of time had a transitional government and allowing the people of Iran to determine the form of government that would follow would allow for an age of enlightenment in Iran to where they have a government that has Western liberal values, that allows for dissent, and which is pledged to no longer allow for the development of nuclear weapons. And then they will elect the people who will replace the interim government, which will replace the repressive regime that they hate. Every Iranian to whom I have discussed, with whom I have discussed this issue, what happens if this regime is eliminated, what's next? They all say, and maybe they are miscalculating, but they all say anything would be better than this. I think we should listen to them, Armaze, and go ahead. Your rejoinder is encouraged and welcome.
Consumer free stuff.
I'd like to say one more thing that, I understand we don't want a world with nuclear weapons, right? But until the powers of this planet, which includes the United States, right? China, Russia, at least those three, right? The top three. And I guess France and some of the other European countries. But until the powers of the planet get rid of their nuclear weapons, everybody else is going to try to obtain them as a sovereign nation. So I think we need to look at ourselves and do more introspecting, of ourselves.
So in the meantime, since we're not disarming at a pace that you feel we ought to, and I would agree with that argument, then it's okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons because, well, hell, Israel does.
Good point.
I know, that's not my point. I'm asking you, is that your point? Apparently it is.
Yes,
That's
that's a good example. Yes, that's a very good example, right? We know Israel has nuclear weapons. That's not a secret. Um, and the point being is that other countries they're gonna want to follow suit because go back to like
What other countries? What other countries?
Don't work out. I'm just
any country on the
What?
planet.
Name one. Name one.
Mexico.
Is Mexico attempting? Is Mexico attempting to develop a nuclear? Is Mexico? Wait a minute. Is Mexico attempting right now to develop a nuclear weapons program?
She has made it very clear in her marionetas that is the aim of Mexico.
Really?
Yes.
She's perfect.
She said that the treaty between the United States and Mexico is over, where Mexico would rely on the United States for protection.
Can you show me a public pronouncement or proclamation, a tweet, anything that would substantiate that?
It's called her mañanera. She comes
I
on
want to do it over again.
social media every morning.
I'm not asking you to quote me the name of the thing where she speaks. I'm asking you to quote me the speech.
I mean, I can try to find the link to that particular speech. It was on.
Please do, because otherwise we're just relying off your interpretation. Also,
Well, yeah, you can
dude, I keep up with Scheinbaum every day on our Twitter account, and I haven't heard her say any such thing.
So let's look at the record. Let's look at the record. First of all, if the president of Mexico says that we can no longer rely on the United States for protection,
the treaty is over.
She does not say that.
Hold on, let's say that.
Then quote me chapter and verse, or you're making it up.
I will look for it.
She did not. That is not the same as saying we want nuclear weapons.
Here's what she said exactly. I'm going to try to quote her because she said it in Spanish, right? So I'm going to translate it. It was something along the lines of the treaty is over, and if Mexico wants to pursue nuclear weapons, including nuclear weapons, because they already have nuclear power here, okay?
So I looked this up because there's no credible source that's reported that Scheinbaum, that there's no credible,
because I know your perception.
meaning there's not a Mexican paper or a radio station or a television station or a tweet or a TikTok where she has said such a thing.
I can try to find it. That's what I just said. I said that earlier when I answered you.
Okay, so the fact of the matter is that is incorrect because she has taken a pacifist stance. She has never said that Mexico should have nuclear weapons. She has firmly maintained a pacifist stance warning.
I heard her say it at the meeting.
She did not.
They actually just want to be
She did not. She is.
Yes, she did. I'm sorry.
No, Gary is quoting you stuff. You're pulling it out of your behind, and that is not acceptable.
No. See,
yes,
you
you
were
are.
going to do this. I didn't plan on saying this, but it was just part of the flow, right? And now that I
she said it at the that Mexico in general debate at the United Nations at the
not a burial.
Mexico's Minister for Foreign Affairs has said that Mexico
You actually just want a lifestyle.
the development of nuclear weapons. They have never said, there's nothing on the record which says that Mexico
president. I don't know what
You actually just want a lifestyle.
The government. Come on.
Yeah, it's like
and when
when
she's
she's
speaking,
Trump says one thing and the part of the government says another thing. It's the same. It's the same thing.
Okay, well, let's get back to your comparison then. You're saying that Iran took you a while to develop them because Israel has.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Don't skew my words. What I am saying is
You
this.
literally said that not 5 minutes ago.
Let me clarify it since it was misunderstood. So, what I truly want to say, since that was wrong, right? I misspoke. Countries, including Iran, like Iran, all over the planet, are going to continue to develop or want to develop, nuclear weapons as long as the big three have them. What I mean by that is
Okay. I can't speak Spanish. Mexico ha sido y siguiera siendo
There should be a
pacifista.
way to translate it, Gary.
I got the
I'm
translation.
saying that Mexico continues to be
El
pacifist.
paz siempre tendrá. Let me finish, Armaze.
Just because you...
Let me finish,
Go ahead.
Armaze.
Sorry.
You can't say
Don't respond to me until I say it. Please. El país siempre tendrá una visión. You tell me if I'm wrong in my translation. Pacifista sobre cualquier cuestión relacionada con armas, especialmente las nucleares. No deberá haber guerras. The translation. Mexico has been and will continue to be pacifist. Steinbaum, Hermes. The country will always have a pacifist vision on any issue related to weapons, especially nuclear ones. There should be no wars.
That is correct. Mexico
So she
has
is
a
not
translation.
pursuing nuclear weapons.
No, that doesn't mean that. Because let me point this one thing out. You can be a
That's
pacifist
exactly.
country.
Hold on. That's
That's
exactly
exactly
what it means.
She said the
No, that's not what
country
it means.
will always
That's what
have
you
a
want it to
pacifist vision on any issue
How do you give a
related
plain
to weapons,
sentence and not
especially
understand it?
nuclear ones. I cannot believe my lying eyes.
Your lying eyes. I don't know what you mean by that. But
Well, I mean, we're gonna
Should
move
we
on
believe
because
you or should we
we're
believe
gonna
what
move
we
on
can read?
because when you if you want to come to the stage and give your opinion, that's fine. But do not misquote the president of Mexico. I don't know what the laws are there. I hope you don't get deported from Mexico for doing so. The president.
He's been deported from America. He's next gonna be deported by Mexico.
I'm here, Gary.
Hey,
What's the pig
Wow.
name? Pig slop.
Gary, yeah, just catching up on the news as I came into this room and this whole thing
everyone.
where they forcing the hand. I mean, I think have shot at more ships, at least one more ship, and then they're declaring that they just
It's
completely
pig slop.
control the strait now, and they don't have to
Everyone
let
refers to
ship,
AI
they're
content as
making
pig
these
slop.
wild usurpations, you could say, of a critical waterway, which is a direct challenge to the the freedom of navigation of the waterways. As Secretary of State Rubio's speech recently was talking about this, about it's like the whole
It's very
world
AI.
the American Pax
Everyone refers to
Americana,
AI content
the
as pig
American world
slop.
order, and it relies completely on freedom of navigation, and especially guaranteeing that
seen
these
my,
critical
medical
passages
clinic
and waterways are free to travel.
for vaccine?
And as he said, there's been a tremendous amount of work over generations, many generations, to guarantee this. And so to just be like, oh, well, Iran now doesn't like that.
My content broke Sora.
Just shut it down. It's just not going to fly, right? You're talking
My
about
content
a
broke
global,
Sora and some altmans shut down the app.
Almost multi-hundred-year project that they just have no precedent or power to enforce this for any period of time. If they had a nuke, it still wouldn't work, but they could try to hold the world hostage for a bit. But there's that.
I mean, I think that is really a key point, and I think even the U.S. could pull out, and someone else would still put them in their place on this issue. And there's the nuclear thing, which because we haven't seen it because we haven't seen Tel Aviv, obliterated, people don't take it seriously, right? They just, I get, and I talked here maybe last week or so about the whole false narrative and completely fake 20-year war that occurred on the justification of WMDs in Iraq that was a complete hoax. But in this case, we know that they've declared themselves that they have the material and they're trying to enrich more and they have enough for 11 bombs. They said it themselves, so it's like it's comparing apples to oranges to think like, oh, it's just and people are just pretending like this isn't important. And I think it's been a long time since we've seen a city obliterated. It's been since 1945 that we've seen two cities obliterated by nukes. And so I think it's just not real to people. The cheap shots that people take in discussing this matter are just unbelievable. But yeah, I think Iran, unfortunately, it's fractured into at least two factions, maybe more. They set it up this way, almost like a dead man switch, in a sense of like a very decentralized command structure that if you cut off the head, then it becomes like a hydra. They have this mosaic defense pattern where it just splits into smaller and smaller units that each of which feel this mandate that they have to continue the war until the very end. It is a pretty good strategy for winning, I would say, honestly. But nevertheless, it has, and yeah, it's going to be extremely expensive. The U.S. could just surrender. I mean, people have predicted. There's this guy, Jiang Shuiqin, or I'm saying his name wrong, Shuiqin, I think, in this Chinese quote-unquote professor guy. He's a high school teacher, but he has a good YouTube channel. But he's made some interesting predictions that we would be in this war to start with, and that the U.S. would lose the war. And losing just means we're pulling out, whatever we can make. Trump will make up some excuse and declare victory like he always does, but realistically it would be a loss. But then Israel would basically take up and finish the job, so to speak. And that key point of like, that's the other big thing about what is this all about? Why is this happening? Well, it was engineered at least in concert, if not directed by Israel. The excuse when Rubio gave when we started was, well, Israel was going to go in, so we had to like preemptive strike before Israel struck. That was the thing. So, there's this idea that there could be a greater Israel project. Nobody's talking about that because they haven't seen it yet, but directionally we may be heading towards this, where Israel is the rising power in the region, and if they show enough chutzpah, let's say, then the other Gulf countries at this point are ready to fall in line under their leadership. And then maybe Iran will eventually make a deal, maybe even a partnership with Israel, but we're kind of a ways away from that. They've got to get through this period. But either way, like, Iran has set this up. They set it up from the time of the revolution. I'm sure the Shah sucked in a lot of ways, and they were getting ripped off on their oil at the time. But it basically all amounted to this crazy, fanatical revolution that is a ticking time bomb. And it's good we're going in now, and or it's good however it's happening that we're
I'm not complaining, but I wouldn't do it over again, that's for sure.
disrupting them before they can actually set off.
They just have something not counting.
But yeah, it's messy, but this is just what happens.
Thank you, Agent. Meryl, followed by Doctor.
Well, I don't know that I can articulate myself as well as everybody else has, because I'm also going in a different direction. I agree with everybody about where we're at now. And I'm not blaming Israel. I am saying that Trump knew from his generals, he knew from Marco Rubio, that this was not going to be over in a month. And he knew, he was told, to any regime change was not going to come just from bombing from the air, it was going to come from boots on the ground. And everybody knows Israel can't do that. They can't go in their boots on the ground. So Trump just did his gut, what he always does, and says, I know best. And he did what he did. And now he has nothing. He can keep bombing. And I think part of him wants to say that I'll just keep bombing from the air, I'll keep bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing, and that's going to make a difference. And I don't think it will. I think he wants this war over. I think in his mind it is over. I think several people have said he wants just to get some kind of an agreement. He'll say that he won, and that's that. I don't think that he'll ever get the agreement that he pulled us out of, because for a number of reasons. One being, who the heck does he have that are negotiating all the time? He doesn't have who Obama had. These were intelligent, smart, experienced people. They were negotiators. They weren't real estate people. They were negotiators. So we're never going to get that. With regard to Europe, I hate to do the whataboutism, but Trump already in his first term was blasting Europe. He didn't like them. They don't pay enough. And he kept, they don't do this, they don't do that. And he talked about, he threatened then about leaving NATO. Obama comes in and Russia has invaded Ukraine, and Obama was able to put together a coalition, in a day, in 2 days? So that tells you something. With regard to a coalition now, when you go and you start a war, and you don't talk to Europe ahead of time, you don't even warn them, that, I think, sets them off a little bit. And I know, Gary, you keep talking about Britain, and we all know the wrong people that are there. However, I think that they also have a right to take a look at who Trump's allegiance is, and it's Russia. And they're also, here they are, nations, countries that do not like Russia. Some feel Russia is a threat to them, and they feel that Trump that's an ally. That's what Trump is doing. Anybody who can stand there and say, Trump is letting Russia give intelligence to Iran to kill Americans, that in and of itself should be setting, that's what does set Europe off. Europe has, we don't have an agreement on anything. Trump has an agreement. He wants the new NATO to be the Gulf countries who also have a relationship with Russia. So I do think that enters into it. We never talk about it, but that might enter into how Europe feels right now. You dump us. You talk bad about us. You don't even warn us what you're going to do. I think that is a fair assessment of why they might want to get involved, nor do they trust if they do get involved. Then what happens? What happens to them? What does the United States do for them or to them? You still have this issue, I think, that they want to support Ukraine. Trump doesn't. Trump supports Russia. They want to support Russia. I think that enters into it in some way. It isn't just about Israel. That's not the whole thing. I don't think so. I think they know that Israel wants to keep this war going, and it does. Israel has said that this morning. They do. They want the job finished. The United States considers it finished. It's not, Trump is not going to do what is necessary. And he can say, we can all say that here in the United States, most of us don't want to see war continued under those circumstances. But that was something that our leader, our president, who makes these decisions, that's what he did. And he has to be responsible for that. So if you don't have a coalition of the right people, that's something Trump did going in. And by the way, if you think anything imminent, that Trump is going to do anything imminent, because he always threatens, he threatened today, he threatens them. He's not, because he announced today that he might not go to his son's wedding. It's not a good time. That means Trump is lying. That means Trump will be at that wedding. He goes golfing the whole time here. While this was all going on, he was going golfing. He was going to games. He was doing everything leisurely and recreationally while he was telling everybody what they need to do to win this war. So I don't think anything imminent is going to happen, because I think if Trump announces he's not going to his son's wedding, that means he is going to his son's wedding, and nothing imminent is going to happen. So, but I do think that when we want to criticize Europe, I don't necessarily think that we should discount whatever they are expected to do, and then what do they get back in loyalty? What do they get back in return that maybe makes them not want to invest right now? And I could be wrong, and I wish somebody would explain it to me better, because maybe I'm just looking in the wrong direction. But I welcome.
The guy's nuts, okay? Let's just leave. I mean, he's literally nuts. He's trying to hide his taxes. That's what this is all about. The grifting. He's literally.
So in
See,
this
we
room,
speak-
in this,
We
in
speak
this room,
one at a time here, and when Gary calls on you, in order to stay in this room, you will need to follow the rules.
I'm just talking about the war in and of itself, and how is it going to proceed? And I think that Trump considers it over. He's looking for a different way out. I don't think that he is going to do what he was told he would need to do when this first started. And I'm not blaming Israel. I'm blaming Trump. I'm blaming him. And as I said, when we talk about Europe, I really I might be wrong, but I'm trying to understand what Europe gets. We know what they can benefit from, but what do they get ultimately? What is Trump going to do for them? What is the loyalty that he will have to them? And what is the loyalty Trump has to Russia? And does any of them fear Russia? And regarding Germany, remember, Germany had the most bases, army bases, our military bases there. That's where people were going when they were injured. They have all these injured people that nobody talks about. It's over 300 people that were injured, 13 or 14 killed, but nobody talks about where did they go? They went to Germany. And what did Trump do? Didn't he just take troops out of Germany to kind of threaten them? Pardon me. Okay, thank you.
so when I made my comments about Europe, and I talked about it may be unpalatable because of the internal political pressures that they have, because of the drumbeat of lies about Israel that's out there, that's affecting the body politic. I also said in the same secondary salvo, my little rant about about the very things that you just said about Trump showing a lack of interest. In fact, I started by talking about Trump showing a lack of interest in continuing the traditional support for Europe that this nation has shown since World War II. So apparently you're under the impression, or the misimpression, I should say, that wasn't part of the discourse. It was. I'm not arguing your point. I'm agreeing with your point.
I was not criticizing you.
I didn't say you were. I didn't say you were criticizing.
And I didn't misunderstand you. What I was saying is I was expanding to the part about Russia, because we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We we no longer, Europe and the United States no longer have something that they were both fighting for, both supported. And I can't help but think that that can enter into a decision that Europe might make about loyalty and disloyalty and Russia and Ukraine. Somewhere I think that there's a big picture that everybody thinks about except us. I think Europe does think about the bigger picture. I think we don't realize how close, what the alliance is that Trump has with Russia. Thank you.
I think that with regard to the point that you made, and it's an excellent point, that how can we maintain a relationship such as it is right now with Russia at a time when Russia and China, for that matter, are providing satellite assistance to the Iranians that the Iranians have used to attack U.S. military positions. And then the commander-in-chief cozies up to those two world leaders. Of course, Europe is as cognizant of that as you and I are. But my guess is, and it's just a guess, but this would seem logical to me anyway, that what Europe and maybe others are waiting for is for this term of office to expire and an attempt for a reset in the relationship. And my suspicion is that's exactly what will happen. We saw this to a lesser degree occurring during Trump's first term in office, and then there was a reset when Joe Biden became president. And then Trump doubled down on some of these positions that he takes that many find unpalatable. And I think just like people in the United States who are not fans of the president, just as they are waiting out the expiration of office, I think so too are our European allies. And I don't believe that the long-forged relationship is irreparably harmed. That's what I think anyway. I could be wrong, but that's my perspective on it, if anybody cares. Doctor, followed by C.
Hi, Gary. Thanks for inviting me up. You are able to hear me well.
Loud and clear, yes.
Thank you so much. Something that I wanted to mention is this. Everyone knows that Trump is a motor mouth, and people didn't really worry so much about it. But he made some of the very important logical mistakes. First thing is that when you want to go for a war, unless otherwise you are pretty sure that you are going to win, you should never do that. So I see lack of preparation on Trump's side. The second thing is about exit policy. So how do you, in case there is a problem, because you cannot always guarantee any such things that do internationally, you should have some sort of exit policy built into your thought process. I don't think he had done that. The third point I wanted to mention here is that Iran was already down because of so many years of sanctions and other things, and also internal unrest. Iran had nothing to lose. So in case there is going to be a problem or a stalemate in the war, it is Americans who are going to bear the brunt of this whole situation, not Iran, because Iran is already in deep shit. So for them it doesn't change much. So a desperate opponent is a bit difficult to defeat. And the third thing is, yes, I know that European countries had never really worried about security issues. I can just give you one example. The country where I work have not double, 4 times now. They are ready to sponsor the project, and that too within about 6 to 8 months. So you see the big change that European countries are doing now. Trump could have somehow used the Ukraine war to get a little bit more active, resourceful participation from the Europeans rather than simply alienating them. And how did he alienate? He simply spoke lots of illogical things about Greenland and other things, which he was not even really attempting or trying to do something about it. But because of his foolish statements, he alienated. And another important thing that I wanted to say is this. Americans are already seeing for the last 4 years Ukraine-Russia war, how the war is progressing. And Ukraine is desperate with all the support and things like that. With so much of sanction, Russia is continuously bombarding. Ukraine is suffering with all the support from Europeans and Americans. So nowadays, wars are not really won just like that. It has to be very well planned, and it should get internal support, which I don't think Trump had. The last point, maybe it's for just for the sake of interest for other listeners. Pakistan is being used as a mediator, but it is very well known. AQ Khan, the so-called Pakistan's nuclear father of nuclear program, he stole from one of the European universities, which has got a nuclear reactor on its campus, and he stole that and went to Pakistan, and then he was the one who gave it to Iran, or at least partially gave it to Iran as well as North Korea. And Trump is trying to use Pakistan as the mediator. So much for about the credibility of the Pakistan as a country for this negotiation, and Iran, which has been one of the major beneficiary of this stealing of nuclear-related information from this university. So, having said this, I feel that the only option for Americans, I really respect them a lot because of so much of work, scientific work, that Americans have put in the last century. So the only way I think is to wait for 2 more years and then elect a better leader. Thank you so much, Gary.
Thank you, Doctor. And you're right about Mr. Khan and his sticky finger approach to procurement of nuclear weaponry. Let's go to C, followed by Amir. C, are you with us? That's funny. They took the mic.
No, I can't talk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll go to Amir, followed by Ian.
Hi, Gary. Thank you. Just a couple of quick points. I agree with a lot of things that the previous speaker said. I think the same was Agent. And I also like to make a comment about what you said, Gary, regarding the waiting game and that you mentioned on the side of the Ayatollahs. So I don't actually think they're going to fall for that. I think the Trump team, if you like, it's not going to fall for that game, and I don't think also I don't think it matters really who's negotiating on Iran side. I think there's very clear objectives that Trump has, and he has been pursuing that since last June, when the mission was not accomplished in the 12-day war of June 2025. They thought they may be able to accomplish that by sealing the entire established enrichment farm and burying, if you like, the enriched uranium, but that didn't happen. So I think the agenda is still the same, and it's not really about negotiations as such. I actually think it's about submission. I think it's about in terms of handing over the 400 kg enriched uranium. Well, actually, it's not 400 kg. It's a lot more. It's just that 400 kilograms of it is enriched to 60% plus. But there's a whole host of other enriched uranium which are at 50% and 40%. I mean, that's the nature of enrichment anyway. So that's one objective, and the other objective is abolishing the centrifuge farms, and of course putting back on the missile program. So these are very clear objectives that he has, which he didn't achieve last June, and he is pursuing that. And I think really the negotiations thing is a red herring. Now, Iran has obviously spent literally over $1 trillion on developing these. So naturally, they're not going to kind of hand these over on a plate. So the logical, I mean, I just want to cut my argument very short. The logical outcome, given the situation that both sides are, is basically another conflict. I can't see any other way out of it. Even if my sort of what I've just supposed, if that is correct, then there is no other way other than another conflict. Now, obviously, that's not going to involve boots on the ground. I mean, that's insane, and that's just not going to happen. The experience of Afghanistan and Iraq has shown that that's not going to happen. So it's not going to be an all-out war, but it could be kind of an attack on infrastructure to further cripple the economy, and of course to cripple the governance in general, so that it would come to submission effectively, or a kind of a commando-style operation to dismantle and kind of destroy the enrichment facilities and the missile facilities. So those are the points that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Amir. Always appreciate your perspective. Andrew, followed by David.
Good afternoon, Gary. You can hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. Yeah, I'm not so sure that Iran's forcing Donald Trump's hand in this. I think Donald Trump is a victim of his own propaganda. I think you were correct earlier on when you hoped that when you speculated that his thoughts were, I'm Donald Trump and I have the greatest military in the world. I sincerely think he believes this kind of stuff, and he's very braggadocious. And sometimes, people will believe their own press. And as he is his own press person on Truth Social, I think he tends to believe this stuff. But I'm going to make a hockey analogy, if you don't mind.
My favorite sport, so you go right ahead. I love hockey analogy.
The other night, Montreal was playing Buffalo in Game 7. Game 7 is, there's no other thing to do other than win or go home, right? And at the beginning of this conflict, among other things that were stated in terms of what the reasoning was behind, somebody mentioned about Marco Rubio and Israel was going to go in, so the United States had to, in fear of their assets being attacked in retaliation, which happened anyway. We've seen that. But he also said that he had terms of unconditional surrender. Well, when you back somebody up like that, existentially, then they're going to fight till the bitter end. However that end comes, and whatever destruction that might incur. I've given this analogy before in terms of Germany in World War II. They fought to the very end. Not everybody, of course, but those that believed it did. And it cost a lot of lives to go in there and finally get to surrender. I think the Allies were surprised
at how long the nation fought, even with all the destruction. I mean, you had Hamburg, Dresden, Berlin was destroyed, and much of Europe. And even with all that destruction, they fought on till the very end. So I'm not so sure that anything's different here in terms of Iran. The other thing that was mentioned was about this blockade. Yeah, I don't know how successful or how valuable that is when they, like Ukraine, have allies in Russia and China. China may not be getting oil right now or substantially less, but I'm sure they're prepaying for oil. And so those monies are flowing in. And I'm not sure that Russia has any money to give them, but they certainly have been supplying them across the Caspian. So this waiting game that we're talking about now, I think Iran has the capability to outweight the United States, outweigh Donald Trump in any event, because this power is extended. It costs a lot of money to do so. And of course, the support for the war is not well established in the United States. There was one other point I was going to make, but I can't remember it quite right now, so I'll land there. Thanks, Gary.
So since you opened the door by
Talk.
right, how'd you know where I was going?
Because I know you.
I want to congratulate your nation on winning the first Walter Cup. You may not get the Stanley Cup, but you got the Walter Cup. And I will say that I'm not saying this in a negative sense, because that women's professional hockey league is fantastic.
Yeah, but you're wrong, though. You guys won last year.
No, wasn't this the first Walter Cup?
No. The first one was last. This is the second season. So last year, I believe it was either Minnesota. I can't remember who, but it was. I know Toronto was in there, but then they were booted out. So, yeah, no, you guys won the first one.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I didn't even know that league existed. And then I stumbled across them on television, and I said, whoa, what am I looking at here? It just fantastic hockey. Great to see the women are out there playing a tough game such as hockey. And I told my daughter and my son-in-law that next season, I want to take my granddaughters to so they could see that women can perform just as well as men on the athletic field. They're just fantastic. It's a joy to watch them.
Great.
And I'm sure the check from the Women's Professional Hockey League is in the mail to me for that product placement.
Yes.
Thank you, Andrew. David, followed by Daryl. David.
Sorry about that, Gary. All right. So I don't know if you talked about it in the room, but there was the story that broke regarding there was a plan afoot for the United States to reinstall Ahmadinejad in a similar fashion to the way that Rodriguez was installed post taking out Maduro. This was a plan that fell apart in the first round of bombings. They attempted to free Ahmadinejad from house arrest, and he's since disappeared. This is an interesting.
I'll read that, David. I'll read that. It disturbed me to the head.
What was that again, Al? I'm sorry.
I said I'll read that, and it disturbed me to the hell. I was so scared this morning.
Okay. Yeah. No. Absolutely. This was obviously this guy was playing both sides. He was an anti-Israel Holocaust denier. An anti-West president for Iran, and then of course, he probably was behind a lot of the terrorist acts. So how this was attempted to even work?
Whose lame brain idea was that?
It doesn't say in the article. It just says, if you remember, Trump was made a comment along the lines of, wouldn't it be great if we could find somebody from the inside to take over? And so he was kind of stealthily messaging that.
So the implication here is that this was our president's idea?
in tandem with Israel's, in tandem.
I don't think Israel would have been in support of that.
Well, that's not what the article says.
Really?
Yeah, and the article also accuses Ahmadinejad for spying for Israel. That he was an inside mole. So, I was trying to figure out how they broke the story.
Who broke that story? I'm going to look it up. This is very interesting.
The New York Times.
Oh, the New York Times.
Yeah, it was in New York Times, but I think this is the propaganda Gary from them.
Yeah, okay, wait a minute. Were there any dogs involved in the discussion in this article?
What do you mean by dogs?
Well, it was the New York Times that published the column about how the Israelis were training dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. So I'm just wondering, since it was the New York Times, the credible source that it is when it comes to issues in the Middle East, I was just curious whether any dogs are involved in this.
Yeah, no dogs involved in the story, Gary. I'm happy to report.
What do you mean, David? Ahmadinejad is a dog.
Well, I mean, look, it would have been our dog if the story would have been carried out the way that they intended it. But anyway, yeah. So there's that story that's surfacing. Again, this is probably why we went in and did what we did. And then there was also talks of the Kurds were supposed to also usher in their response to this attack and assist us in possibly installing Ahmadinejad as the new leader, de facto leader. So that obviously did materialize as well. So here we are, Gary. Here we are bogged down in this situation. It also was reported by Reuters, although Pakistan denies the veracity of the allegations, that they've sent 8,000 troops to Saudi Arabia. They're sending warplanes as well as air defense systems. And I don't know how this affects their neutral Switzerland role in negotiating peace, but there's clearly an attempt there to cozy up to the Sauds, who are absolutely continuing the bombing campaign into Iran. So maybe they're preparing for the inevitability that, as we've talked about in the room, that they're not going to turn over any of the nuclear material that they have, and this will ultimately force the boots on the ground response. But again, Pakistan is denying that allegation. So, Gary, I don't know that we have a hand here really, other than to just back away, fight another day. But if we allow this to stabilize, it's only going to embolden the regime. It's only going to allow them to reconstitute their military. Obviously, do whatever they have to do with those fissure materials, and so I don't know. It's a very tense, big fickle environment here that I don't really have a lot of response for. I will say that we are attempting, in my opinion, and based on other things I've read, that because we can't take China on directly, and we saw sort of that hand being played in Beijing, that the only play we have is to take allyships that they have with these oil regions, Venezuela, Iran, and others, and disrupt the oil game. We've seen how we've disrupted the oil game with regard to Europe and its energy dependence on Russia, which has been a big win for China because now that cheap energy is flowing that way. And Europe's been forced to buy from us now, buy from the Dixie states where this natural gas is produced, and big states like Texas. So yeah, we have a situation, Gary, where the international stage is being played out like no other. We have the rumblings of potentially Alberta.
Is there anything wrong with people purchasing natural gas from us? It seems like it would be an upside to the U.S. economy.
Well, it's not so much that it's a win for us, but Europe's paying higher prices, I believe, for that same oil, because look at how far it's got to be shipped and transported to feed Europe's energy structure, right? So it's not, Russia's right there with a pipeline, and we destabilize that. And obviously the Ukraine war obviously muddled those relationships as well.
Because it made them reliant. Because it made them reliant on Russia in a way they shouldn't have been.
But now they're not reliant. But now we're telling them they're not our allies anymore, and that NATO no longer exists. And we're forcing them. You know, we're saying that they've been sucking on the United States tit for too long, and we want to wean them off of that. So, you know, so what do they do? Where do they go? You know, so they're also, you know, we've left them in a lurch on some level. So, anyway, I hope the bombing does not continue, Gary. You know, this is can only end one way, and that's badly. You know, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. If we had a strategy, if we had a solution, we'd be playing it out by now. And I don't think we really have one. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
So with regard to this Ahmadinejad story and how he's a Holocaust denier, but a spy for Israel at the same time, and all this kind of stuff, I am, as soon as we're off the air here, I'm going to contact one of my sources, who you may have heard of before, who should be able to sort this out for us. My good friend, Dr. Jack Ryan, and he will give us a good analysis. Maybe we can even have him come on tomorrow to talk about that. And the reason I picked Dr. Jack Ryan is because, holy cow, that's a Tom Clancy novel if I ever heard one. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Google the name. It's a fictional character, a Tom Clancy character. But holy cow, this is the makings of a Jack Ryan Netflix movie.
It's pretty interesting, Gary. I have to say, I was pretty blown away by it and how they wrote the story. I hope you can find out. That'd be interesting to know. You know.
Yeah, well, I just certainly hope that they didn't use the same sources that they used to break the story about the dogs.
But see, I was of the opinion that Ahmadinejad died in those attacks, but they're saying he didn't die, and he just been disappeared. So they don't know his whereabouts. So
well, if the word leaked out to the Iranian government that the United States and Israel were colluding to reinstitute the presidency of Ahmadinejad, I think he would disappear. And if he wasn't dead before, he probably is now.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. Daryl, you get the last word for the day.
Yeah, I actually, you know, Gary, I thought when you said Jack Ryan, I actually thought you were joking around at first. That was actually pretty good.
You like that one?
That was awesome.
So,
that was
so at first you thought I was joking, and then you thought it was real. That's pretty funny.
When you said Jack Ryan, but then you said you're going to have him come into the room tomorrow. So I'm like, wait a minute, is he serious? You know, like I wondered if it was going to be Tom Clancy or Alec Baldwin. You know, so to Marshall, to something Marshall said. You know, Marshall, it's in a way it's cool that America can sell, you know, its oil, but the problem becomes once it's settling it. So America sells its oil, it settles in dollars. The biggest issue here is about the dollar being the world's reserve currency, and that's the problem that we're staring down the barrel at. If you look at what's happening economically, you know, treasury rates are up, the 10-year is up, it's up and going up and up, and this is China's 18th birthday party. This is what they've been waiting for a very long time. And they're seeing this as an opportunity to become, you know, the ascendant economic power in that part of the world if you can get more countries to drop the dollar with regards to oil sales and settle in whatever currency they choose. And I promise you the majority of those currencies will be the RMB. And it just doesn't bode well for us. To Andrew's point, you know, China is, you know, Gary, you said that they're giving them information, but they're doing more than that. They're prepaying for oil. I think so far this year, it's $10 billion just in sales that we can see. But they're doing currency swaps because China has invested in the energy transportation industry in Iran. They're building physical things. And I think what we're looking at here is, do we actually want to do something that triggers an actual kinetic conflict with China if China thinks that their investments in Iran or their assets in Iran or their strategic interest in oil coming off the dollar, are they willing to also send soldiers to fight, in some type of proxy conflict in Iran? And I think that's really what we're thinking about as we, try to use Pakistan to come to some type of resolution for this. Because what we want, I know we talk about the nuclear material and Trump goes on and he says this and that. I think strategically what America really wants is for the straits to be open and for oil to be free flowing as it was, and for oil to be settling in US dollars, because that's really what American power is based on. I think Meryl made a great point where she was saying, we are allies. We're basically giving our allies the middle finger, and we are outwardly cozying up to Putin. If I were Poland, I'd be very concerned about this. If I were, Germany is going to be considered now the backstop, or at least the front line of possible Russian invasions. I think they're so bogged down in Ukraine that I don't think, and many don't think that that's something that would happen. But the diminishing of soft power, particularly soft military power, that America has established since World War II is pretty much gone. And that should scare all of us. And again, the idea, I'll just end it on this. The idea that, NATO is not the ally that we wanted them to be. NATO has done, I believe, exactly what we've always asked them to do. And we talked about this previously, that NATO may have been, deficient on some of their funding, but as I always understood it when I was on Wall Street, that it was always a wink, wink, nod, nod thing. So you guys are going to be short on your NATO funding, but hey, we need you to buy treasuries. NATO countries hold about $8 trillion in New York debt. In U.S. debt. And, and they do it when we ask them. So, hey, we buy our debt. We need you to buy some of our debt. Okay, we'll take some of our defense money and we'll put it into your debt. Okay, everybody winks, everybody nods, everybody handshakes, and the world continues as it should be. I think that this idea that, when Trump came out, he said, well, NATO hasn't done anything. They didn't send any soldiers into, I think he said Afghanistan. And the Brits were highly offended by this. There's something happening here because it doesn't make sense. And I really hope somewhere someone's writing a movie on this, because, like I said, time is history's greatest detective, and at some point all of this will be unveiled. Thank you, Gary.
So when you were talking about purchasing some of our debt, and then you juxtapose that with the president's misstatement of Europe's participation in Afghanistan, I'm wondering that in each of these cases, whether this is just the president making an argument to make an argument for whatever reason he wants to make that argument that we don't understand, or whether he is oblivious to the facts. We had a guy come on the stage today who made an argument that was inaccurate. He was, either deliberately misportraying the facts, or he was oblivious doesn't matter because it's just some guy on the stage in a clubhouse room. But we're talking about the President of the United States. So, well, with regard to Afghanistan, you probably don't have any, area of expertise that gives your sense of the matter any more value than anybody else's. But with regard to the finances, we know that you're an expert in this. So, what is your sense? Do you think the president, when he flipped off Europe, was unaware of how they've helped us with our debt? Or what? I don't get it.
I think he calculates, for the most part. We all know he's not inherently honest, right? So is the question, is he making a mistake or is he telling a calculated lie to gen up animosity or an adversarial leaning in the people that follow him? It's funny. It's funny listening to like certain people come in. Some literally will have you thinking that Trump is some political Stephen Hawking, and he's playing 10-dimensional chess, and at the same time he's falling asleep in meetings. So two things can be true as long as they don't contradict each other. He knows he tells things. I believe he does know that he says things that are not true, but I believe he's targeting who he's speaking to. At some point, someone, he's surrounded by military advisors. Someone would have told him, hey, that's not true about NATO non-participation in Iraq and Afghanistan. But I think he makes a calculated decision as to what will fire up his people, whether it's true or not, because I personally don't think he believes that his followers care about what is true and what's not true.
I think that's a pretty good analysis, Daryl. I'm glad I asked you.
Thank you. Tom Clancy tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Jack, did you get all that? He's getting into the role right now. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
but I
Whatever.
appreciate it, y'all.
See, you get loose and then you forget. It's fine. No, you.
Nah, I forgot. You know what? I jumped on. Nah, literally, I was just on a phone.
I'm considering our friendship. I don't know. I'm gonna consider it. I'm gonna consider it. What do you think?
See, you're in the
What's
matrix.
going on? Oh. Matt Goliath. Did you see the news?
What news?
That's
Is your name Matt?
Oh,
Goliath to the stage. Did he come in or did he leave?
Oh, you know what I was talking about the again? Yes.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there. Oh, he dropped out, right?
Oh, he's in the chat. He probably, you know.
No, I'm talking about
Mark, you're not Matt. Excuse me, you said you're gonna wait for your grand crescendo in 2 hours. So you just wait. Sit down. Come on, Matt Goliath.
That's
that
works.
I asked Omar for help and he said no. He said come follow me where I go.
No, you said what I got. You know how like sometimes people say what you got going on today, and I was like,
No, you can do what the hell I was talking about. You always like to gas up somebody's ass. Stop gaslighting somebody's ass up. I don't want your gas up my ass. Thank you.
There, that sounds graphic.
Matt, where are you? Where's Matt? Hey, Matt.
What's going on?
TT was calling for you. She said, "Where's Matt? Matt, I need Matt."
Cool. Officially, the governor's race in Michigan has officially left toss-up and is likely D, thanks to Duggan dropping out because, well, one, he doesn't have money. Two, polling showed him just being a spoiler candidate, and he'd not want to actually let a MAGA win. And then three, his reasons besides is because bipartisanship is officially dead due to the extremism from the right, and that pretty much everyone now just needs to swing left because as of right now, there is no way to be bipartisan when the right does not want to be, and doesn't want to do anything that's sensible. And also, he blames it on the Iran war. So, gas prices, all this stuff. So, I agree. I'm glad he dropped out. He would have been a great lieutenant governor for Benson if she wanted to just do a consolidation ticket, but I don't know that it's really necessary anyway. He was a very effective governor, so I have nothing bad to say about him. He's a centrist. Benson is more of a centrist, centrist/lean lib. She's not progressive, so that would just be a centrist lib ticket. It wouldn't really be anything. Like
Progressive, liberal, elite, gay
Democrat.
Democrat.
If for some reason El Sayed becomes the nominee for Senate in Michigan, they can help together kind of push each other over the finish line because I think that El Sayed and Mike Rogers are a toss-up. I still support Mallory McMurrow. I think that El Sayed is the better candidate policies more, but I'm a pragmatic person. Remember that person in here the other day who was yelling at me about Gaza, Israel, Brent, he probably supported El Sayed, because he's
That's the people we're dealing with now, by the way.
I'm telling McMurrow to win since she's the one that actually beat Mike Rogers and prevent us from losing Michigan. So, yeah.
Shit. It doesn't have its like. Discipline is not. So.
I was going to ask Matt if you saw the new polls that came out for New York 12. No, not gold, not.
Wait, no, Nadler's seat. That's Nadler's seat.
Nadler.
Yeah, Schwarzenberg is not winning shit. Nor
He's not. I'm surprised he's that low.
Yeah, he's
so.
What's your guy's name?
So I'm gonna have to wait till next year.
Micah Ladder and Alex Burrows, which is statistical red heat, and Alex Burrows is the. By the way, handsome as hell. So you know I'm voting for him.
Well, he's gonna win.
Yeah, well, I hope so. They're statistically dead heat. I think it's like 2-point difference, but I think a lot of people who maybe would vote for Schlossberg may go over to Burrows, but he's the like crypto industry after him. I think crypto and AI industry are going after Alex, but I'm pulling for him. So I don't know. I'm surprised Schlossberg is doing so poorly though.
I mean, he's kind of psychotic if you read his tweets, so I think that people
Oh, if you followed him on social, he was crazy. He's absolutely nuts, which is part of the reason why I was thinking about voting for him, because he's so unhinged. But I think he's too far gone.
Trying to go live. I think
Yeah, I think he would get a lot of hard work.
Yeah, that could be it. Just, having a force to sit down and not having to do much. That could be true too. But is there a poll on the gold standard?
There was one, next.
Oh wow, he's running ads like. I'm not even listening anymore, but the ads that I'm seeing every 2 seconds on my Hulu and other channels.
Yeah, and he did that with sure.
Fantastic idea, sir.
I am. Have you seen the girls fighting on the TikTok? I mean, not TikTok, on the Twitter.
Don't make a fight.
There was a call earlier today on Twitter from some reason telling both Paxton and Cornyn to pull all of their negative ads and focus on November. And so Paxton was like, oh yeah, and this last week I pulled my ads, I've already done it. I'm trying to focus on a positive spin. And then Cornyn quotes it and says, oh, you want to put accountability. I said, oh.
I thought, and that's the thing,
Paxton? Yes. Yes, Paxton's over here trying to, low-key Calorica. Calorica. Soy boy. And meanwhile, Cornyn's like, there's a strategy about possible. Because I want to say in that same tweet where Cornyn talking about accountability, he was like, hey, let's talk about that man who assaulted that young person who you sat over here and gave 60-day sentence to. Let's talk about how you're soft on crime. I said, yeah.
And then they asked him, would you vote for Paxton?
Your president, would you vote for, betrayed you, and here you go, oh, I'll kiss ass, just like I like to do. I'll breathe it just like I like to do. There's a picture of him earlier today with the little ass kids home from Dairy Queen, that some fucker who runs it, and he was talking about, I got a blizzard, I recommend a blizzard. I got one after I ate the kids home.
Oh my God.
Calorica was in Dallas yesterday. I did see him in Dallas yesterday very briefly. He's around. He's making moves.
Something was taken from you. Oh, and the blacks are the blacks.
Yeah. He also cut that, what I will say, I don't know if it's anywhere else as far as like YouTube or anything, but he did cut a little promo, that's what I'm gonna call it from now on Twitter at least, where he is Miss Opal Lee talking to her and put that on Twitter, trying to let y'all know, listen, I'm with you blacks, okay? I have the grandmother of Juneteenth herself allowing me into Opal Lee allowed me into her home over here in this historic area of Fort Worth, Texas, okay? Y'all can't ever say I'm not with you, because I'm in your home.
Champion's purse.
I'm in your grandma's house.
You're not the champion yet,
So
are you? A true champion defeats all their challengers. Surely there are others out there who still dare to challenge my reign. Uncle, how about you, Uncle? I'm sure they have a spare costume.
One taste of combat was enough for me, Your Grace.
Well, what's so crazy is, like, a few days ago, when that Trump endorsement came out, and Jasmine, like, made a tweet about it, like, first I saw that she was in, I think she was in California.
Yes, but she's jumping for Javier Becerra.
Yeah, she was in California for Becerra, and then, so I was like, not saying that she needs to be in Texas for Calorica or for Gina Hinojosa or anything like that, but just saying that, like, I thought her in California was, I could see her in Georgia before I could see her in California, so I just thought that was, like,
Okay. And then when I saw her tweet where she was talking about, oh, I wish it was me because then I would want a chance to stomp him on the campaign and on the and in a debate. I said to myself, oh sister, come on now, we doing too much. We doing too much. We doing too much. We doing too much. We gotta reel this back just a little bit. That's what you had me in the first half and this last bit.
Uncle.
But I don't know what the remainder are gonna say. Eventually they just gonna have to. We all gonna have to get to it as the heat cranks up. But what was very funny, I think the other day, First Lady.
Please, Your Grace, Lady Thompson.
Yeah, First Lady is in here, TT's in here, and Reform's in here. I want to say yesterday they were having a conversation regarding the whole genders thing that came up. And what was really funny was I looked into it, and even WAPO had an article that they wrote a few months back, I think sometime in March, about how the Republicans are focusing on gender and stuff as it relates to Talarico in an effort to distract again.
Champions
I was
pass.
just like, my God, when all else fails, okay, did you know that they are allowing men in women's bathrooms, the Democrats, devils, they want to take ICE out your home. They worship Satan. Vote for your local Republicans today. When all else fails, that little pack on that shit, I told you, they're going to gin that shit up. So,
You're not being conquered. Mr. Hunter, you will be sentenced.
Exactly.
Guarantee the rights of the Constitution, which now extinguishes slavery.
They literally talked about trans kids, multiple genders. They try to put on Sandberger, Mike Cheryl. None of it works. No one cares.
Supreme Court.
Who can care who are just
Bench by black Republican radicals.
We're here to discuss Reconstruction, understanding what gender ideology actually is, how gender is like actually shaped in our country and our world. But yeah, like those talks.
I think it remains for two of the southern states to do the same even after all the re-elected.
But to the rest of the United States, who doesn't really
This is
fuck
why
shit anymore because we just saw the crazy black lady lose. We just saw shit already lose. All these people pinned it on Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger. And supposedly both of them candidates, both candidates, and both of them lost. They're bad. Like, yeah, some of y'all might give a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. We'll go try to give a fuck. They're worried about the gas. It's way too high. Like, nobody cares about, oh my God, your child is whatever the fuck. No, like, generally speaking, that is for bullshit. Nobody like about it, responded to it. That's why the ad didn't do well. The attack didn't do well. Trump did. Like, he tried this multiple times. Why is California every single day though? This happened for months. Why is he supposed to go ahead and attack people? No one cares.
Assemble the army.
Like, this really feel like I'm going to get over it. Like, this is the new, what's it, in school, CRT 2020, the new defund the police. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares.
I think especially with like the exacerbation of the war currently and gas currently, I think for some people it's like, I mean, they might care, but not as much as like, hey, you fucking with my pocketbook.
They're not gonna vote for a party that essentially decimated the economy because they give a fuck about the fact that Democrats care about people who have other gender represented and their identifiers. Like, no one fucking gives a fuck that much about, oh my God, like I'm going to the bathroom with someone who uses they, she, them pronouns. But, you know, I'm gonna vote for the motherfucker that's gonna that already destroyed my entire pocketbook and savings and IRA. Well, I'm gonna go vote for them again to really destroy. Like, no, I mean, we have additional retards in this country. Sorry,
They should have brought a fucking army.
But we don't have that many
release the virus.
retards in this
We're
country.
done
The other
already.
ones just Texas, why is that not county? But every whole life is dead. Democrats never vote for them. I know y'all vote for me. Look at you. I
pull this trigger. She will be worldwide within a couple of days.
We
already won one.
No,
we just gave him the black eye. As long as there's four, there'll be soups, and sooner or later, some cunt that's already out there becomes the next Homelander, and you fucking know it. We need to win.
So I just want to say,
the whole bloody notion. That's
talk about Clubhouse.
Now we need
So
to
y'all
make it
fall asleep.
permanent. Drag me through
Don't
fucking
think
hell.
let's talk about illegal when it may happen. When it's said to his face that this is how we do that.
Right.
Right, and live predators in a live video.
In a live video.
You might have a broken fucking heart.
Did you see, and this is my last thing on my state, because I was just going through my list of things that I wanted to talk to you in the room about when I had a chance. Did you see about that lady in Texas 35 who talked about wanting to put folks in internment, wanting to put people in internment camp? It's like Maureen Galindo. Like, I guess all I can think about, like, first off, I'm glad she's not in North Texas because there, especially when you get to, like, Collin County to the north of Dallas, there is a heavy, well, we do have a heavy Muslim population up north, and then in the city, we do have a good, decent-sized Jewish community. But, like, nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. That's way too extreme. If she was, I'm not saying that what she said is a good thing, okay? Right? If she was in a blue state, you might be able to say that and, it not seem crazy, like it's crazy. But it's like, you can be crazy there. Down here, it's the reverse. Like, you can say the same thing, just take out different races and different religions. And for those people, it's the type of crazy where like, oh, that's a crazy that makes sense here. You can't say that here. Really and truly, you really shouldn't be saying I want to put a group of this particular religious group in a concentration camp. You really shouldn't say that across religions when I really think about it, because that's just a weird thing to say, right? First, it's just weird, but then second, like, politically speaking, that immediately kills your candidacy for me. You can take hard line stands on particular issues, right? You can take a very hard line stand on, as your candidate, I'm anti-Israel as far as it relates to giving our tax dollars to help aid in their defense and to help aid in the bombing of children. You want to have that be your hard right line, say that all day, every day, I am okay with that. But to go to that end, I'm just kind of like, sister, it's getting spooky. You're getting spooky. Why would you say that out loud? You're getting spooky. People, where's your comms director? Who let you say that?
This is once before I offered you.
I mean, I used to think Cori Bush was bad. I've been hinged with her rhetoric on it, but this has got her beat. And I now support Cori Bush, so I hope she wins real.
She need to come back to look moderate next to that lady. Mm-hmm. I mean, just fucking up the churches, like, because I also think it's one of those weird, to me, unforced errors where, like, as a Dem running wherever you're running in this type of environment, to quote one of the things that Ben said a while ago, it's okay to just hold certain things to the vest, to your chest, and not lay all of your cards out on the table and be so forthright until you get into the office, and then you can do the things that you need to do. Now, that particular thing that she's saying here, that little wish, I don't really want you to hold that to your chest and then try and enact it once you get to power. Like, that's just automatically disqualifying. But if you're somebody who doesn't want to fund Israel and its conquest, yeah, have the right message publicly. Hold that to your vest. When you get to Congress, just be like, yeah, we're voting no on all these bills. Me and this caucus, we're saying no on everything. It's out of here. We're not doing that anymore. I don't know. These young people just get all their politics on the internet and then just come around and say any and everything, and it's too much.
The guy from Cat Abagavala was all rah rah.
You know she from Texas too. And then went up to Illinois thinking she was gonna sandbag and carpetbag and look at her. Nothing to show for it. Bumpkins. I know I made up her last name. I don't know how to pronounce it. I mean, she sat up here and talked about how she used to be Republican and then decided she was gonna carry herself to a blue state thinking she was hot shit with her politics. And that all of them were just supposed to be in love with the progressive politics that she espoused, and come to find out, no. We don't know you in this community like this. They gotta get offline with some of the politics and entrench themselves in the community. The rhetoric stuff is getting a little old.
You know, there's people in their immediate circles that are like, yeah, you go, yeah, that's right, and they're living high off of their own, juice. They're being gassed up to be like, yeah, that's okay. You can say that, yeah, that's right. Not realizing that there's a broader world out there that doesn't align with the absolute crazy part of their.
Right. Because who's going to hear that? At least who is sane who's going to hear that and think to themselves, oh, this sounds like a bright idea. This is just empty rhetoric. Like, Corey, you sound crazy. I don't want to, like, we already have enough MAGA crazy weirdos running around. I want less. I don't need that from the left at all.
All right, well, Matt, are you gonna respond? Is that not? I say, hey, McClain.
Oh no, I agree with everything she's saying.
Cool. McClain.
Oh, I agree with everything Britt said as well. I mean, Britt nailed it. Most people live like within a 20, 30-mile radius of an area their whole lives. So Britt is absolutely correct.
Yeah, I was just asking if y'all wanted to add on, y'all wanted to respond. Go ahead. Omari, you want to say something?
I just want to say I agree with Matt and Britt. Okay. Is that what we're taking like a poll of like who agrees with who?
I will say we're on track to win 53 Senate seats right now. That's per all the polling and all the data I have. So that's Wisconsin, Maine, North Carolina, Ohio, Alaska, Texas, and Iowa now. Those are the 53 we're eyeing now. It could end up being Kansas, Nebraska, and I would say Montana and South Carolina and Mississippi if we really get crazy. And maybe Florida, but the ones I'm really confident on are those. That's my bet with the CEO, and as I mentioned before, if he does not pay me, I'm driving to New Jersey and driving to every marketing research firm in the entire tri-state area to find him to get my coin.
What's the bet, Matt? What's the full bet?
I actually don't remember the money because I didn't care because I had money, so I was just gonna bet whatever. I think it's $5,000. Maybe it's 500. I really don't remember. But he's gonna pay me my money, or that Tesla he drives is gonna be in the Chattanooga run.
And so the bet is that the states Maine, Alaska,
Ohio, North Carolina, Iowa, and Texas flip.
Wow! And you gotta hit all five.
Yeah, and I'm gonna win.
Damn.
And we got a confident bet about Vivek Ramaswamy and Amy Acton, and then we have one about another governorship. Maybe it was Rob Sand. It's Rob Sand, I'm winning. And it might also be Alaska. Because I already said from the beginning, Amy Acton is winning Ohio, Rob Sand is winning Iowa, and Tom Begich is winning Alaska's governorships. I already knew that from literally the beginning of the election cycle when they all announced. They all were going to win. Especially when I realized who their ops were. Randy Fincher is a retard from the backwoods of Iowa. He's a loser. No one likes him. Vivek is literally a fucking, like, I'm not even going to go there. You already know what I'm going to say. And then when you look at Nancy Dahlstrom, like, everyone hates Mike Dunleavy in Alaska. Why was he lieutenant governor win the governorship? Win the governorship over the former speaker of the House in Alaska. So, anyway.
Is Keisha going to win?
Yeah, she's going to win narrowly.
Okay. Dang, so
everyone needs to send her money because she needs help because the Atlanta Metro, her numbers when she won the primary in the Atlanta Metro, they were horrible. She should have done better. She should have romped there, but because everyone's mad at her for not running for a second term, they are not as confident. So that is the key to her success, though, in the fall. So she really has to invest, and people really need to mobilize and get these people who don't like her in Atlanta to vote for her, because if she does not win, it will be because of Atlanta, Fulton County, and Cobb, etc. I love the American.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good readout. Appreciate it.
Thank you both, Britt and Matt, for your.
Oh yeah.
What's it called, First Lady? What's it called when you're on a stage and although you mod in other rooms, you act like you're a mod in another space? What's that called?
I don't know, but there's also something
It's called first brother.
Okay. Anyway, I had the Democratic autopsy report. Did y'all do earlier today?
I had presented it in the chat, but I know that there were other things being discussed. But that report, unfortunately, is information around Gaza and some other key components, such as So it is a very incomplete report, as cited by Ken Martin, the DNC chair. And I read the entire document today. It's 170 pages. I read it when I was in the gym because I'm a loser and have no life. I found it to be I found it to be very interesting in some respects, and then in others, it falls short of giving a really solid analysis. And there are a lot of spelling mistakes, and they also said Trump was president in 2022 in the document. It was not proofread, it was not finished, and I really think that it's helpful to some. It helps with understanding why the Latino taper-off happened. It also helps in understanding why a lot of voters didn't want to vote. Like it discussed Joe Biden and his debate, his flop there, and how Democrats have completely abandoned basically local and state politics, where you will create your bench, therefore then also shoring up the ability for you to be competitive in places like Mississippi.
Okay, wait a minute. And not everybody that heard it. That's what I'm saying. You want me to play it? I think just give y'all the whole thing.
It's not that impressive. So I was trying to get the cliff notes because it's not that impressive. But the things that are good about it are, you talk about local and state politics comes into the invest, and Biden, cool. Kamala didn't talk enough about they them, the stupid ass fucking they them. What was it? Kamala's for they them pronoun bullshit that they wanted to talk about. But the rest of it was to me kind of irrelevant, and it didn't really give me what I wanted because we know what happened. Gaza, we know what happened. Inflation. So, but yeah, y'all can go ahead and do a deep dive on it. I just was, in my opinion, it's not something we should take wholeheartedly.
Matt, I got a question for you. I haven't read the report yet, and what is it about? I saw the pot bros bitching about the fact that whoever did the report for Ken Martin turns out it was incomplete shit. Are you familiar with what happened with that?
Yeah, I just was talking about it. It's an incomplete report, and it was written by someone from a think tank from the Biden administration. So it's not actually something that No Shade is going to give a real, I think, honest assessment, especially when it comes to certain red button hot topic issues like Gaza and Israel. It literally didn't mention it one time. It didn't mention black men. It didn't mention the Arabs that decided to not vote and vote for Trump. Like, it didn't mention third party stuff, Jill Stein, Green Party. It didn't mention leftists. It didn't mention. It literally did not mention anything. It only praised Alyssa Slotkin and Jackie Rosen and all these other people for being centrist Democrats and how they outperformed Kamala. It did not talk about the progressives that also outperformed Kamala. But yeah, First Lady, you can go ahead and play the thing. Sorry, I just wanted to answer his question.
Thanks, man.
I just want to know if anybody want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to answer his question. But go ahead.
No worries. No worries.
Yes, please.
Okay. Hey, Empress. All right, let me go into the mode of music. Hey, come on up, girl. Okay, 1 second.
Well, the Democratic National Committee released a long-awaited so-called autopsy report on what happened in that much-disputed 2024 election. Up until now, DNC Chair Ken Martin kept this and the results under wraps. The final document, it's a big read, 192 pages. CBS News Executive Director for the White House and Politics, Finn Gomez, dug into those pages, joins us now. So, Finn, what did that report say, and why is the DNC seeming to distance itself a little bit from it?
Right.
right, Reed. This has been a long anticipated report, and we did dug in to this 192 pages of this report. Somewhat of a surprise report because up until now, it was not expected. Ken Martin, the DNC chair, had received a lot of criticism since the election for not releasing the report. It was expected that he said he wasn't going to release it, and then finally today, this 192-page report is released, really showcasing what they felt went wrong in the 2024 election. Of course, Vice President Harris lost to Donald Trump, but the report lays blame, on the Biden political operation for Kamala Harris's defeat, saying it failed to, quote, effectively support Harris, who became, of course, the eventual 2024 nominee over the summer, and why she did not win. One key quote I wanted to read you is that it said essentially the national campaign did not effectively drive Trump's negatives, and the White House did not effectively support Vice President Harris over 3.5 years to improve her standing before the candidate switch over that 2024 summer. Also notable, there is no mention of President Biden's age. If you recall, during that presidential cycle, it was a big factor, a negative factor on his presidential re-election bid, and one that ultimately helped oust him and push him out from that campaign following that disastrous CNN debate performance that he had. Also, there was no mention of either Israel or the Middle East in this report. As you recall, during that cycle, it was a significant issue that divided the Democratic base, and something that many had expected to be in this extensive report. Reed.
Finn, did Ken Martin give any insight on why he decided to release this report now? I guess the big question, why now?
Look, just reading this out loud here, I mean, it was notable. Across the 192 pages, there are a lot of references, disclaimers saying that the committee was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions, or cannot independently verify the claims. Very interesting. So, but it turns out that it seems to me that they're trying to distance themselves from the report, from the findings here. We do know CBS News can confirm that the author of the report, that is not mentioned, his name is not mentioned in the report, is Democratic strategist Paul Rivera. Now, Rivera is a longtime ally of Ken Martin. During a phone call today, we also can confirm that Martin announced to other Democrats and DNC officials that Rivera is no longer working for the committee. But again, like, this is something that was expected, and Martin has been long hammered by his fellow Democrats for not releasing this report. He himself has said that this memo was not ready for prime time, not even close, and also apologized that this report had become a distraction in a Substack post. So why now? That is the big question. Ultimately, I think the pressure from within the party and externally was a major factor here, Reed.
Finn, I want to get your reaction to something that was just handed to me by way of some news. Former DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who the world knows has survived an episode of gun violence and has worked very hard in the gun safety lobby, and then is the former DNC Vice Chair. He just issued this statement, and I'll just read to it in part. And this sort of may take the temperature about how people in the DNC are feeling about this. It says, this autopsy and the months-long debate about even releasing the report, he calls it a demoralizing joke. He says it's clear that Chair Ken Martin has lost the confidence of his staff, supporters, and most importantly, millions of Americans counting on the DNC to help Democrats win up and down the ballot in 2028. He's calling on Ken Martin to resign. Any reaction to that, Finn?
Yeah, I have talked to David Hogg a couple times over even the last couple of weeks. He's become sort of this rising progressive leader within the Democratic Party. But if you recall, he was also pushed out by Ken Martin for some of his beliefs and strategies that countered against Martin's platform. platform, an agenda. So that's a rivalry, if you will, that's long standing there. But he does give voice to a growing criticism within the party about not only this report and sort of the circus around it, if you will, but other measures that have been criticized by Democrats, including the fundraising numbers by the DNC versus the RNC. The RNC, the Republican version of the Democratic Committee, has raised an enormous amount of money in comparison to the DNC that ended last cycle in deficit. They owed money, and so it's something to watch. We are a little under 200 days away, about 170 days away until the midterms. That's the next big tentpole here. Democrats are riding some of their Democratic overperformances in some of these key races, not only this year but last year. And there's a sense that they can really potentially take back the House and potentially the Senate. They feel they have a lot of momentum this cycle, and they are, I've been told by Democrats, they are irked and frustrated that this has become such a distraction when their focus should really be on gaining more seats and flipping the House and potentially the Senate come November.
All right, Ben Gomez, always great to talk to you.
All right, that was a nothing burger. Like, what's all he talked about exactly what Matt was saying. What wasn't in it? Well, what's in it?
Well, I was able to look at it. It did mention Latinos, and for a few key states, the trends as far as where Democrats lost or how they lost with Latinos, and just kind of hammering home the point that there needs to be more thought in that particular strategy.
He made us wait a year and a half for that.
I mean, that part's kind of crazy when we all.
Well, I mean,
the autopsy like a month.
I mean, it, like Matt said, when I was scrolling, because I found a link for it on PBS, it is 190 something pages. And the thing that I do appreciate, though, that nobody's mentioned, is that it's annotated in part. So there are blurbs where it will say, like, there's no evidence for this section. There was a section for an executive summary. There is an annotation that says this was not included in this draft. Like, there are annotations throughout the document in effort to show that, like, why, to give Ken Martin, I feel like, cover as to why it wasn't released, because it was a piece of shit. But in my opinion, given that it is a piece of shit, should have just kept it in the vault forever. Who gives a shit at this point?
Exactly.
Lock it up.
Like, what? And now they trying to say some fraud? What was that I heard about the fraud thing? Saying they want to investigate for fraud. Because he held it this long? That makes no sense. Did y'all hear that part or no? Hey, Joey. Y'all didn't hear that?
I didn't hear that first, Lady.
Y'all hear nothing about fraud?
I missed that part. What was the part about the fraud? First lady, can you explain?
I thought you said that now they were going through and talking about wanting to investigate, like, something about voter fraud or some bullsugar. I don't know. That was a mess. I should have listened to Matt.
I told you it was a waste of time. That stupid ass report. So it was embarrassing, honestly, that they even released it. But I understand why, because people were like, "You're hiding the report. How can you do that?" So it's like, okay, well, here's the report, and I was calling for him to be removed as DNC chair, which I actually think he should have never been elected. I think it should have been Ben. Was it Winkler from Wisconsin? He should have been party chair because he's actually a stronger candidate. He would be to actually do wonders, I think, for the party. But they wanted, Ken Martin, so this is what they get. I wasn't a Democrat at the time when he was elected. I registered like last. Wait, was I actually? No, I was a Democrat whenever he was elected. Hello. Yeah, because I was an independent my whole life before last year. 2024.
So you did this so you can vote in the primary? Yeah.
I was just about, because I never cared about voting in the primaries. I just cared about in general. I was like, I just felt it was important to join the party and, try to make things happen. So I registered Democrat right before Kamala won, or would have won. She won.
So Matt, can you give us the latest on what's going on in California?
A mess. Xavier, Javier Bracera isn't fucking pretty much supported now by Meta. Their super PAC is packing him in addition to Big Oil. So Big Oil Bracera is probably going to be the governor, which is disgusting to me. They're upset. Happy for the Latino representation. But I don't really give a fuck about that when it comes to him being the way he is. I think it's worse than Newsom. So Newsom. I don't really personally. I'm voting for Tom Steyer, but I don't think Tom Steyer's going to win. It sucks if Katie Porter and her Ozempic ass and Matt Mahan would just drop out and then Villaraigosa, we would probably be able to have a head-to-head between Steyer and Becerra, but fucking Karen Porter and oldest fossil fuel Villaraigosa and Matt Mahan, who needs to just go be an OnlyFans model or something, like get out of politics and go.
Okay, what about LA?
Spencer Pratt got the endorsement of Trump, so or he's about to get it, one of the two. And it's going to be a head-to-head between him and Bass, which sucks because I wanted Nithya to be top two. But Spencer Pratt's getting too much support, and all the South Central LA niggas are supporting Karen Bass, which fucking pisses me the fuck off to no fucking end. But they're supporting her, and I don't want her to be mayor again.
You think Bass is gonna win that?
Yes, she's gonna win, and I'm pissed. Now I gotta deal with her until 2030.
Why you don't like her?
What'd you say first? Like?
I said, why you don't like her?
The fires, the way she handled it. She's not done really a lot to handle the homelessness issue, budget issues in California. I mean, there's like a number of things that she's just completely let fucking flop. I mean, there's a lot of other issues that the city council needs to handle, but she needs to pressure them more than she is now. Like, I don't really understand what the fuck's going on with a lot of stuff. But she's done some good stuff, but the majority of she's a very underwhelming mayor, and she's NIMBY, meaning not in my backyard. She's very much not for building affordable housing that will help our issues in California be resolved, the homelessness issue, and also just affordability in general, and that's being able to afford. Most people don't. Hold on. California, it's just too expensive. So it's not all her fault. Before Newsom ran in 2018, he ran on building 7 million new homes and did not build like 300,000 homes. So it's a hard issue. It's a complicated issue. Locally, you can do a lot in terms of sidestepping a lot of the regulations, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff she could do, but is not going to veto a bill that would have more housing faster. And I don't want her. Yeah, drag her over. He did well. He's unhinged. He did well. He's unhinged. He's like, he said to Nithya Mom that she'll get killed going downtown, and she'll get stabbed to death. Like, he's very unhinged. He's psychotic. When he gave Chad Yankel, you know who that is?
Sure. He's running for
correct, the Riverside Sheriff. He and they're like they initiated a person. They're both psychotic, like inmates. Like, they're talking crazy, cussing, and that's not enemy of the moderators for asking questions. They're psychotic. Like, that's what both of them are. Yeah, since Price mentally ill, he says he will leave LA if he loses the race. So.
Look, is Gavin still running? Not Gavin. Grant Cordone?
far away was
I
it?
think he need like 300,000.
All those channel rooms you saw?
The shade.
He was on IGB at the beginning of Max.
With his homegirl Stormy.
Yeah, but Stormy. Storm.
Oh, I remember that room. I wasn't in there, but I do remember hearing that Grant Cardone and Stormy, Coach Stormy, was on the app talking about the frauds and stuff.
I just think it's funny that these people don't understand every state has fraud because that's why there's a state auditor. There's going to be fraud. But they don't understand how what the role of the state auditor or treasurer is. This shows you how dumb the American electorate, like, we're really a dumb country. There's fraud everywhere. There will always be fraud. I just think it's so stupid. I'm sorry, I just get irritated. It just enrages me because it's like saying, well, there's a problem that's going to happen at the elections and like certifications and like there's something going on there. No, the role of the Secretary of State. It's their job to handle these problems. These problems will happen. That's why they're in their role to handle problems.
That's a fact. Yeah, I mean, you have risk mitigation for all of these type of shit. So I don't. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I agree with you. This is. What time the lottery closes? I can still play the lottery.
Thanks, 2 cents.
About ways of over so much fraud. Well, there's fraud in every fucking state, every city in the country. That's why there are auditors and we have state auditors. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there was so much fraud in Iowa from a couple pieces of shit that they took away the powers of the state auditors. I'm saying the Democrats could statewide because they didn't want him to stop the fraud, and no one talked about that. I think it's hilarious actually, and that runs straight to the government because all the fraud in Iowa that they didn't want to have investigated and cleaned up by an elected official. That's crazy. We don't talk about this. We just think it's Democrat fraud. No one talks about the Mississippi fraud, the Alabama state fraud. Like, there's literally cases that happen constantly. There's huge cases of fraud in Mississippi. No one talks about that. No one cares. We only want to discuss fraud when it's like health. To accuse them of having fraud, which every state has fraud. And fraud is investigated by the state auditor, attorney general steps in and indict people. Like, we have it handled. That's just part of the process of having a state. But because something happens, it's oh my god, look what's happening. Watch, roll. What about the fraud happening in Republicans watch? All the fraud.
They never want to talk about the Brett Favre fraud.
True.
And Mississippi. They never want
That's
to
the
talk
fraud
about
I'm talking about. It's just bizarre. It's like, what are we talking about? Like, Missouri, y'all know how much fraud in Missouri right now? How much fraud is happening? And I look at all this stuff. I read all this. I'm just like, why is this not being discussed? And I get irritated. Like, I know for instance, we talked about this, like, didn't even figure out how to message back because it's like, I like when people drag it back. Like, they talk about the murder rate in California. He'll go, oh, well, here's the murder rate in Alaska. It's actually double ours. And the murder rate in Florida is higher than ours. The murder rate in Mississippi is higher than ours. All that thing. And so, like, I like to see punch back. But a lot of people have this misconception that fraud is Democrats because Democrats have hearts and they can help people and they're just going to let people swindle them and they're going to swindle the state out of its money. In reality, that's not true. Democrats actually handle budgets better than Republicans. They handle money better than Republicans. They don't get economy better than Republicans. It's just history. But it's a messaging problem, like we're saying.
Trump saying any more about the fraud? He's claiming that there was like 500,000, mail out votes. What do you hear what we talking about?
No, I wasn't in here that day. But I mean, it's crazy because there's fraud every race except for the one where Nancy lost and Kathy lost. Everywhere else was fraud. His candidates, when they win with Letlow, makes the runoff, and with Ed, what's his name, Galrain, whatever his name, he wins, he beats Massive Primary.
And speaking on races, are challenging each other and potentially might not end up on the ballot. But it's kind of funny. This will be the second time that this happens to the Crypt Keeper. Matt knows who the Crypt Keeper is.
Oh, absolutely.
Michigan is such a funny state to me. Have any of the girls actually gone to Michigan?
Yeah, I have family there in Port Huron and in Detroit. I've been there.
I'm trying to go next year to hang out with PhD and the fam.
PhD, you're gonna go hang out with the man who said he was going to rape, sexually assault, hate.
Actually, Tiana, that was real.
I was in the room when it happened. Do not go hang out with him. He's a fucking psycho. And he needs to, I'm not gonna say it, but he got hit for something else. He has like rape issues.
We are in Donald Trump's era. We can call him a fat retard.
Yeah,
Maybe he can't afford GLP-1. Should we donate?
I think Brookline.
I mean, Roe, we could. I think it's like a 2.5 milligram start at like $299.
Brookline did not.
He had the surgery. You guys haven't seen him? He got the bypass.
We have better things to put our money towards, like edible arrangements to nice young ladies who, get with men that are, should be left alone, but they're doing their duty as a patriot.
I mean, for his own good though, he probably should get the sleeves too, like the masters, because he like breathes hard on his like microphone. Like I actually think that he might have like some sort of like pulmonary embolism if he's not careful. He needs assistance. Desperately. Yes, congestive heart failure. Yes, even like I would be concerned, but I would actually care if he died because he's a horrible human being and said what he said to a woman not raping her, which I think is actually one of the most disgusting things you can ever say to someone. So I hope congestive heart failure hits him with his McDonald's digest tonight. Hear that, Amari?
I hear that. This is the second time I've heard that on this stage.
Yeah, and I hope that the congestive heart failure jumps into nacho cheese dip. Ever heard of nacho?
Yeah.
That's it.
Lord have mercy.
She's a horrible person with a racist white father. Call us haters. So, yeah, okay.
That's my uncle. Man, what is going on?
You keep very strange company.
You don't remember that? It's like, are you collecting wage promises?
Are you over there with a bag of deplorables?
I mean, Robert Law Firm told us that her dad caused false niggas. Like, what are you doing? Y'all remember that? 2024. I'm there.
Well, what do you mean by we're all friends? No, we're not. Some of us have standards.
Omari and myself came to PhD room after all that happened. So we were not in the room when that actually happened.
I'm like, what is going on here? Like, this is wow.
So this is news. This is news to some people. However, it was later revealed to me.
Pretty disgusting. What happened? I mean, I'm glad Brooklyn cussed his ass out. Y'all need to break Brooklyn in here. I don't know if Brooklyn knows she's in there. She'll explain what happened. She was the one who gave the conversation. I was like, upon verbal. I came on the stage because I saw Nacho too much.
So
just stopped going to PhD's room. The comma headquarters opened, and then politically correct also opened, and y'all had it set out in shifts. And
So, Amari, with this new information, it's calling me. Yep, go on to friends.
well, wait a minute. He'll need to know what you're going to say. Go ahead, say what you're going to say.
I was just going to ask, with this new information, what are the dates of your trip to visit me?
I mean, well, well, other people, well, other people in Michigan live that used to be in that space live in Michigan. I live in Michigan too. I also know PhD. I actually know his mom as well. Just because. Did she move to Michigan too? His mom is from Michigan. Yeah. My my mom, her family, and his pastor's family, they were really tight. Like y'all grown up. Y'all coaching? Yes. Shut up, friend. Take it down. Someone didn't even know about that.
Is coaching I'm curious. Is coaching Pentecostal?
Yes. It's a form of
Word starts.
yes.
I didn't know you what?
That's how you should be getting the Holy Ghost, running around with the sheer family.
I didn't know
So
that.
no, we were very reserved, so we didn't really get the Holy Ghost. So like we would see it. Yeah, the coaches think they bougie. No, we no, 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 no. No, like speaking in tongues, like the fruits of the spirit, um, the Holy Ghost, like those things. Um, I have seen them.
What's it like when he talks to you?
Wait, no, no, no. Okay, not. Well, I feel like it politically correct. Yeah, exactly. Be politically correct in regard to how you respond to that one. Living in Spain. No. I want to understand what she's saying. Are you saying that y'all not bougie or what? The way the coaching people be shouting. I mean, they dainty with it. They don't be all over. The real Pentecost people, they come out in their shoes. They come out in their, they come out in their body. Heavy, all messed up. No, on top of it. The coaches, they still be having their head. No, but to me, the way I've always looked at it is the Great Migration, and it just been cleaning it up. Because that's my personal point of view. I can see that. Yeah. No, go ahead. You can finish explaining. I was just saying. No. I want to hear more from the Michigan gal herself. I'll land there. Well, I've witnessed people shot right out of their clothes. Men and women. What? And they only had that skirt on that Tiffany talked about. I've seen people with flats, shoes. At one particular service, I seen someone lose a wig. No. I felt really bad. Even looking back now, um, the assistant pastor at my grandfather's church, he caught the Holy Ghost one day and like tumbled off the pulpit. And like I literally busted out laughing like, and he could have really been hurt. Like literally.
Is it like Emily Rose? Have you seen The Possession of Emily Rose? The Exorcism movie. Is it like that with like all the weird imagery like controlling their body, or is that just the acting and they're full
No, it's different. It's different. Totally different.
Because I'm trying to understand what's going on.
Let's ask
have to tell you that it does need to be like subconscious, how to really hear my voice, you all, giving very thin, very low, right? And let me tell you, when she's on stage, you know what the coaches say about homosexuality. I was just like, the yeah, girl. But at least she was sweet to me.
Oh no, like her best friends, Clyde and like I've seen her best friends. I know who she hangs with in Michigan. That's her team.
I know, but it's just like I got the Victoria, and it'll be like, say no to homosexuality.
Margaret, shut the hell up. You gonna get almost sarcastic. When Reclaim said that, all I heard was that 50, yeah, I've called it a meme now, but when 50 Cent is talking about how he woke and Floyd was like, fuck T.I., fuck some 50. And I said, fuck 50, what do you mean fuck me for? That's what I heard when I said, the gays, what do you mean fuck me for? What I do? Wow. It's a shame that Concrete wants to agree with that. You know, didn't the Lord say, love your neighbor as thyself? This is the first and greatest commandment. I don't the book was edited in was it Nicaea?
Yep, the council in Nicaea, honey.
Yeah, Council of Nicaea, and literally like pagan and Brooklyn worship the sun. Is why you guys have the cross. It's not actually a correction. It's just because they're worshiping the sun. Y'all can look at the dictionary gap for Bible and understand how Bible actually is. All the word on that. Not that. Where yourself. I didn't stop. I was in the middle of the sentence. Yeah, there is coming back. So yeah, thank you, Lance. Okay, now because I'm a Christian. Yes, I'm going to. Tonight. Anyway, yeah, the book was edited by a pagan emperor worshiping motherfucker, and all these impressions exist. Literally look at the KJV where he's a homosexual white faggot, fucked, and they, I mean, you look at how homosexuality was back then, it was based on class, so none of it's ever something that's wrong. It's just young white people mixed up and looked at all the blacks crazy and worship things real. It's not, I mean, music tradition is translated. Word homosexuality didn't exist for what, 30, 40, and this is all nonsense. But continue reading the book, your religious, delusion. I respect it, and once you get back, I'm pleasing to I'm a Jew, right? Was God Israel or God another? Hold on, no. God, should be a Jesus didn't have your son. There's actually he actually never like religion or son. Except for that. Understand that education or agree that you just look it up. Look up what Jesus actually was. Right? You look at the apocryphal book of Enoch, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Matthew. Oh, right. You're talking about teachings. I actually like who Jesus actually was, unlike who you all think he is, because he's not a God of wrath and anger and hatred. He's not a love. Well, so Jesus is not the God of love. Stephen, I'm still Stephen, I'm still speaking. I think that Jesus is a beautiful, was a beautiful man, like a very natural, beautiful woman. I hate how history is getting warped on these nonsense that we have to think we have to do because our family believed it. We're taught things that are shaped through slavery. Um, and it's just stupid. I mean, when you look at even the Ethiopian Bible, it's the most complete Bible, right? I don't know. I just get irritated with Christianity because it's so stupid to me how it's like cognitive dissonance where you can look at these interpretations are wrong. A lot of them. And how you can actually find them. Like the true teachings of Jesus was, like I said, Jesus was the quote unquote king of all kings in my mind. I mean, learn from Vedic monks and learn about like how the kingdom of God can be us all. How literally God has is not a place. It's a state of mind, right? Like how we're all God, we all tap into God, source, universe, whatever you want to call it. Like how we all are God. I know so. It angers me because it's like we all can learn this and be so enlightened and love each other, but we have to divide ourselves into these factions and believe all these things that make us hate other people specifically because they were born that's where you are, and that's where a lot of us are. And I think it's very sad. But anyway, that was my speech. Go ahead, Stephen, interrupt me. Harvey, interrupt me. Last was discussing.
I wasn't gonna fucking. I was actually agreeing with you and applauding you for what you were saying. In fact, my son's name is Enoch. So I was like, yeah, brother, speak it, bro. What's up?
Well, I mean, this person's probably gonna reference the King James Bible or something like that.
Yeah, the KJV of the Bible. Douglas verse is the most inaccurate.
Yeah, like
proven inaccurate fucking version of the Bible.
Totally proven inaccurate. Look who it's named after. Look at King James is and was and how he still affects our fucking. Yeah.
He's a gay man.
He was a gay man. Exactly.
I mean, to be clear though, I mean, homosexuality still is a class thing. You can always tell a wealthy black man versus a poor one.
But I'm just saying, like, this is just ridiculous, like how, like, people live.
I'd like to respond when I get a chance.
Oh, go ahead, Clark. I'm just saying that people are dumb. I just believe this because you read a book that was written back then, like, you thought you were a slave, but.
So, what you're engaging is called
Yeah, because you don't know what you're talking about.
the fallacy is not. Oh, it's the genetic fallacy. So,
Nothing to do with genes and everything to do with your
you didn't want to be interrupted, sir.
No, I'm not.
I would ask for.
Oh,
okay.
So, okay, Clark, you don't respond to me. I don't get you to respond to me. You're nothing. No, it's not. You're something that is the topic.
The reason why you're so defensive
conversation.
is because you know you have a weak point.
All you do, right, which is very but she changed her name to contrary to concrete.
I thought you were intellectual. I thought you were intellectual. Being as such and just defend your argument. Instead of engaging in the histrionics, instead of engaging in the histrionics and the ad hominem,
I don't care.
try to structure a cogent defense of your position.
You're like worse than I am.
I don't like
And I'm bad. I'm really bad. I'm trying to pretend that bad, and I'm calling you out as being worse than me, bro.
Yeah, I don't like it.
So chill.
We're trying to have a conversation. He works a remote job. He pays $75 an hour. And there's 5
Shut up,
I don't
Stephen.
care. I'm reading him. You have to understand, being around that is free. This is called being a book and concrete.
Anyway,
No, you don't start your own conversation.
listen, you can play the defense, right? You can have this
It's
big
called
fight or flight. You can have a fight or flight response. That just says that you don't have a strong argument. You know you don't have a strong argument. You know your argument's full of shit, and everybody knows it. I'll let you keep going. You get it all out.
Okay,
Have standards if you don't like it.
One second. Y'all entered this conversation, I would have appreciated if y'all would have. But didn't y'all ask him a question? I thought of it.
No, it's not. Concrete interrupts you. I was speaking and talking to the because concrete interrupts all conversation. He enters the room because he has to be centered because he is an overweight black man.
Okay, and you keep on saying that, man. You know he's gonna want to.
Oh, he can respond. He probably can respond.
You know he's full of shit. He wanted to have me and talk about it, and now he wants to not let me speak.
Okay, I don't want to have a conversation with you about it. I don't like what you're
We're in a room full of people.
Let me
We
hear
can't
from
control the room.
We're just talking about culture and child, and we're keeping it lighthearted. And you know what? I
anuses. Anus like sphincters.
Well, just
Anus like.
30 anals! Every man and woman is a star in an anal world.
The things you
Those are
learn. I have
specific emojis.
my friends. I'm in the dust because I spend time on Clubhouse.
Those are specific. Those are specific.
I know, we're learning so much things on here every day.
Those are specific. Those are
30
specific.
sphincters. Wait until I wow them with that there are 30 sphincters in the human body.
Usually I just learn like shitty things about myself.
How about you just tell me what you want?
Yeah, I did yesterday.
Oh yeah?
I haven't done that too. I love my shit. Yeah.
God, John, yesterday I was like, what, call your doctor and have an intervention or something. I was worried about your health. You're so upset.
Hold on a second, Yoni. I just asked how many sphincters are there in the human body, and Gemini says there are over 60 ring-shaped muscles called sphincters.
How about you just tell me what you want?
Okay, I was wrong.
So there you go.
So double. I was half right.
You're
Exactly.
on the way.
Yeah.
No, over 60 now.
Half right. Oh.
It sounds like they're still counting. Whose job is it to count the assholes?
Not all.
Long day counting assholes.
Not all sphincters are assholes, but all assholes.
We need a new jumbotron link here.
When I was young, I used to have
Please
a
don't
can
call
of
it a
fish.
jumbotron. Oh my
I
god.
used to have a can of fish assholes. Did you guys ever have that?
Fish assholes?
Yeah, I don't know how much.
You ate them? You're saying you ate them?
Well, we never.
Like,
No, I don't know what
fish
what,
tripe?
I don't know what actually was in the can, but it was. I think it was just like a joke label, and it was like kind of before, you know. I was like a teenager, so you had to put some effort into making a joke, a novelty can product. Anyway, it must have been regional.
Somebody said not all something have something. It reminds me, I saw a video my daughter sent me of somebody saying, not all pee-pees have poo-poo, but all poo-poos have pee-pee.
What?
So when you sit down to go pee, it can just be a pee, but you can't sit down and go poo and it just be a poo. There's always pee with a poo.
No, it's true, Rose. I didn't really know that until recently myself.
Yeah, you can't hold back.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't hold back your bladder. You gotta defecate.
That's right. Most people don't. I mean, I don't know. Maybe just men don't know that, but it really is true.
I just never put two and two together.
And FYI, every vaginal birth, there's shit that happens to.
Oh shit!
Ew.
And the labor and delivery nurses are so fast at it, even the mother doesn't know she shat.
It's impossible to push a baby through without it like clearing out your colon at the same time.
You can't give birth without taking this shit.
Yeah, there's just no way.
I'm expecting a major influx of new people in the audience with our title change.
You know, have you ever puked in your own mouth and you just swallow it again? It's so much fun.
Not swallow it.
Like you find something to drink just to chase it down with something.
No, spit it out. Yeah, spit it out.
Sometimes you can't though. You're like,
no, I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I've been there. It's not. I don't think it's really so much that. It's just a little like acid reflux type thing, right? I mean, you don't really.
Yeah, it's a burp. I call those burps. Burps.
Yeah, burps. Yeah,
vomit burps. Man, I love the temperature change right before a storm rolls in. Fucking so awesome.
How the leaves turn upside down on certain trees when it's about to rain. There are many indicators.
The birds stop singing because they go and, you know what, I just watched a video.
No, these birds are singing crazy. They're all fucking going nuts. Wow. Flying around, it's dark, it's starting to mist. The gloomy clouds are rolling in, the wind's picking up, the temperature drops.
Well, birds that get in your yard, though, what they do is they end up sorting out where they're going to camp out when
when storms hit or when it's raining. So they literally already have their hiding spots. That's why when you look outside in the pouring rain, you often can't see birds. And they also find spots where if they die, they're going to die there. Like millions of birds die every day, but you don't really see dead birds on the ground because they find these little bushes and crannies and stuff. And I really like birds, so I watch a lot of fucking content about them.
They'll crawl into bushes and die.
Yep. That's what I want to do. I don't want to die in a hospital someplace, and I want to write my own ticket when it's the end of my days. In Oregon, we can do the death with dignity thing, so I absolutely do not want to. I want to do what I would consider the honorable thing and sign off when it's time. Speaking of signing off, I have to set up the lullaby room for the evening. But
So here's another tidbit that David just brought up, that in every blue state, and including the purple state, Wyoming, you have a right to die. And so if a doctor tells you you have 6 months left to live, you can ask to be put down. So we do have right to die, but it's only in the blue states and Wyoming.
They won't even let you die.
red states want to make money on your passing. I mean, that's basically it. Like, it's a huge moneymaker. All this lengthy extended care while you suffer, your bank account, they get to drain that shit.
No, there's a good way to do it. You gotta get like an industrial size tank of carbon monoxide, and you can make a pretty good mask. And then that's the best way to do it. You actually look really healthy when you get discovered after. Look a little bit like carbon monoxide even more than oxygen. So you have like this real flat, like kind of healthy look on your cheeks.
You can buy cyanide online. It's common. It's using the gold. If you wanted to kill yourself, you could order some cyanide.
Or argon gas for welding is less painful than even carbon monoxide.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's like dying by helium. You basically just kind of get high.
The danger is if you fuck up and then you end up in a worse condition.
See, that's the danger.
Trying to escape from, right? I actually have a long explanation on how to do it from an avant-garde classical composer. He's not classical, it's just whatever the fuck you call these.
It's not Chris Corda, is it? The EDM guy from.
They don't want to talk about how a person grew up, their influence in statements that they've said, in racism, different aspects of culture that people say is irrelevant to the conversation, and you only want to talk about that. If you don't want to actually talk about the people involved in the historical people, their lives and who they are as people, and not just the information, because information on paper has the author behind it, and they have a life.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you're not willing to do that, then
no, brother, for sure. Look, and this is on replay, so anybody can go back and listen to it. And
it's on replay.
Shame on you for saying that I was talking about KKK as though I was a racist in the last 12 hours. That has not happened. So I'm bringing you up, but for you to say that in a room like that was really, really messed up. Because I'm on replay in the last rooms that I've been in, and I have not said anything about KKK. The only thing that they have.
Andrew.
I don't know what that means.
You did.
Foreign. What was the room title? What was the room title? Don't just make an accusation on somebody. What was the room title?
Let me go to it. Let me go to what I.
Yeah, go to it and then.
Because you definitely said it, and you said it today.
Foreign. I said KKK because I was trying to speak.
Andrew. Okay.
It's not KKK. Oh, hold on. Let me just point out Yahoo Chat. Chizad, everybody listen to what she's saying right now.
I'm sure many people heard you.
No,
I heard you today, Andrew. I don't think that was a coincidence, you know what I'm saying? Because then we got other people saying.
Like, why would you even say that? Why would you even think that was okay to say?
Stop. Let me just respond to how dumb this this is. This is projection at its finest. I was in another room just now before. Hold on. I was in a room just before this room, and people were talking, and I was trying to get the mic back. And I'm like, K. When I said that, they said, see,
Andrew.
That is the dumbest.
You should have added another K on there,
really?
bro.
No, Charles.
Andrew.
I'm sorry, but that is supremely stupid. For someone
Why would you say K? Why?
Foreign.
You as a person,
Foreign, I'm answering you. The founder of the room said KK. Was he close?
And you thought to say 3Ks?
That is so dumb.
And you thought to say 3Ks?
No, Foreign. Here's what I want you to do. You find this clip of me talking about the KKK. Don't do
I mean, people heard you today, so you all really have to find it. And you just admitted yourself that you said KKK.
Guys,
let me say
You
this.
said you said KKK. Everybody just heard it. The replays are on.
If I said okay.
Andrew, please.
But what make it worse, Andrew? What make it worse, Andrew? Is multiple witnesses in that be in the chat saying that you was racist, though. Like that make it
I don't
worse.
care about all that. People are going to say that anyway because I go into rooms and I fight this nonsense and I come against the stuff that people are saying. I don't care about all that. What I'm saying is that to say that because I said KKK, therefore I'm talking about the KKK.
You did not say Andrew, but you did not say okay. You said KKK, which is something.
Lauren, you said that I was in a room and that I was talking about the KKK.
Was you not in a room last night?
Foreign, I was in a room.
Exactly.
I wasn't even foreign. Oh, exactly. Oh, you're in a room. Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. Foreign, I'm in a room that doesn't mean I'm talking about the KKK. Don't go into
You said it earlier. You just said it today too.
Foreign, I cannot believe how stupid you would have to be.
I cannot believe how
ignorant. Let me finish this, please. I'm the mod, and I'm not. Hey, look, I'm being much more fair to you than you would if you were in a room and had mods. So just chill out. You are over talking me way too much. The fact is that I'm in a room, and I said KKK, which I say that a lot. If it's just me doing a tick and speaking, I'm not talking about the KKK. That is absolutely Down syndrome level. For you to think that has anything to do, with racism. I'm sorry, but that's extremely offensive. That is unbelievably stupid to say something like that. And then beyond that, you said I was in the other room. Not that I said KKK, but that I was talking about the KKK. So what I would like you to do, Foreign, if you're a person of integrity, why don't you pull the clip, since I have the replay recorded, pull the clip.
You said it today, so do I really have to?
No.
You just admitted yourself that you said, who says, okay.
You let me finish speaking. You said I was.
If anything, you're going to say okay.
You said I was talking about.
No, you know what
KKK.
And I'm not going to lie, even if you kick me down, I do not care.
Right now.
You just admitted yourself what you're saying. You just admitted
talking about the KKK. Are you stupid? That is not the same as talking about KKK.
Andrew, why would you sit up here and say KKK? And then the fact that you're sitting up here and trying to say that you said okay.
I think your IQ is so low.
Andrew,
Charles, I'm not going to have somebody call me a racist. Hey, knock it off.
You gotta have more awareness than that, brother.
Start moving people down if you guys don't knock it off.
This chick is
Who brought me up?
Hey, hold on. Stop talking. I'm far too lenient to you guys to let you guys come up here and call me a racist because I said KKK in a room. That is the most retarded thing that I have heard. I did not say things against black people. I was not like, oh, black people are lesser than white people, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, you're sitting there. This is the irony, Foreign. In the same breath, you're like, it's always been about skin color.
Has it not? Be honest with yourself. Let's see if Andrew's going to be honest.
You want to say it's always been about skin color, like a racist.
Let's see if Andrew's going to be honest.
And then say KKK. And then say I. And then say I was. Hey, Foreign.
Andrew, have it not? Answer that question.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
into a room where I'm trying to have a sincere conversation with a bunch of people of color and saying something like I said something racist in another room that was recorded in the last 24 hours. He was talking about the KKK, not saying KKK. I was talking about the KKK.
You just you did not just say that. You said you were saying okay.
No, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying, had I said, and by the way,
And then you were saying okay. Who says 3Ks?
I'm gonna let you guys. I said that if I would have said okay, you wouldn't be saying that. But because I said KKK, you said that, that's saying KKK. That's so unbelievably stupid.
You said money.
I've got love for you.
I'll send you
but I
love.
don't appreciate you coming into a room and saying, get this
like
cracker
send you
arse
cash
off
out.
the stage. Don't do that, bro. If I'm trying to have a conversation with a bunch of people who have an absolutely horrific doctrine, to come in there and say
Send
something
me your
like that to
number.
get me booted off the stage, not cool, bro.
Send
So
me your
I'm just saying,
number.
if you want me to have some respect for you and let you in the room and chill, we're talking about you getting mods at some point. Yeah, Hanan, yeah, look at you. Now let's have the discussion, Yahoo John Chazan. Let's try to get to the bottom of this, okay? Quit calling me racist in other rooms. Quit doing all this nonsense that y'all been doing. Stop doing that. I'm willing to let you guys.
Let me say this real quick.
You know how people.
If you black and you in this man room about African Americans, Israelites, get out of here.
Here's what happens when you have mods, Hanan. You go, mute your weak mic, and you stop me and you mute me and you do all that stuff. But I let you guys come over. I'm an absolute pushover for you guys. You guys come up here and mistreat me and overtalk me over and over. So don't sit there and act like I'm a racist with you guys. I have been unbelievably passive and very generous to you guys as far as letting you on stage and letting you speak. So I'm tired of you guys pushing me in other rooms.
But you're not aggressive towards white racist people.
Send me your number.
The thing is that President Trump just gave the insurrection people money for whatever that bullshit was in January.
That's awesome.
See how you laugh about that, Andrew?
Yeah,
See?
I love that.
Because what does that have to do with it? What does that have to do?
And this is what I'm talking about, Andrew. This is what.
So what does that have to do with it?
Hold on. I'm going to mute everybody. Hold on. There's people up here that hate Trump, okay? My co-mods don't like Trump. Mark is not a fan of Trump, okay? But I would imagine, and we can ask him, but I would imagine if we ask Mark or these other people who hate Trump, do they think that that's a racist thing that the dude gives money to these people who did the January 6th thing? No, we'll let him speak, and maybe he thinks it is. I don't think that is. I think that is an unbelievably stupid thing to compare that to racism. You guys are just so, everything's racist.
You don't even see what's going on, so it's okay.
No, that's not racism, bro.
It's okay for him to give these insurrectionists money, but black people built America.
No, hold on.
Put him off the stage.
He doesn't want to go down to the budget.
Put him off the stage.
Hold on. Zach, I'm going to have to move you down if you don't wait. Just hold on.
Zach.
Okay, hold on real quick. Let's just keep it serious. Let's keep it cool. No, I'm not being rude. Fish, it's hard to say your name. Yahoo Chizon. I have not moved anybody down. Okay? Somebody, Caleb, moved one person down because, he doesn't want the crazy stuff, whatever. But here's the thing. I want to hear your open case, or I want to hear you make your case as to why you think that African Americans are Israelites. Please, will you make your case? And I'll let you go as long as you want, dude. Preferably not too long, but...
My case is very simple. You go to Genesis chapter, you go to the beginning of Genesis, chapter 9. We have to answer the question. If there's more melanated people on the earth, right? And this gets to my point. Then where do white people come from? There's a scientist that used to work for Penn State. He said he did a study with the zebrafish, and he talked about the gene that is in Europeans is a regressive gene, right? He said that. He's on. I don't know if I remember his name, but you go a little further, according to the biblical narrative, you'll see that Yefet is the progenitor of those people that call themselves white, right? The issue is, here's the issue, and that's Yefet, right? That was one of the brothers that was Shem, Ham, and Yefet. Now, The only way, if Noah is black, the first man is black, and then Noah is black, and his 3 sons are black.
How do you know
that? It's well, you know how I know that? Because it's if you believe in the Bible, there's only if you believe in the Bible. If you go look at the word Adam, and you go look at the soil that is over there, it's called Terea rosa. It's a dark, rich brown. So the first man was not white, right?
Ooh, shit!
So this is a regressive gene, and if you study
regressive, not progressive.
Aspects of
oh my God.
White folks.
What folk?
Of Cain, right?
Oh shit, Cain is Abel.
So here's the issue.
Cain is white, Abel is black.
Noah had 3.
He's an ableist.
That's a great point. So if you read as a professor,
you don't know.
No, you don't know, Jacob.
Guys,
Cain was black, right? Now there's a professor that she has a paper out there. She recently did a paper, and she went to go to a lot of the African cultures to get their stories and a lot to get their traditions. They said unequivocally that the first white man came from Cain, right? And what she said is that Cain was black. And now their story is different from the biblical narrative, but I'm gonna give context, and we're gonna bring it all together. Is that they said that when the Messiah, the Creator, when he showed up to Cain and said, "Where's your brother?" He was struck with fear and he turned white. Right? We know that the biblical narrative, the biblical
This shit is
narrative
gold.
says that a sign was put upon Cain. A sign was put upon Cain. That's that same word that's used in the Hebrew text. It's also used. That's that sign when Moses put his hand in his bosom and pulled it out, and it was white as snow. If it's white as snow, that means it was another color before it was turned white as snow. So the sign that was put on Cain was the lack thereof of melanin, right? So you have Cain going to the land of Nod. And if you study the research, if you study the Sumerian, the Sumer people, right? That's where you get the Anunnaki and all that, those so on and so forth. So you have
Anunnaki,
the lineage of Cain becoming white, right? The lineage of Cain becoming white. Now, the only way for Yafet, being a melanated person, to progenerate, so forth, the race of Europeans would be if he married a woman from the land of Nod, and there's some historical stuff out there about that. So you get white people from the lineage of Yafet. Now, what has happened with the argument that you're bringing up is you're bringing up once again an insecure, like Dr. Francis Crest said, it is a inferiority complex, small man complex. It is a projection of inferiority in which you project this manifest destiny. I am positioned to tell everybody. It's very interesting that Europeans won't talk about their history, but they will go and look to everybody else's culture to say who they are, and then as it being in the movie space, and then we'll play their roles and say we're them because it is an insecurity. It's a deep-seated insecurity thereof, not just for the lack of not having melanin, but the lack thereof. Because when you go to Genesis chapter 9, this is my point, is it said, Baruch, or blessed be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shem, right? He's not the Elohim of Ham. He's not the Elohim of Yafet. So Yafet has his own Greek gods. Ham has his own gods, right? Shem being therefore, those of the Negro race and so on and so forth. You have them being connected to Yahuwah, right? So what happens is the devil has used Yafet and Ham. So the argument is coming from a perspective of insecurity. where you're from, who you got your research from, right? Because once again, if we're gonna have a real conversation, let's just not talk about the history book. There's a publisher. There's a publisher that wrote that book, and we got to look into what's the history of this publishing company. Where did they come from?
Oh my God!
Right?
King James Bible, King
JV. So let's not act like
shit.
The history just shows up in 2026, and you can go on ChatGPT.
Oh my God!
All these other things. There is history, just like the University of Gothenburg. It's in Germany. It's one of the biggest universities to output some of the biggest intellectual races that has walked the face of this planet. That same university was the one that said that studied the Negro head and said, you know what, their head is shaped different, so they're inferior. Then it was going back to the 4th century. It was the Talmud and the rabbi writers who said, you know what, they were cursed with black skin. So it's so much effort. It's so much effort.
Cursed.
To come at black folks.
Cursed.
Right? And to the so-called black folks, and to put them down.
So-called.
Now I know, you know, there's camps and there's people that rightfully so, if you understand where they're coming from, rightfully so should be angry. Now some of these people got some really crazy things they believe in. Yes, rightfully so, I can agree with that.
Okay.
But here's the thing. White people are not what they often do. I was in a room with a Jewish guy, and I talked about, you know, Rambam, some of the greatest rabbis, and bring up some statements, and I read this statement. And one of the things they do very quickly, which sounds like you're doing, Andrew, is won't acknowledge the fact that if you talk about a historian that's talking about history and talking about this and that, and then I go to page 10 and say, well, he said this too. Oh, well, that was just, I don't recognize what he said on this racist tip, or this, or he came from this era, and this, I don't recognize this, but this right here is correct. So you want us to believe a racist historian, because you got your information from somewhere, because you've been living in 2026, and the world's been going on for a while. So I would say you don't possess the truth.
Okay.
Because the truth is Yahushua, the Messiah. So if you don't have, if you don't trust in him, and he's not a white man, right? He's not a blue-eyed, blind-haired person, right? He's a melanated, you know, and he's back in the day, a Negro, whatever you want to say. So the issue is, what you're gonna do is spit a whole bunch of stuff about racist information that you got from people who were part of the era of oppressing people, right? So we got to have a real conversation. If you're ready to have a real conversation, the real conversation is, if I take away all those sources that you're gonna quote, what do you have left?
Okay. Well, let's see. Let's try to open that conversation. I wanted you to have an opening there, so Mark can kind of see where you're coming from, and then we just have a dialogue and let's keep the submit. You know, we don't have to. Hopefully, the submissions won't be that long. They can be, but notice, you know, I try to let you finish, Yahoo, and I want to be fair. Please, people, do not interrupt. Mark, what do you say to what you heard?
I just want the ball next.
Hold on, Jacob. Stop, bro. Move you down. Mark, what do you say?
I don't care about you moving me down. I'm talking about you got it.
Love you. Peace be upon you. Mark, what do you think about what you said?
I don't believe in biblical genealogies. I think they're just ancient legends. Aren't true, and the biblical patriarchs who he's tracing lines of descent from of modern people groups probably didn't exist. The right way to understand population level genealogy is not through staring at individual word choices in the Bible. It's to look at the field of population genetics, and more specifically, the field of ancient DNA. Now, I'm guessing, based on the latter part of what he said, that he's going to discuss all of that, because modern research into ancient DNA is carried out at prestigious universities, which he's going to say have racist histories, and therefore can just be totally dismissed, or so I interpreted it. I mean, I'm obviously not going to agree that you can just dismiss any research finding you want, as long as it came from a university that was racist, however many decades ago.
Well, I want you to address my first point, is that I told you about the Penn State. So if you want to say, I can bring up some universities that are very high prestigious, that done studies, DNA. You want to bring up DNA about how Europeans have regressive DNA. So let's talk about that, because here's the thing: we have to talk about, if you believe that you have a forefather and he has a forefather and so on and so forth, and you are the author to say, because if you're saying somebody else is wrong, that means you're saying that what you have, the information you have, Mark, is right. So if you're saying you're right, then why is it that when we talk about a lineage of people who have regressive DNA, but always in the position of power to tell people, like what I told you about psychology wise, when a person feels inferior, right? They look for a position of power to fulfill that need of inferiority. And this is white people in general. In general is what I'm saying, and those who are spin off from white folks. This is what I'm saying. That has to be dealt with, because your argument about history doesn't make a sense, because these are people who went to marginalize other people because they felt inferior. If we talk about, let's talk about European history, right? Because if we talk about European history, we have to go and we have to see, just like if we go back to how the slave trade started, we go back to the empire of Mali, right? We go back to Portugal. Let's not start with, oh, America. No, let's go to Portugal. Let's see how Europeans interacted with and Portuguese and Spanish interacted with those of African descent. And we will see, because I got receipts, we will see the craftiness in order to position themselves in a position of power because of the inferiority complex. It's over and over again. It repeats itself over and over again. Not just the transatlantic slave trade. It goes to beyond that. There's multiple receipts. So if you're not going to deal with that part of history, we're going to say, oh, you're this or that. No, deal with this part of history. Deal with the part of history where the receipts say that Europeans have always positioned themselves to try to gain a position of power over.
Hey man, why don't y'all put us in my room, man? I got a bill that I'm trying to pass through for legislation for black.
Governor, don't do that. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I mean, first of all, I suspect you don't mean progressive genes, you mean recessive. Yeah, everyone on Earth, including you and me and everyone else in this room, has recessive genes. Like everyone has tens of thousands of genes in their genome, and at least one of them in each of our genomes is going to be recessive. And recessive doesn't by any means mean inferior. In fact, there are many, there are many recessive genes that are actively beneficial. And I mean, if you want me to compile a list of them, I can do so. Although I'll have to pull off my. I mean, the rest of what you just said is just like psychological projection onto the entire race of Europeans about how they're inferior. They feel inferior because their genes are recessive or something. But A, I mean, everyone has recessive genes, and B, I mean, they were conquering the world before anyone knew anything about. Before anyone knew anything about genes in general, and C, recessiveness doesn't equal inferior in any sense.
Well, I think you missed the argument. Is once again, I told you, you talked about, you quoted and you said prestigious universities and all this stuff. I just talked to you about Penn State. I believe it's his last name is Kong, but he did the research and he said the regressive. When I say recessive, meaning that like you have the dominant and you have recessive, right? So what he's talking about is that the aspect of the skin per se, when he studied the zebrafish, he said that it was recessive. And what I'm saying to you is that naturally, in natural selection, if you want to do a case study, you can see that within nature between the Negro and the European, right? You can clearly see that, not just physicality, but also in other aspects. That's not because of us. That's because of how Yahuwah made the situation and how he created. So let's not be. We can and there's plenty of evidence about that. So that, once again, psychology. You have to talk about the psychology perspective of it. Because all these institutions that people want to quote, right, don't allow other thought and other counter thought to exist in that space. And so how are you going to actually have great academic work when it is the one-sided? They won't let somebody from this nation or this nation or this nation examine it. It's no, because we own the historical societies. You want to go into that? You want to go and see and pull up the chart of, let's see how much money, who is owning and funding the historical societies? No, we just want to talk about the research. We just don't want to talk about the research. Yeah, but you don't want to talk about the Rockefeller Foundation owning the historical society and this big family foundation, these billionaires owning the historical society to get knowledge and information as they want it. But you want to quote these guys? So we have to be real about what's actually happening. And so I'm not interested in a person from, because that's disrespectful. That's like we're going to go to China, and then we're going to tell this person that has their culture, we're going to tell them who they're not and what they should be. That, Andrew, because I would caution you to actually tell you that same mechanism that you may move in, even though you may see and hear things that you don't like, right, from other people, from black folks, that same mechanism was the same mechanism that would go to the Native Americans and say, you know what, we don't like your tongue. Matter of fact, you should speak our language because let's civilize you because you're not according to our standard and we are the standard. That's what you're saying. That's exactly that's kind of what I hear. That's what I hear Mark saying. Is basically, I am the position of authority. I am not here to negotiate with you about what history is because I am the author and my people are the author of it. So I'm here to tell you that you should be in subjection to my authority and be subjection. And what happens is when you start, the intellectual part started first. And then when Negroes and those of Shem were not listening to that, then the violence starts. Because the craftiness starts to use all these words and to say you're this and to prove it and to put this big smoke around. And then when somebody's not listening, guess what happens? The violence. So now we're going to punish you to make sure we take your tongue. We're going to punish you to make sure that you listen to our historical accounts of what we're saying. So that's the real conversation that we're having right now.
Just the money.
Well, you don't put that man look in your ass, Andrew.
Let him
Do
go,
you read
guys.
books
Don't
or you just
interrupt.
a money
Go ahead.
vacuum? Do you have a
Well,
soul?
I
Do you have a
responded,
soul?
I think, to what you had to say
Do you
about
have
the
a
recessive
soul
thing.
or a brain?
Again, to say that Europeans have recessive genes
Do you
is
read books or
trivial
just a money
because
vacuum?
everyone
Do you have
has
a
at least one
soul
recessive
or
gene.
a brain?
And again, having recessive genes, having some genes that are recessive does not make you inferior in any way. And there are easy to find examples of recessive genes that are actually good and that you would want to cognizant.
Oh, no wonder why you have to beg for money.
And having recessive genes doesn't explain anything
Are
about
you in Chicago?
European power historically, because
Are you
they
in
obtained the
Chicago?
power long before.
No wonder why you have to beg for money. Are you in Chicago?
But to your main point, like, I
Okay,
think
bye.
you're just asserting
Okay, bye.
that there's this like conspiracy among academics to keep out, the voices of people who disagree with you. Like, it seems like you're just saying all these academics are coming to a conclusion that I don't like, and and that I disagree with, and that the only possible explanation is that they're wrong and keeping people like dissenters like me out. I don't think that's the explanation. I think the explanation for why they've come to the conclusion that they've done is that the overwhelming force, for lack of a better term, of the evidence points in the direction of the current mainstream position, and that there's virtually no, say, genetic evidence.
In your butt. We're gonna get to the bottom of this right now.
If you're scrolling right now and you see me, meet the tiny strawberry. Meet the tiny strawberry with huge flavor. These teeny tiny strawberries are sweet and creamy with a super intense strawberry taste. And the smell,
Did you know that one library's in 1236?
I mean, that's
You feeling that? You stop.
over time and historical time, and their skin and the melanin change, and he completely obliterated that notion, because that's a false. That was another false context there. But
What did he
also,
refute? What did he refute? I didn't quite catch it.
he refuted the notion that that people got their skin color from their location. He refuted that. Like, he refuted that. Just because I live in Antarctica, and I'm away from the sun, all of a sudden I'm going to turn white. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a myth, right? Like, that's a myth, and he obliterated that. So the interesting thing that you do, Mark, and this is exactly what I'm saying, you really prove my point, is because when I get specific on the point you just talked about, how if I hear this right, you just said that the people that are marginalized or lower, they don't have actually evidence that could actually sway the narrative, because in its overwhelming majority that they're just correct, right? But then I just quoted you this study, and you're not attacking it, you're not even acknowledging it, and you're moving the goalposts, but you're also projecting that what I'm saying is it doesn't make any sense. But when I get into the details of what it is, you don't address it. You don't address the fact that, and you move the goalpost to say that everybody has recessive genes. No, I'm specifically, if you want to specifically talk about it, I'm talking about overall in human nature that there is an overwhelming majority that the Negro, those of Shem, have dominant genes over the recessive European, right? And that goes into different aspects of what we can see in society. Just even if you did a case study to say whether it's sports, whether it's singing, whether it's this or that, right? Just like what we talk about with all the inventions. That same thinking that you're thinking is like the person that says, well, we have all the patents. We have all the patents, right? We have all the patents. But guess who actually got the ideas to? So your argument is invalid because you do not address the points.
To the brand, it was so.
Okay, well, first of all, until now, all you said about that study that I can remember, and we can ask other people in the room to see if they can remember anything else before that, latest salvo that you just spoke. The only thing you said is that there was a study from UPenn saying that Europeans have recessive genes, and from that you opined this story about how it made them feel inferior, yada yada yada. And I addressed that point. I addressed perfectly. I said, so what? Everyone has recessive genes. It doesn't have anything to do at all with inferiority. It doesn't explain anything. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It doesn't tell us anything about the unreliability of biblical genealogy in comparison with the modern genealogical consensus. Now you're saying something else. You're adding more. You're adding more.
You didn't relate it back. You didn't relate it back. You didn't because I said specifically. I talked about the study was
Yahoo! I just want to point out, brother, you're the first person to interrupt. So you don't like what he's saying, he may not like what you're saying, but he didn't interrupt you. Notice who the first person to interrupt was. It was you. I just want to note that. Let's flag that. So go ahead.
And I agree that I did interrupt him because he misappropriated.
So you're making up a new reason, and he can make up a reason to interrupt you. Notice that.
You can always make a city council in Chicago. Misrepresented him, misrepresented facts, blah, 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 blah. There's always a reason, bro. There's always a reason. Okay, but you want to do it that way? Okay. Well, I was trying to keep it to where it wasn't like that, because you wanted it to be respectful, but now you're saying we can just interrupt each other, and I just don't think that's the way we should do it.
But I've recently
but how about
here.
it's
Because this is where I want to be. The only way to get what's in my heart to this city, for this city, to the people of this city, is to be
okay with trying respectful interruptions, or would you rather not?
No, I don't want any interruptions.
Okay.
Unless it's like interrupting to ask for clarification on something someone said, or asking someone to repeat something.
Okay.
That they didn't.
Okay, let's just keep it like that. Yeah, Yahoo, if we can, brother. Okay, go ahead and finish, Mark.
Okay, so the last thing you said, you added something else. You said something about how the study shows not just that Europeans have recessive genes, whatever that means, because you didn't really clarify, because there's all sorts of genes that can be recessive, governing all sorts of different phenotypes. I mean, presumably you have skin color in mind. You said how this study or author or something, I didn't even quite catch the name, Khan or something, showed that something about how altitude doesn't automatically translate. Living at a high latitude, some northern climate, doesn't automatically translate to evolving light skin, and living near the equator, I guess, doesn't automatically translate towards evolving dark skin. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but the evolution of European skin, European light skin, maybe not like Eskimo light skin or something, but European light skin has been pretty exhaustively researched, and there's a consensus that Europeans evolved it somewhere in the last 5,000 to 8,000 years, and I can easily come up with probably more recent studies published in more prestigious journals that shows this. There's no question that European light skin, at least in Europeans, evolved in the last few thousand years, and before that they were darker.
Pretty smart, huh? But once again, he disproved that, and so the issue is before we talk about and what I said as far as Mark, just to be clear, when I say recessive, I mean across the board, right? That was one of the issues with when you talked about if you go into the Talmud and you research about the alleged curse of Ham, it got down to the big lips. It got down to a lot of the mockery and the minstrel narrative from those of European descent was mocking some of the features that Elohim had given us, particularly our skin, our lips, our hair, our nose, so on and so forth, right? And this was part of the dominant features in which we were given, right? So when you say this, he literally went in, the professor, we're talking about science, and said, hey, this is one aspect of it, but when we talk about it, because the whole history of what you said, the consensus has been that this has been an evolution, and before that they were darker. Like before that they were darker. No. Like you know why that's a lie? Because people want to do this thing with science where they want to talk about this big picture, but they don't want to actually observe what's actually happening right now, and that's lunacy, right? Because you can see the aspect of Negroes or black people making they actually had a situation where as far as like a European or pale person, right? Like, so here's the thing, it's like we don't want to actually look at the things that are happening right now, and once again, we can talk about all these prestigious words, but you had a father and you had a mother, and they instilled or didn't instill values, information, their worldview to you, right? So that's the same thing with the professor. The professor is not just this genius that comes up with all this grand research. I want to deal into that conversation.
Okay, bye.
Who are these people? Wouldn't you want to know if a person is telling you, if you believe in science, wouldn't you want to know that this person does not have a worldview that
that they are viewing from a traumatic perspective, and the things that they are saying are not just research. That's the thing that Europeans like to do. It's like, whoa, it's just research, but you don't understand that this person actually has a life, right? They actually grew up. They were actually a child first, and they were a baby, and they grew up. So the issue is, once again, the point I'm gonna land on this is that we're talking about the recessiveness of Europeans, and literally in the text is explained very perfectly by Yahuwah. He says, I know you say you don't believe in the Bible or whatever, but it's explained because it says that Yefet will dwell in the tents of Shem, and that Elohim will. It said enlarge in one thing, but when you look at that word, it means that he will entice. When you look at that definition, it said he will entice. Yefet, right? So here's the thing: is that white people and Europeans and those from Yefet have been enticed to to how would you say? It's an entice to test your heart, right? And the heart test, y'all have failed. And y'all have failed because you've persecuted your brother, you've oppressed your brother, right? You've murdered your brother like Cain, right? Just in the history of America. So you want to tell me, you want to sit here and tell me that the same people that are a part of the historical society are the same people that justify exterminating the Native Americans, that are exterminating and bringing people over ships. You want to erase that point. That's the issue that we have when we have these conversations. Is you want to minimize that point and then get to your grand manifesto. But here's the thing: is that we're not going to listen. The reason why I'm not going to listen is because if you can't be genuine enough to recognize that the historical societies and the people that have published this information have been at the heart. I'm not talking about theory or conspiracy. I'm talking about quotes. I'm talking about some of the biggest. Do you know some of the biggest people that were in the South and some of the Confederate? They hired scientists. They hired scientists, and I have a list of them. They had scientists, some of the quote unquote greatest minds, to help them justify what they were doing. And you want to say, you don't want to look at the foundation, but want to say this grand science manifesto of what the world has accepted. Well, this is why the world is in this chaos, is because it's people like that that want to go with what the world is saying and why the world is like that. Because when that little voice over there is saying, hey, that's wrong, it's not always the majority. You know what I'm saying? That's how you're going to measure it. Are you going to measure your life on the majority of people saying something? You're going to risk your life and salvation off the majority of people saying that? If you do, then hey.
Right, well, so I posted in the chat a link to a recent breakthrough paper from just a few months. It was just published just a few months ago in Nature, which is essentially the most prestigious scientific journal in America, if not in the world, demonstrating that, based on digging up ancient bodies and sequencing their DNA, that genes for skin color, among many, many, many other traits, have been under heavy selection pressure over the last few thousand years. You can post your study. In fact, I would like to see what study you have in mind. I'd appreciate if you looked it up and posted a link in the chat. I'm guessing you're probably distorting it in some way. But I mean, even if not, I think research like this, and this is just like the tip of the iceberg. There's a ton of studies like this. This is just like a recent one that came across my feed when it was published a few months ago. The overwhelming majority of modern ancient genetics papers studying this issue are going to talk about how light skin evolved in Europeans over the course of the last 1,000 years. So why don't you actually try engaging with the substance of the science and look at this paper? And again, I encourage you to post your paper, and I'll take a look at it, and I'll see if it actually says what you say it says, as opposed to something completely different. Also, it's not really
his name is Kenneth Kong. His name is Kenneth Kong with Penn State University. And look at this.
Sorry, how do you spell Kong?
K-O-N-G. Right.
So
and notice what you just did. I just
Andrew, your boy invited you on the stage. Your Teapot,
want to put him down here straight up. He brought Jacob back on stage.
Hey, why you want to act like
Tell him to put Jacob back down in the audience. He invited me back up. I'm letting you know.
See, Andrew?
It's okay. It's okay. Jacob's kind of crazy. He'll just interrupt. So let's let Mark and Yahoo.
Can I get a queue after Brother Andrew?
Okay, so I really appreciate it if you posted it like yourself. I'm doing Google search. I'm not finding anyone named Kenneth Long at Penn State. So instead of having me like,
Here's the thing, Mark. I just told you, you just projected yourself. The reason why I'm doing this is to expose you, because you're forming this thing that you want to kind of say, right? But the research is there. I did it. It's videos. It's a lot of information about it, right?
Help me find it.
No. What I'm saying is, you're the one who interrupted. No. What I'm saying is, you form this tone. You have this tone that you just had.
You're interrupting it.
Well, the tone is, I've given you a concrete study that does what I say it does. You've mentioned to me the name of a researcher that I can't find associated with the institution that you're talking about. And even if I did find him, he's probably going to have many publications. I want the specific publication that you're drawing from. Please help me find that publication.
Mark, I literally just typed in Google and it came up. So here's the thing, Mark, is I'm not subject to your authority.
Yeah, he's not subject to his authority on a conference
call. The reason
call.
why I say you're a liar.
Oh my God.
Is because I said my whole argument about America and about the historical societies, and you mentioned not one word about it. So that shows me that you have no integrity as who the people are that present this information. So that shows me that you have an internal bias towards what you want to propagate. So that shows that we're not going to be able to build because you're not able to have
Shit, they can't build together.
Like you do know that history does not just show up in a textbook. There is a society. There is people that have to fund the institute. There is people that have to gather researchers. There is people that have to and who are those people we have to if we're talking about history, we would have to question their integrity. And I've done the research to see that when some of the biggest prestigious quote unquote people, that when I look at the money, you follow the money. Right? This is not conspiracy. There is a person that has to write a check to that institute. That's not a conspiracy. If the name says this family that has a lot of other connections to historical societies, that's also not a connection because it's on paper. So the issue is, if you're not going to talk about that and you just want to talk about the research, then we're not going to be able to talk, because I'm not going to agree with people whose integrity is in question.
Oh my God, he's got to question his integrity.
Penn State, or maybe, I don't know, Kenneth Kong, Penn State, skin color, and tell me if something pops up. That's relevant.
What I see, so I just typed in Kenneth Kong publication, but that's probably too broad. So Kenneth Kong, Penn State, and K-O-N-G, is that how we're spelling Kong? K-O-N-G? Is that how we're spelling Kong, Yahoo?
Hello?
Anybody there?
Let me pull it up.
Okay. Because what I see is Kenneth C.C. Kong, also referred to as KCC Kong, or Kenneth Kong. He's a linguist and researcher known for his work in discourse analysis, professional communication, multimodal discourse, politeness, and related fields. But he's not with Penn State.
Yeah, not with Penn State. I mean, there are people on LinkedIn named Kenneth Kong, but they're not.
Yeah. Well, let me see if I can find right now. Did they do?
Kenneth Kong is a great porn name.
Sorry. He had a study. It was with but the first name, his last name is Kong, K-O-N-G, right? And it's called the name. Zebrafish Experiment.
Who's the? Okay, so it's not Kenneth Kong. Now, did you just call Mark a liar just a second ago, Yahoo?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Where did he lie?
He lied because he continues to propagate people that are bigots.
I typed in Kenneth Kong zebrafish experiment, and I still don't see anything relevant.
No. Type in zebrafish experiment.
Zebrafish experimentation.
Yeah.
Let me go on YouTube. Right? He has a video. He has multiple videos speaking. Here's it right here. Let me see.
Is there an actual paper that he published?
Yeah, it is. But let me look at this first.
And you're saying he's affiliated?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I can't find anyone named Kenneth Kong affiliated with Penn State.
Or Kong. He's saying he's changing the Kenneth. Okay, here it is. Here's what it is. I think I found it. So it's Penn State College of Medicine Zebrafish Functional Genomics Facility.
No, it's Keep Kong. Sorry, they spell it different. It's CHENG.
Okay, so you gave me like an incorrect reference, and then when I reported that I couldn't find it, you called me a liar.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just crazy.
No. So here's the thing. Is let's not do that, Mark, because you by fact, and I'm saying this emphatically, is because if somebody tells you, right, let's back up, let's rewind it back, right? You can say, yes, I got his name wrong, I spelled it wrong. Okay.
Massively wrong. It's Keith Chang.
No, bro,
it's
it's
Keith
a
Chang.
baddie.
Keith Chang.
Yeah, it's CH. Yeah, it's not. Hold on, just a second. It's Penn State College. Yahoo, you should apologize for calling him a liar, but Dr. Keith Chang.
No, I'm not apologizing for calling him.
Yeah, that's insane. Lies when you. Hold on, real quick, Yahoo. So hold on, Mark, hold on, just a second. Mark, it's Dr. Keith CHENG, and it's the skin pigmentation research at Penn State. But I just want to say this to Yahoo. Yahoo, a lie is when you say something to somebody that you know is false. Or did Mark lie?
Mark lied because he said he's propagating that the people that the historical societies and all the people that the scientists say that these things are right, and he's saying that these things are correct, and that's why I call him a liar.
Doesn't mean he's a liar. He could just be wrong. Do you understand the difference?
No. The reason why I went to say lie and not just say he's wrong, because wrong is getting something wrong, but to be a liar is that. How would you say?
Oh boy.
For him, in the psychology wise, I literally talked about the historical societies. If you want to do a research on that, you want to do that right now while we're on the phone?
You said he lied, brother. Where did he lie? Point out the lie.
Point out the lies because he agrees with.
That doesn't mean he's a liar. Doesn't mean he's a liar.
So what's the truth?
Somebody else might be. This will make no sense.
No, hold on, Don. I just want to clarify.
Andrew, what's the truth?
No, it's not a matter of that. You don't understand.
If you're
listen to what I'm saying, brother. If I went to you and told you 2 + 2 = 5, and the reason I said that is because somebody taught me 2 + 2 = 5. I didn't lie to you. Okay.
Okay.
Lying is when you say something and you know it's false, and it's very disparaging on somebody to say that. You shouldn't say that about Mark. He's not lying to you. He could be wrong, but he's not lying to you. So that's like not a cool thing to say. That's all I'm saying. It's not a biblical thing to say either. By the way, you're doing a false accusation. He's not lying.
No. If you so let's say like
it has to be knowing.
Let's use your example, Andrew. If Hitler is saying, hey, these people or this person that's a very bad person is saying these people are inferior, and this and that, and this person, because they were taught that, goes out and tells people that this is true.
Jolene.
Are they lying?
Jolene.
If he believes that it's true, no, he's not lying.
Jolene.
I really don't want to put it in.
No, it's fine. I just don't like that, Mark. I just don't like that somebody says that, Mark, because I don't like it. It happens to me all the time. And when I see that happening, I call it out. And he's calling you a liar. You're not a liar. You didn't lie. Even if you're wrong, you could be 100% wrong about everything you're saying right now. You're not lying.
Andrew, it's fine. It's too ridiculous. It's too ridiculous an accusation for me to feel the need to address.
Okay, well, I'll just say, okay,
understand that.
it's going to know better. Okay, and the ones that don't, it doesn't matter, I guess. Okay,
Okay,
Go ahead.
You're disingenuous because you never addressed my whole point. My whole point when I talk about this story is you keep that's where you put your faith in. I understand you put your faith in these people are guys to you. I understand that.
Okay, I'm trying to address your point, but again, you're being incredibly evasive in terms of references. Like, to address your point involves what you say is a specific finding by a prestigious scientist at a well-reviewed institution. I'm trying to find this finding, and you're being incredibly obstinate. Like, you're giving me, like, you're sending me down like impossible rabbit holes because you don't even know the name of the person in question. Now, I found something like tangentially related, but it doesn't, the thing that I found doesn't, this paper that I found so far, like skin color in fish and humans, impacts on science and society, it doesn't say what you said it says, or anything particularly all that relevant to the question that we've been discussing. So once again, I'm asking you, give me don't just say his name. If it's not this paper, skin color in fish and humans, give me the specific paper that you think that you want me to look at that gives me, the scientific proof backing up what you say. Just give me the paper.
And I probably won't do that. But here's the thing, Mark.
Well then, it's pointless because you're not going to substantiate anything you say.
Because I had a whole thing that I said
about. You're just going to waste everyone's time. You're not going to substantiate your scientific claims. So
and you are a hate-filled person. You are a hate-filled person.
No, I'm not a hate-filled person. I haven't called you a liar.
You're a hate-filled person.
No, you're a hateful person.
The reason why I said that is because I talked about the marginalization.
You essentialize everything to other people's races.
The
marginalization of the people. White people.
The marginalization of the people from the historical societies I just talked about, that the same people that are putting these monies are part of the disenfranchised and murder and genocide of people. And you wouldn't even say one sentence and a breath on it. That shows me all that I need to know about what your agenda is and what you care about. You don't care about actually people, you care about the research. You care about what the scientific thing is. And that's exactly the same mindset as the people that exterminate people. Because they don't care about the actual person, they only care about what they think. They only care about what they can say I can write down scientifically and what I can prove, and this is the God. And that's the same reasoning behind people that exterminate people. And you actually proved my point. So we don't have to go any further, but you proved my point because your silence actually proves my point that you don't actually care about the actual people. You care about what the article says. If this person says it, oh my gosh, Jilly, if everybody agrees with it, oh my goodness. And there's like everybody agreed, we should wipe these people out, right? We should wipe them out because the whole consensus at that time was these people are inferior scientifically. That's what the University of Gothenburg says out of Germany, which they publish these things. That's what one of the prestigious universities of some of the greatest white men said. So I'm not with that because everybody says it in history at this time that's correct. Because what do we wait till everybody's exterminated and say, oh man, we made a mistake? No, I don't agree because science is not God. Science is not Elohim. Science is just a person trying to figure out what was already there. But the Creator that created everything. So it's very foolish. It's very foolish of a person to try to do that. But it just shows me I don't need to see no more, and I don't need to hear no more because I talked about the very people that are behind these societies, funding these things, and you want to talk about it as you don't even want to talk about it. So how I'm going to agree with a person who that's like saying somebody talk about this study. I got this brand new study, and this same person that did all this madness to your family ain't gonna talk about I got this brand. Do you think I'm talking about you personally? If somebody did something to your family, Mark, and then came and said, I got this new research.
This is all a massive waste of
time. I got this new paper.
This is all a massive waste of time.
But you had experience from the same hand all the things you experienced. Are you biased?
Okay. He can answer. This is pretty bad, Yahoo. I'm just going to be honest with you.
just let it be known that I'm not going to be lectured by the guy who started off making these grand sweeping pronouncements about how Europeans are inferior because they have quote unquote progressive genes. I'm not going to be lectured by such a person about how I may feel towards another group. All you've done is assert that yes, maybe the prestigious research institutions agree with me and not with you. You're saying that's only because they're funded by racists who hate you, and thus by crediting them with expertise, it's akin to me like being willing to like genocide, an entire race of people. I mean, it's just absurd nonsense. It's not worth discussing. You obviously don't know anything about any of this, so I mean, I think we can. You're just a very damaged.
Jerry, can I bring my evidence forward?
I don't really feel a need to go any further.
No, I think we'll leave it there. Yahoo, that's another disappointment, my brother, in the lineup of Israelites that try to defend their doctrine. You interrupted Mark to start. You called him a liar. You said things about white people broadly. You did not back up your claim. You gave a reference that wasn't even complete and critiqued him and said that he was like being dishonest.
And the reference that we did that I did find, like it doesn't say anything. It's about zebrafish. It has like a meditation on like social implications about skin color, but it doesn't say anything about. And in fact, it's not a study of the evolution of skin color in Europe. It's about fucking zebrafish.
Yeah, it's insane. You know what? And
I literally pulled it up. I don't have to prove it to you, Mark, because I'm looking at it, so I don't have to prove it.
Yeah, it's not what you said, though.
No, Mark, here's the thing.
It's in the chat, so
So people that are so scientific, since you know
want
so
to be
much,
transparent,
you should be
Yahoo.
since he knows so much.
We're not playing
somebody that knows
duck
so much
hunt or egg hunts.
To a doctor, I don't have to explain anything.
No, that's not. Yahoo, think how stupid that sounds when you're saying.
If he thinks he's so.
He doesn't think that. He hasn't been condescending or rude to you. No, he has not. Knock it off.
In response to
well, now he has, but he wasn't for Jimmy. He wasn't.
My point about the societies, he has not yet acknowledged. And the replay.
Now you're trying to talk about like people's backgrounds and stuff.
No.
Oh gosh.
No. You're doing the same thing, Andrew.
No, because you've been rude from the beginning, bro. You started over talking. You called him a liar. History does not come from any single point. It's a collective. It's like, bro, history is not like a monolith coming from one person or one group of people. That's not how that works. So I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yes, I am sure. I'm certain.
Okay, look. Here's the thing, Mark. Is I just told you.
Hey, bro,
University of
Göttingen.
Won't you just pass the mic, bro? The University of Göttingen. And I'll lean with this. The University of Göttingen, which allegedly produced some of the, and it's in Germany, some of the highest scholars, is the same university that they hired this one professor that said, and it really hasn't been walked back yet, is he's the one who had 5 different skulls, and he studied the Negro skull.
The Negro skull?
Going on about the people who are some of the, that the world agree with, right? That the world agree with, and are the biggest hate-filled.
I'll tell you what.
And this is
I got you. Okay, Mark, you got it. So listen, let me just say this. And Deepak, I want to hear what you're going to say. I'm just telling you guys, this isn't just for fun for me. I'm about ready to put up $1,000 for anybody that can actually have a discussion and actually demonstrate using actual science, not this garbage that people are putting forward and being so dishonest in their tactics, and actually do a long-form conversation and demonstrate that in detail and unmistakable.
Right.
That's right. I don't know if I'm able to do that just yet, but here's something intriguing I found. Do you guys know that modern day zebrafish are actually the true biological descendant of ancient lionfish that lived in the Red Sea?
I don't even want to talk about the wrong topic.
Thank you, Deepak. Go ahead, Don. What do you want to say, brother?
All right. So God is spirit, and we must worship Him in spirit and truth, and His word is spirit. That's the only way you're gonna know the Lord. You got to know the word. It's repeated all the time in Christian church. I can't believe Christians is not speaking on who God is. It's not science that's going to prove God. It's His word that's going to prove God. And that's what God is clearly telling us all. So let's go to the word of God and answer this question.
Don, I don't mind you doing that, brother. Just to be clear, if you read the title of the room, it says "Our African American Israelites." We're kind of more coming at this from a scientific perspective. You can do the Bible. You can do the Bible. Listen, you know I'm pro-Bible. Don, you know I'm pro-Bible, but hold on. There's several people here that are not pro-Bible. You could do that, and if you keep it kind of short, that's fine. If you'll just do a quick entry, because I know you can go on for a bit, and I'm not trying to critique you. You know I love you. But I just
Y'all can talk to this guy for a whole hour.
Well, no, because it was supposed to be, because it was supposed to be on the science and actually demonstrating his claims, and he did not do good at all. He crashed directly into the mountain.
Okay, so you cannot do without the word. So even if you are Israelite according to the flesh, you can't be an Israelite if you don't got the word in you. Not Jesus Israel. Jesus
Well, no, that's not what we're talking. Yeah, that's not the kind of Israelite we're talking about. We're talking about ethnic Israel.
Okay,
we're talking about ethnic Israel.
So that's why I'm going to the word to bring it out. The only way you're gonna find it is by the word of God.
Well, no, what I'm saying is how do you trace today that the people today?
I'm about to bring it out. God literally says it with his own mouth. I'm about to show you. That's what.
All right, will you keep it? Will you keep it under a minute, my brother?
Now you want me to keep it under the minute, but y'all talk to this man for the hour.
Yes, because it was because that was an actual. Yes, because that wasn't a Bible conversation.
Okay, I'm about to answer the question.
Okay, but it wasn't a Bible.
Americans, Israelites. I'm about to answer the question, bro.
Yeah, but it wasn't a Bible question, brother.
Okay, I don't see how you think asking a question about Israelites is not a Bible
question. Because the idea is people think Israelites still exist today as a matter of fact, as a matter of empirical.
They do.
Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah.
So Don, it's their room though, so just like respect it's their room though. You see what I'm saying?
And I respect Don, but I just don't want him to go too, because Don can get his preach, and I love preachers. I love preachers.
I don't have to preach. I'm about to bring
Okay,
you guys
all
the
right.
word.
All right. Keep it concise, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So if anybody got a Bible on them, can they please go to Ezekiel 14:7 and 8? All right. If you can, I'm about to read it. This is what it says. Ezekiel 14:7 and 8. It says, "For every one of the house of Israel," and you gotta understand, God is His word to spirit and truth. You can only God is His word. That's the only way any man can find God is through His word. You can't find Him scientifically. You can't find Him any other way. Okay, it says, "For every one of the house of Israel, or of the stranger that sojourned in Israel, which separated himself from me, and set up his idol in his heart, I, the Lord, will answer him by myself, and I will set my face against that man, and I will make him a sign and a proverb." Okay? A sign and a proverb. Right? So I'm gonna read this other verse for you real quick.
And that means black.
See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all, excuse me, sir. I'm trying to bring out some information. I'm about to show you the sign in the proverb like God said. He's going to make the people sign in the proverb. And through the sign in the proverb, if you can't see who that is, that's on you, bro.
Right, that means
God said you got eyes that can't see and ears that can't hear. So I'm trying to bring out my information, sir. Y'all talked to the man for a whole hour and a half. I barely spoke for 2 minutes, and you already cut me off. So,
right. And that's why he is
okay, so let me read this next verse. It says, moreover, this is Deuteronomy 28:45. It says, moreover, this is God talking to the Israelites, right? This is the ethnic Israelites. It says, moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commands and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon you for a sign and a wonder, and upon thy seed. The curse is going to be upon you. God can say in the other verse, if any man not put up idols in his heart, whether the Hebrew Israelite ethnically or the soldier that soldiered among them, he will deal with them face to face, and he will make them a sign and a proverb. So I'm going to show you both.
Right, and that means they're both.
Okay. No, I'm about to show you both. Okay, so look, right here. It don't mean that they black. God put a sign on his people, and it just so happened the sign be on some black people. So you can say what you want to say, but this is the sign. It says a troublemaker and a villain who goes about with a corrupt mouth, gangsters, who winks with his eyes, gangsters, signals with his feet. Another version of King James says speak with his feet. Gangsters crip walk. They speak crip. They spell it out. That's what they're doing. haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes. This is all California gangbanging in style. This is California is the is the most west part you can get of the world. And by God said He's gonna return when the gospel being preached to the north, east, south, and west. So y'all can deny the power thereof, but let me keep on going. Feet that are quick to rush into evil, gangsters, a false witness who pours out lies, Bloods and Crips, a person who stirs up conflict within the community. So the sign is on the people. That's the only way you're going to discover the truth is by the word of God, and you got to properly, rightfully divide the word of God. But because y'all church has been lying to y'all so much, now people's being led with their heart. Israelites is lying, Christians is lying, Jews is lying, and let me show you the other sign on the stranger. This is the sign that's on the stranger. When God destroyed that nation of people, this is what the God said, and we went to war over this. World War II is about this stranger right here, and I'm about to read you the song.
Bro, you took that and
I'm about to, hey, bro, no, I didn't. I took it right there to where the sign is on.
That could mean anything. That could mean anybody.
Hey, why you cutting me off? Why you cutting me off, bro? Why you cutting me off, bro? Why you cutting me off? No, why you cutting me off, bro? No.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm talking.
Ice Cube changed they started this gangster shit. That's what Ice Cube famous words. They started this. That California, that type of gang.
What does that have anything to do with the topic?
Brother, be quiet, because this is showing who God's people is. Like I said, through the signs, like I just read through the scripture, God gonna make you into a proverb. Hey, bro, stop cutting me off, bro. Stop cutting me off.
You throwing something on the wall trying to hold that
cutting me off, bro.
All right, Don, go ahead and land the plane, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, you know what, bro? If y'all, hey, look, I'm gonna let y'all get destroyed. If y'all, look.
Don, I'm not being rude to you, Don. Don, I'm not being rude to you, brother. I'm not being rude to you, but Don.
Man, I'm trying to speak too, man.
No, hold on, guys. Don, I'm not being rude to you. I am trying to let you land.
This man, you and the other man just spoke about the flesh for an hour and a half.
No, I know, but brother, that's the topic of the room, though. That's the topic of the room, though. No, I know you just showed, but Don, hold on real quick. Don, you just Proverbs 6. Hold on, guys. Listen.
You guys won't even explain.
Don. They don't understand that Proverbs 6 is about the Bloods and the Crips, and I do appreciate you bringing that to light.
About the Bloods and the Crips. No, it's not about the Bloods and the Crips.
Okay. Well, all gangsters.
Andrew, bro, good point.
Yes.
I don't think they had gangsters in like ancient Israel, so I don't think they had a word gangsters.
Yeah, Don.
Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, Don, you might want to look at the commentary on Proverbs 6. It typically is not saying that it's talking about like people who do things that are common things about shady people. Like it isn't about like a particular group that's like gangbanging today. And I mean, I know, bud. Don, I do like you, buddy, and I'm really trying to be fair. Okay, go ahead. Finish your comment. Go ahead.
Okay. The Bible, I just literally read the verse. Everyone in the house of Israel, or the stranger that serves him, look at him.
Let him finish. Mad dog. Let him finish. He's almost done. Just go ahead, Don.
I know it hurt, bro.
I know. You're cutting him, Bubba. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut him. The Christ Spirit's gonna cut through the bone and the fat, through the heart. It says, for everyone of the house of Israel, or the stranger that sojourned in Israel, which separated himself from me, and set up his idol in his heart, I, the Lord, will answer him by myself, and I will set my face against that man, and will make him a sign in the proverb. Then I'm showing y'all the sign in the proverb is on the people today. This particular type of gangbanging is a sign in the proverb that's overtaking them until they're destroyed off the earth, and it's Negroes doing it. Those Antichrist spirit starts in Israel, then it goes out into the world. These Negroes started doing it 70 years ago. Not everybody gangbanging in that type of nature. There are 60 Crips in Japan, 60 Crips in Sweden, bro. Go look it up. So y'all want to deny the power thereof? The Bible said they will, in the last days, they will have a form of God, but they will deny the power thereof. And that's what y'all doing right now because of y'all own hate. And it's sad. So I'm not, if you guys don't want me to bring it out, I'm not going to force bring this information out, bro. Because if you don't let the Lord, when he come back, you have to deal with him, bro.
All right.
Period.
All right.
So I'll go ahead and
I
appreciate it, Don.
They were black, but
Okay. Is Maccabees Maccabees is one of the, he's another one of the heads of the beast that I would love for him to come up. Maccabees, come up here, brother. Come up here. Now, come on.
What's actually kind of crazy is that the whole BHI thing seems to be driven by the fact that like these people are actually like racist towards black people, which is pretty wild.
Well, that's oh man. All right, well that's what's up, brother?
Yeah, Ashley, what's going on, man? You call me. You need help moderating or something? You call me up?
I've been wanting this for a while. Anointed, I'm glad you're here, but hold on. I'm sorry, brother. If you could just wait a little longer, because I've been wanting Mark to meet Maccabees. This has been a long awaited.
Yeah, man. I feel a little funny, man. You need help moderating or something?
Well, maybe. But can you first of all, this Edomite wants to. I welcome you. It's always good to see an Israelite. I know the Edomite is in power in here, but I will say to Mario, he is a black man, so it's not completely Edomite ran up here, and Deepak's not white, so don't feel too bad. That being said, Maccabees. I think you're cutting. I think you're cutting out. Yeah, you're cutting out, my brother. You're cutting out. Charles, do you wanna make the case, brother?
You know, Andrew, like, not only am I not white, I'm also currently, according to EAB Kuchi, I might actually be black as well. Like, I might actually be an Israeli.
Deepak, you're melanated.
Deepak.
Yeah, listen, Andrew, if you can hear me, I'm on the highway driving right now.
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We don't really consider Mario the same. You know, he's not somebody. He's not somebody who was the one outwardly only, but also when they was like Mario.
Listen, would you be willing, and I'm serious, brother, would you be willing to have a non-confrontational, I've always got along with you, you being an Israelite and me being an Edomite. I think we've always gotten along pretty well. You have abused me a little bit in your rooms, but
I mean, for the most part, you a slave, bro. I mean, some of that's, a little expected. but go ahead with your question, man.
I was going to ask you, would you be willing to...
I don't mind at all. I'm driving right now. I have a little time. You always have to be gracious when my signal goes out. I
appreciate that. Very good. Okay, so Mark just had a conversation with Yahoo. It basically started with Yahoo saying a bunch of stuff against white people, which is okay. That's to be expected. But he called Mark a liar. He gave him a reference to some dude at Penn State that gave him the wrong name. Was rude, overtalked him like 2 or 3 times. Just several things like that. He couldn't do it. He just couldn't maintain decorum and didn't make his case. And I was hoping, Maccabees, that you'd be willing to give the case as to why people should believe today that African Americans are, in fact, the Israelites. Can you just give the case? Mark, did you want to say?
Well, I would like to dialogue, but actually, Deepak is my spokesperson.
Are you going to be able to talk anymore, Mark, or are you...
I'll be thinking responses, and I will trust Deepak to be able to divine them.
I honestly, one second.
I just want to clarify, like, since Mark said this, I assume that I have, like, plenipotentiary powers to concede the debate, right, to the other side if necessary.
You have that privilege, but it's also a responsibility. You have to teach yourself.
Okay.
Well, since I have you, if I have you for another minute, Mark, like, I'd like to actually, like, advance another argument you might not have heard of that actually might wreck your position, unfortunately, right? Now, if it is the case that, like, like, the people of your ancestry were the true Israelites,
Are you
right?
insane?
We would have expected the Erdosh unit, planar unit conjecture to have been solved, right? Before now.
Really rubbing salt in the wounds here.
Now, just to be clear, now this is unprecedented, my friends, but an Edomite and an Israelite are co-modding together in this kind of fashion. So I just want to inform everybody this is kind of life-changing. Now,
Israelites united in harmony.
Yeah, they're in harmony. Now, Maccabees, I mean, I'm sure all the Israelites are going to come in, my brother. Now, just don't boom the room or kick any mods down. I would appreciate it.
I have no reason to do that.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, man, but I don't know about this whole harmony thing, man. But I think me and the KKK might have been involved at the same time, so I can abide it. But, yeah, man, but who am I talking to, Mark?
Well, I guess Deepak, because unfortunately, Mark has to take a break. I will just say this. Let me just say this real quick.
Maccabee, so Flava Flav, Elder Wiggins, it may not be Wiggins, I think it was Wiggins though. I could be wrong on that, so I don't want to misspeak and disparage the man's name, but, because I like Wiggins, I like all these guys.
You can't talk bad about Elder Wiggins. That's a close personal friend of mine.
No, I love Wiggins, but let me just be clear. So it's Flava Flav, one other person that might have been Wiggins, I don't want to say that, maybe it wasn't him. And then this guy, Yahoo Chazad today. They've all had conversations with Mark, and it always ends with these guys over talking Mark, being rude to him, and just trying to bulldoze the conversation, and then basically do suicide by mob because they can't defend their position. And I just want to see somebody who is competent enough to defend it. Okay. Well, no. Can you just make the thumbnail case?
It doesn't seem like they all say the same thing though. Like they all just appeal to the same verses and just say like, see, this is about black people.
Well, they do the verse thing, but what I want to see them do is deal with the science stuff that Mark brings up, and kind of the stuff that we should.
I don't think most of them even care about that. They always just go, the Bible said this, and this like.
Well, they try to compete
about black people to me.
Yeah. They do try to compete though in the scientific realm because Mark just was engaging with this guy. He just brought up a zebra study. He gave the wrong name, but some dude zebra fish study from Penn State, and somehow that's supposed to sustain. What was his point with that?
He finally got around.
Never trust you, clown.
He posted not a study by the guy, but a 4-minute long video where he's like summarizing his research, and it might shock you to hear this, but he didn't say what he said. Like, it was just like 30 seconds where he talks about how light skin is evolutionarily beneficial in northern latitudes like Europe.
Oh my gosh.
With vitamin D production.
So bad, brother. But he went a different angle.
That's why I call Mark a liar. That's why I call Mark a liar because.
And it's not just Bezos, but the physical AI, like physical model, is going to beat the LLM from everything I've seen on it. But I don't know if you've gone down that route, or if we even want to go down that route right now. So it gets
it's kind of interesting. What I actually conceive of an LLM as is fundamentally AI technology. I'm a hand radio operator, right, on top of all the other weird things. So I kind of think of it as a tuner.
It talks about in that paper that the white gene is mutated. He's talking about he talks about the certain gene, but he says mutation, right? And he has other speeches in which with the other study that I talked about, when people have said that, oh, everybody have the skin color and all this other stuff, his study disproves that because he says that the mutation in this gene that determines.
He's accepting it, Eric. Yeah, he's accepting it. Let him keep it.
No.
Village. Well, I don't know if you're in Village, but.
Well, I live in like the neighborhood known as Alpine.
By Blueberry, right?
Yeah, by Blueberry.
Blueberry Hill, yeah.
Yeah, Alpine by Blueberry Hill.
What's
Carbless tortilla.
Mm-hmm. You got me hooked to the cottage cheese game, so I was.
What topics are you typically going to go listen to? You just going into the crash out rooms, or like what do you do?
It just depends. I like to talk about. I go into a lot of the MAGA rooms, or when we get the Christian rooms that are saying like, oh, what about this, and we debating Israelites with this or that, or I guess I wouldn't call it crash out rooms, but just rooms where there's going to be like good discussion with a lot of like good points being brought up on both sides, because you know what I mean.
That's awesome. You said MAGA rooms. That's good. You came to the best one there is.
Yeah, because I personally, well, not this last time. I didn't vote for nobody this last time, but I voted for the Donald the first time. This last time, I was just like, I didn't really care for either one of them. So I was like, I ain't fucking with neither one of them. But
yeah, so I mean,
this is a good room title.
It's Florida.
This is a good room
Florida,
title.
Maine. Florida, Maine.
Good room title. I saw Bima jumped in here. I was like, they want MAGA dead. Chuck Bell too high.
That's a banger of a title, right?
Yeah.
somebody talking about it, but I haven't read much into it. But it's probably they're probably not fully blaming Kamala for her disasters, but I have to read it.
They need to fire that lady.
Well, she's
Who put together this quote-unquote autopsy?
They need
to fire her.
The chair.
Find it.
The Martin guy, he put it together. He hired Rivera.
Who's Rivera?
Rivera is the. Who's Rivera? I forgot. Let me tell you.
I will say, MAGA people, if y'all would outright, disown the extremists on the right that are, the supremacists, you would have so many black people on your side.
The thing is, I don't think we endorse them. I don't know where you get that idea.
It's because, they endorse themselves through y'all.
Yeah, they're grifting.
They do it themselves. And what's crazy is, nobody comes out and says, they ain't with us.
Chris, you're projecting, man. That just does not exist.
Who would you want to come out and do that? Who are you looking for? I mean, we're only so many people. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Can one person come out and be like, yeah, I'm MAGA, I'm a Trump supporter, but at the same time, no, I don't support none of that other shit. These people, the people that go out, okay, I won't say they go have MAGA protests, but they'll go out in MAGA stuff and have a racially motivated protest to say how they hate blacks and browns and hate everybody but white.
That's happening. I never seen that before.
Well,
It's happening in Chris's imagination right now, Matt. Matt, you're witnessing it. It's Chris's imagination.
Hold on, it's early for you.
Why are you attacking me for telling you something?
Wait.
I've
It's
seen?
just his perception of what's actually happening. I think if we
it's something
got
that
down
I've
to
seen
the
on
root,
the news, but
if
I
we
don't know,
got down
maybe
to
it's
the
fake
root
news.
fact of what he's experiencing, we would all agree that the thing
Like
is happening, right? But what we would clearly disagree on is the perception of it.
So I'm just trying to.
If someone goes out and says, I hate blacks,
Chris,
whites are the supreme race, what am I misconceiving?
I don't know if Chris can hear me talking. I don't know what's going on here. Trying to have a conversation here. So I'm trying to figure out so there's a protest that you saw that had signs saying brown people, all brown people out, all black people out, all the Jews. I guess you're gonna throw that in there too. I'm just curious who. And by the way, how do you know they're MAGA?
Don't put words in my mouth and say I'm probably gonna throw this in there.
Well, I'm trying to.
Well, we're usually in there.
And maybe a lifetime.
Yeah, Abby's always at those protests.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I do. I protest for a living.
You help that out.
Where was this alleged protest?
I'm just walking to Chris this perception or this notion that MAGA is all about white supremacy and basically supporting all these people. Honestly, I don't even know. I guess he's talking about Nick Fuentes. I don't even know who he's.
No, it's Chris. You know what's interesting? Chris? I'm going to help you with something, Chris. You know what's really interesting about the Republicans? When there's the really bad people, like the real fringe and the whack haters.
Like the Donald Trumps and
Let me. No, Netanyahu's wonderful, and by the way, he's great looking when he was younger. So by the way, when there's the fringe, the Republicans call it out. They try to get rid of it within their own party. The difference is the Democrats let it rot and fester and eat away at the heart and soul of their party. They let people like the woman running in fucking San Antonio that wants to put me in a concentration camp. They let this happen. They let it happen. They let these Mandani-ites just exist. Yeah, absolutely. She called for it.
Aren't you white?
No, the difference between the Republicans is when there's the bad ones, they try to distance themselves from the bad ones. They distance themselves from Tucker Carlson. They call it. They call it out. They have called it out. The Democrats do not call out their own rot,
Wait, was
and
Tucker
that's the
Carlson
difference.
a bad one in the?
He gets called out.
When he was.
Did you just hear what I just said? They call them out now when these people have gone astray or become fringe.
By
You're
astray,
gonna
you
hear.
mean not towing the
Jesus.
party line or advancing the agenda?
Or no, how about like calling for like the death and destruction of like a peoplehood.
Donald
Okay?
Trump? Yeah, that's
No,
pretty
no,
bad, isn't it?
no. That's not what Trump. Not even close. But you're missing the point because you just want to like throw your dogma out there. And I'm telling you, no, my words are very clear. The difference between the two parties, they both have some shit in them. They both have some bad people in them. The difference is one of them calls it out and the other lets it fester and eat away and destroy the heart and soul of their party. And look at the growth of the socialist element within the Democratic Party, and it's not getting called out.
It's so clear the fringe are dominating the Republican Party and the Democratic
No,
Party.
they are not dominating it. You know what the difference between you and me, Florida? No, Florida. The difference between you and me is that I have firsthand information, and you just have TikTok information. That's the difference, right, Matt? Can we call it out?
Than me, right? Because what I'm trying to cross to you is the Newsom's, Kamala Harris's, Barack Obama's, and fucking
word
Bidens
salads
of the world. These are not the far left radical.
I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were.
Work with the military-industrial complex even more so.
Florida,
than a lot
I didn't say they were, but Mandani and AOC.
I'm talking about the Tucker Carlson's, Thomas Massey's, Justin Amash's, Rand Paul's, Ron Pauls of the world, right? I'm talking about a different kind of Republican Party.
You want to talk about people like Thomas Massey? It's a good example, and he's
We're
gone.
talking about a
And he's
Liberty
gone.
Party.
He's gone. He's
Someone
history.
that wants to weaponize
Goodbye.
the power of the
Toodaloo.
office.
I'm just wondering,
He's out.
what is the right gonna do in 2028 when y'all lose?
We're gonna have someone like Glenn Youngkin, and we're gonna have Marco Rubio, and we're gonna have some really great people that are within the party.
Who's gonna be your president?
Did you hear what I just said? Take a look at who Glenn. Take a look at who Glenn Youngkin is. Chris, why don't you take a little Google time and read about Glenn Youngkin? Okay, take a look at Marco Rubio.
For prime minister after this is all said and done here.
Matt,
He said he was going to
meanwhile,
run for prime minister.
can I tell you who? Wait, I got Kitover in here. There's stuff I don't want to talk about right now. I'm gonna keep recorded.
Kitover.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Abby. Your confidential proprietary information that I can't listen to under Anon. Okay, let me just leave. Shut up, John. Bima, you're an anarchist, crazy person who thinks everything is racist, and if you're not working on defeating structural white racism every day, you're part of the problem.
Off the charts.
Good conversation, John. Do you see this? Just your.
Good conversation? You can't keep my fucking name out your mouth. That's the problem with some people on this app. Oh! Can't keep my fucking name out your mouth.
Anyway, well, I'll share with you. He's not in here, but it was pretty off the charts, and it was great. And one of the biggest takeaways is how you see Dems and Rs just totally comfortable with each other. And outside of the work environment, because, with their families, everyone's enjoying each other, and it was very much glaring at you how comfortable.
To see how Americans get together.
You don't know what I'm talking about, Florida.
Despite political
Democrats and Republicans.
Florida, you don't know context of what I'm talking about, and I can't right now, but when John's not here, I will go through that with you.
Didn't allow politics to dominate.
Also, the music was military like bands, but they were great. They were playing like rock music and such. I sent you the recording of the Journey song that they did. They were great. Anyway.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was.
I found out about you, John.
Yeah, by the way, John, Darren LaHood's a good-looking guy.
John gets paid for doing this. This is why he does this. He gets paid by the government to be a snitch. He's what's called...
Oh, okay, Bimo, you might be projecting. What did you say about Darren LaHood, Abby?
He's not connected with the fusion.
Yes, it is. Yes, he is.
He's not.
Bima, can you explain to me how if every day we don't fight white structural racism, we're part of the problem, Bima?
About the fusion center in Peoria, or whatever the fuck you are.
He's gonna play it down. He doesn't know anything about
Jeffrey Epstein knew people in Peoria, Illinois, and he was communicating with a very strange group interested in mind control. Isn't that interesting?
That we have in our country. There's 79 of them, but John is not involved with one. Let's hope not.
Yes.
For our country's sake.
Okay, Abby, Mrs. Democrat, a new Republican, a new Donald Trump Republican. You're no longer a Democrat, right, Abby? Okay, Abby.
Good evening, Edward.
Hello, Abby. You know who's also really impressive is our new DHS secretary.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hello, Abby. Sorry about that.
Hi, hey, Edward. No, it's okay.
Yeah. So just wanted to say hello. And Matt, thanks for opening up a room. I found safety.
Yes.
Matt, do you remember me telling you the story at the State of the Union when that guy from Texas, Green, was speaking and there were two members of Congress that stood in front of him and did like a body block? Do you remember I told you that story? Yeah. So one of them now is our DHS secretary, which I couldn't remember.
Yeah,
And I couldn't remember who the two guys were. I knew one was from Texas, and it was driving me nuts. That's who it was. And he's built like, like the dude, I don't know, it looks like hours of, for anyone else to have a body like that, very, like, fit. But I couldn't remember it, but now it makes sense.
Got to challenge the guy to a fight. Remember that whole incident?
Oh, yeah.
That's the guy, yeah, that's Bolin. Yeah, I like that guy.
I like him, too.
The guy. And then something else happened. He also challenged somebody, on the same committee with Bernie Sanders. I don't know what committee it is, but he challenged somebody else, not to a fight, but just, it was a good verbal exchange. Actually, it might have been with Bernie Sanders himself, I forget, but yeah, that guy's...
Well, it wouldn't have been with, maybe it was with Sanders. I gotta look this up.
Yeah,
So, Matt, I just want to ask a question, Matt. Would it be appropriate if the white community in America said that we would like to have white representation, so we want all of the districts and the gerrymandering everything to reflect white people? Would that be right?
I heard that room. I heard it. I heard that, Edward. That's a great point. That's the counter argument. Is if we were to come out and say we want all the districts gerrymandered so it favors white people's interests, the outrage would be off the charts. It's simple.
I mean, am I losing it?
No, Edward, it's called Clown World. Welcome to Clown World.
I could say publicly, that it's okay for me to be an American and only say that the Civil Rights Act that they say is being gutted because blacks want representation, but whites cannot come out and say, we want representation too, so why can't we have it? Hispanics can say it too. Why can't Asians say it? We all want to be gerrymandered into our own little corners. I thought we were all Americans and all interests should be American.
Right.
Oh, you haven't heard about our people? Our people deserve reparations because we built this motherfucker.
So it was Sanders.
yeah, that's pretty good, right?
Because our people built this motherfucker.
What you said, but I started thinking about kind of where you were going, Ed, with like, so it's a slippery slope. So like, isn't the whole idea is to have everybody represented? That was like your main point, and I'm not entirely sure why that gets lost on people, because I guess supposedly, if your interests aren't being met, somehow you are not
like the rest of us, because not all our needs are met either. So it's like I'm not entirely sure. I'm not there. And by the way, what are all these needs that they speak of? Because by the way, you mentioned you went through that a little bit with him too. So the conversation was good. He did pretty good on his reports back, but they seem because they don't have much legs. I mean, when you start getting really into it, and I've always said, and I still say the same to this day, is I think a lot of our problems would be solved if we proclaim ourselves as all Americans and put aside race and all this other stuff. The day that happens, I think, is the day that this.
Matt, don't you know that Bima was on here yesterday saying that everything is racist, and until we all individually work to fight structural white racism, none of this will change, and we are part of the problem? You didn't hear Bima say that yesterday?
Yeah, there's a good portion of people that believe that. Of course, you can say that. I'm looking for a solution, and after 4 or 5 years, I don't know what year I'm on this app. I think I've come to the conclusion that the only way this gets solved in some form is by all of us coming together and saying, yeah, we're Americans, we're not black and white, we're not Hispanic. Like that stuff should just get tossed out. Which, by the way, I don't even know why we even have that. I mean, why don't we just toss it all out? Is there any reason why we have checkbox marks on the checkbox for our race? I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of out there, but I don't know. That's the way I look at it.
I think some European countries have gotten rid of it.
How's that going, by the way? Yeah, go ahead.
So that's what I'd like to look into, because I feel like I don't know, I would like that to be the ultimate goal, but it's frustrating because I don't think we're there yet. I think there still needs to be enough research. I mean, I don't know. Is that going to limit our research?
Right.
I don't know.
Well, we were told that nothing can be made whole until there's repairs. You know what I mean? And I get that, but I don't know. To me, that's a short-term fix. That's not going to solve the whole issue. I don't know. And of course, if anybody of not my color is hearing this would say that I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't speak on it, so this is my chance to do it. But I don't understand why that is the ultimate fix. Maybe Bima, you could explain it to me. I mean, maybe someone other.
There's only one fix, Matt, and that's called knowledge. And unfortunately, we live in an attention economy where there is no knowledge, just ideological political propaganda. And when people like Jeffries, whatever, Jakeem Jeffries, or whatever the fuck his name is, that piece of shit Democrat, he says we need to crush their souls. That's the kind of rhetoric, liberal, racist, extremist propaganda. I mean, these people. I can't understand why Bima would say that unless we each individually work out our white structural racism, we're part of the problem. Do you know how fucking stupid that is, Bima? Do you know how retarded you might be to think that?
John, you just speaks the title a little bit there with this recent incident with the guy in the jumbotron right now. He was I think he passed away. I think that's the latest.
They just killed a guy for having a Trump flag out his house.
They want us dead.
They do. They want to put maggots in education re-education camps.
Right. Joe Hero was way ahead of it. He was knocked off a stage. I don't even know it was my own stage. Might have been a different stage, but he mentioned, he's like, oh, they want us dead. Oh, and literally everybody's like, what are you talking about? Here we go. We have an example up on the jumbotron. Yeah, I think it was also mentioned on the I don't know, maybe it was politically correct. They're like, oh, they're talking about they want us dead. Like, what the hell are they even talking about over there? I think I see this band that brought it up. So, I think it was band. But it's funny how this stuff does come true in some form, even though people are like, okay, well, that's not going to happen. But sure enough, it's in the works. I mean, people are like, this stuff happens, in the image, there's actually another, I'll post it a little bit, of the guy, he's unrecognizable. They have an image of him completely beaten up. There's no way this guy's surviving. But we can get back to the other part, the systematic issue too, if you want. Beam, I don't know how you want to answer that, but
She does that.
I just don't understand why he thinks that we would go from a country that has systemically oppressed, harmed, violated a group of American family since the beginning, and then you think, well, we still have people that are walking around today who white only water fountain and black only water fountain. Like, I mean, what are you actually saying? You think that this just sort of disappears? The same system, right? The system didn't change. Okay, you still have it just doesn't make sense. I don't.
Well, I'm so glad Edward is here to unfuck your retarded mind, Bima. It's great that Edward's here to unfuck you. Edward, please proceed to unfuck Bima.
Acting emotionally.
Please proceed to unfuck
Okay,
Bima.
so just relax, maybe sit back, have a cup of tea, decaf, okay? What I'm talking about, I'm not saying that every individual in the United States are hurt.
Kind of presumptuous for a white woman to speak for all of Black America. Isn't that right, Edward?
Relax. I'm speaking as an American, sir. If you could just hold on to your tampons for a second, okay? So when we talk about what you keep referring to as structural racism and institutional racism, it doesn't mean that every white person is consciously racist. You do understand that, right? What I'm referring to is the historical systems, the institutional incentives, the way that our policies were made, the way that our social patterns have been the momentum that's grown from the actual legislation that was actually passed, okay? And how that they produce unequal outcomes across groups, and how they also, even though we've removed we've made laws quote unquote race neutral, right? Those still, that same structure, that same form acts exactly the same, okay?
Where do you see this? Like, tell me in your life, in your city today, where you see this present itself.
So I do a lot of research, and I'd love to give you a nice long explanation, but I'd first like to refer you to my link in my bio, my link tree, where I offer first source material to just look through that, and then we can have a conversation. Once you're familiar with that source
Oh, I got it.
information, and that
Link is in the chat. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Then I'd love to have that conversation.
You can't have the convo until you read her information, Abby. She can't tell you her opinion.
Well, no, I wasn't asking for an opinion. I was just asking.
Oh, you weren't asking for an opinion.
Oh, in the city event, where we see today.
So policing, we talk about that all the time. We talk about how the
What do you see in specifically that you've personally experienced?
You have to understand the whole system. You have to understand how ghettos were created. You have to understand.
Hey, sweetie, wait, hold on. Ghettos, okay, ghettos is my word.
So then
Ghetto is my word, don't take it.
So then you would
Try
understand.
different words.
So then you would understand what I mean when I say.
Well, yeah, they started in Venice in the 16th century. Sorry, but go ahead. I asked you, in your life right now, in your city, in your experience, where do you see it actually manifested anecdotally? Sorry, that word ghetto triggers me.
Why?
Because it's misappropriated.
How can it be misappropriated?
Because it's a word that's a specific word to my culture.
Okay.
It's part of the 16th century. It actually comes from Getto, Jetto, and it's an Italian word. And it's when the people that lived in this one area of Venice, which is the foundry where they built ships, couldn't pronounce the J, so they said ghetto. That's where the word came from. and then it was obviously used throughout Europe in areas where Jewish people were forced to live and closed in and walled in. And obviously, we then see it manifest in World War II in Warsaw and in others, in Vilna and other cities in areas throughout Europe. But it comes from originally in Venice.
But Abby, that doesn't address the system. Bima's system of racism is literal.
Manifest in your life, not what you read about happened.
That doesn't address the
50 years
system.
ago or 80 years ago, but what in your life today, walking in the streets, in your daily work, how does this inequality manifest itself?
Okay, so obviously the inner cities first, how they work, how it was created. Then we look at our zoning and our planning.
The initial structure of the system.
So redlining, the zoning.
Oh, we got the red line! We hit the red line tonight!
They're all over.
We hit the red line tonight!
I
do land use work, so tell me
I'm
where.
not doing this suck it out normal shit with you. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry, I don't have the patience.
Red line check.
Let's just have it back and forth. Just let one mic.
Okay. All right, so go ahead. I
Bima
will
can't
be quiet,
take-
Bima. Just if you could
What
stay with what I was
wait,
asking.
hold on. What exactly does that mean? Like, so you're not willing to engage in critical thinking tonight?
Bima can't take the heat!
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, now you just want to.
Ah, Bima got called out for being stupid!
I tell you
Okay,
that.
let's just let her scream.
You're explaining. Let me interrupt.
Trump's my guy.
That's what I'm not doing. A critical thinking would be a discussion where one person, another person,
Absolutely, Trump's the number one guy for me.
back and forth.
What is happening?
That's what I'm talking about. And shame on you, Adams, for playing dumb. You know
I
exactly.
tell you that Trump guy is the number one
Okay, so
guy
I'll
there
leave
is.
my question on the table, and I won't go back and forth, Bima.
I'll answer it when you're in the goo, Abby.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Just look at Bima's link to learn the system and the urban planning which began the redlining.
Bima, do you remember how old I am, Bima? Bima, are you gonna answer the question, or are you not talking to me neither?
I think she's picking and choosing right now, just engaging with.
Okay, so I'm 62. So I actually did grow up in the era where, as a young child, I got to see white water fountains, black water fountains. And in 2026, we don't have white fountains and black fountains. And we can go to any restaurant we want. We can buy a house wherever we want. We can do whatever we want. And I would share with you what my grandfather, okay, and my father told me, which I will never forget. Never, ever, under any circumstances. They never met a slave. They never met a slave owner. Neither one of them. They've never seen a human being be purchased by another human being. And in my lifetime, I've never seen it happen. It was horrible what took place in the 13 colonies. It was bad. Really bad. But for me, in 2026, to actually think that America has not come through something that is beautiful, to give all its citizens the opportunity to do what they need to do. It says we're trying to make a more perfect union. That means we're not perfect. We weren't perfect. But slavery was not invented in the United States of America. It happened on every continent and every people group. And it's really sad that we focus on things that we cannot control. Okay, I have zero influence over what happened 80 years ago. I didn't get to participate, and I wish they never purchased anybody. Okay? No, it's not. It's not slavery. We're just talking about different parts of what transpired from the systematic racism.
Bima is a sweet girl, but fully R-worded, living in a system of racism.
So most people know this. 11 million of them have a bachelor's degree or above. Okay?
I take care of myself. I don't overextend myself. And I'm not looking every day waking up thinking some white guy or some Hispanic guy or Asian guy or Indian trying to think about Mr. Edward. It's not Mr. Edward. And I'm not going to do the same thing with black people. I don't believe in group things. Okay? So I'll land on this, guys. Abima, I can hear in your conversation sometimes your concern about a group of people because you believe that they were disenfranchised. I would like for you, for yourself, to look up, did we have a civil war in America? And how many people that do not look like Edward died?
Thank you, Edward. I think I'm not really sure how we got on this topic. All topics lead to this discussion, so I guess we're getting out early, you know. Well, I think I do know. There was a guy named Chris who was here earlier, and he made a claim that that there was MAGA. Let's see if I get this right. MAGA supports protests that involve signs and things of that nature saying that we want brown people kicked out, we want Jews kicked out, and we want black people kicked out. That's kind of how we got.
No, that's not how we got here, Matt. We got here because I'm listening to the bullshit that Bima spews on your stage as a mod, and Pepe, the racist, bigot, piece of shit Pepe that you mod. I'm listening as an anon and listening to the stupid shit that comes out of these hypocrite, foolish people's mouths. That's how we got here.
Why are you doing that?
What's that? What's the question?
You mean having an opinion about stupid people's stupid opinions that have no knowledge and they're just programmed by Democrat propaganda? Oh, okay. Hello?
So I think so this kind of ties into the title a little bit because if people really do think that MAGA supports basically the removal of all brown people, removal of all black people, and removal of black Jews, or whatever minority you want to pick out, then you'll have incidents like this guy up here in the Jumbotron. You're going to have people who are going to come and beat you literally to death. I think he's dead. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he's coming back. But so do people feel that, do anybody here else think that people want a certain group of people that think like us, or at least a portion of us do here, they don't want us to exist anymore? I don't know. That's the question I'm laying on the table. Don't be shy.
I don't feel that in the Republican Party at all. I feel actually an inclusiveness, not an exclusiveness.
So look at Big Tent, right, Abby? Because that was brought up how Trump won. He had a really big tent.
Absolutely feel that.
Yeah. Edward, do you feel that the Republican Party? Oh, go ahead.
I feel like that's contradictory to what Abby would have said 15 or 30 minutes ago, though, when we were talking, because what she said before was that as the Trump second term has progressed over the last year, the Republican Party is being very specific about calling out specifically, quote unquote, the fringe of the party. And if by calling them out and excluding them from the party, like the Tucker Carlsons, Abby, whom you mentioned, that's not inclusivity whatsoever. That is creating a more exclusive.
It actually is. It actually, Florida, to conversely, it actually is being very inclusive because they're making people feel comfortable within the party. They're saying when someone spews, I actually live within the party, so and I'm a minority, and I come from
Israel whips of the party, Abby.
Excuse me, an Israel whip? What kind of comment is that? What is that? What did you just say?
I called you an AIPAC lobbyist, Abby.
I actually don't work for no, not at all. I'm not involved with AIPAC.
If you say so.
No, I'm not.
Abby, is it Florida? Is it okay for a Jewish woman to like Israel? Is that okay with you, Florida?
Like, thanks. But by the way, AIPAC's a pretty cool organization. I'm just not active with it. I'm active with a different organization we raise more money than them. But go ahead if you want to use that one. However, whether I'm active with 5 different organizations, the point is that they've been very inclusive within the party. And when there's hatred and whack jobs and people that are showing a side that is not reflective of an inclusivity, they call it out. That was my point. They don't call it out on the Democrat side. And the alternative on the Democrat side, they absolutely live with the rot, and they let the rot like a stinking fish within their party. That's the point I was making. But I feel the Republican Party has been very inclusive. And yes, I live it probably more than you do. I mean, I don't know how you vote, Florida. I don't know anything about you.
No, it's okay.
But you seem to know everything about me, right, John? It seems to.
Florida, who owned the slaves, Florida? The Democrats.
You don't know what I do.
Who defended slavery? The Democrats. Who founded the KKK? The Democrats. Perpetrated lynchings? Democrats. Enforced segregation? Democrats. Jim Crow laws? Democrats. Opposed the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment? Democrats. Filibustered civil rights legislation? Democrats. Indian Removal Act? Democrats. Trail of Tears? Democrats. Japanese internment camps? Democrats. Democrats specialize in internment camps, Florida.
Know how the fuck to run shit.
John, are you being
Jackasses that are income.
Who was Bird? Wasn't Bird a Democrat, John, if I remember?
Girls.
John is being anti-Semitic.
Bird from Georgia. What state was Bird from? Can't remember.
Indiana.
No, he was a good basketball player, but
I don't know, Louisiana and Alabama. The point is, until you study the Civil War, you don't understand that the divide from 1865 is still happening right now. The Republicans and the Democrats went to war and killed 500,000 Americans and created 2 million casualties. All debts are paid with blood, and that happened 160 years ago. And we have Democrat frauds on this app that spew their propaganda and their lies to create more division and more hate because they have no knowledge and they're incompetent fools.
it was West Virginia. I the wrong state, Robert Byrd, by the way, but it was West Virginia.
John, are you advocating for a position for Christianity when all debts are paid with blood?
What the hell?
I think he is.
So, I mean, Abby, your point is that, by excluding, say, Tucker, because they themselves are excluding a group of people too, right? Themselves.
They're calling out
like,
people that spew discrimination and hatred and tropes. They call it out. My point earlier was that the Democrats aren't calling it out. They finally, the who wants to put us all in concentration camps, or at least my people, finally, I saw today AOC called it out, which at least finally someone. Schumer hasn't yet, by the way. She won the Democratic primary, so now she's in a runoff in the primary in Texas, in San Antonio. I think her name, I gotta find her name, Garcia, something like that.
The racist Colombian lady? Yeah, she's great. She hates Muslims.
No, this is the person that asked to put Jews in internment and concentration camps.
Oh no, I'm thinking
in the U.S.
One. There's
Yeah,
one.
yeah. No, that's not who I'm talking about. A Democrat in San Antonio. I'll get her name in a minute, Matt.
Oh, it's not Gomez, is it, Abby?
Yeah, I think it was a name like that.
Gomez is the girl I'm thinking of. She's a racist Cuban or Colombian that hates the Muslims. She's fantastic. You got to listen to her on Piers Morgan.
She doesn't.
Hilarious.
It's
pure content at its best.
I don't know if you have seen what Dan Bilzerian posts on X, but that man is the most hardcore racist, bigot, Nazi, low IQ trash, and it's shocking that he has the following and people endorse him. And
But
I mean,
who's endorsed him, John? In the
Thomas Massey, of course.
Yeah, but Thomas Massey is in the toilet right now.
Yeah, he's done ski. That's a shock to me.
Who endorsed him from the establishment? They called him out, the establishment of the Republican Party. They've absolutely distanced. They want nothing to do with him, and they've called him out. That's the difference. Then you have this guy Chris Robb, who wins in Pennsylvania, also spews all kinds of hate, and he's endorsed by people in the Democratic Party. And you have this idiot up in Maine with a Nazi tattoo on his chest, who is unbelievable shit that he's posted, and he gets endorsed by the major leadership within the Democratic Party. That's the difference. That was the point I was trying to make.
Interesting. That's a good way. That's a good thing to highlight. It's a good point. We need to point that out more going
But
into
the Graham Plattner's the most based Democrat in America? Yeah, probably.
Well, Florida, if you were, the president.
He has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. That's based as fuck, isn't it?
Florida, if you were the president of the country, what would your 3 priorities of your administration be, Florida?
One, elect like 100 Graham Plattners to the Senate. Two, make every governor like a J.D. Pritzker type, and 3,
Fat? You'd have them all fat like Pritzker?
fat, generous, wealthy, and kind. Yeah.
Do you think Pritzker is kind?
And Jewish.
Yeah, you think so? You think he's kind?
Yeah, I'd say he's pretty kind. He seems
How
like
do you know that?
guy. He seems like a decent guy from what I've clipped.
What you've clipped.
You think the guy's a leader? He creates anti-Trump videos 3 times a day because he knows it works. He doesn't lead. He doesn't inform. He doesn't educate. He taxes. He steals. He robs. He lies. He's a traitor. He's a traitor.
Leadership to get shit done.
He's horrible.
You could say Adolf Hitler was a great leader too, couldn't you, Abby?
Excuse me? What did you
You
say?
could say Adolf Hitler.
Are you saying that, Florida? You think? Are you saying that, Florida? That's really a frightening thing that you're saying. Why would you say that, Florida? Florida, why would you say that? That's awful. Excuse me? Why would you say that, Florida? There's something wrong here. I don't know why you're thinking that, but I don't think J.D. Pritzker is a good governor. Nor would I pick him as my idol.
Well, if you like murdering babies at scale industrially, I can see why you like Pritzker.
He was an amazing soldier, too, when he was in the military.
Well, we know that.
A war hero.
So, Florida, basically, you're a waste of space.
John,
I asked you, Florida, what your 3 priorities are. You didn't have a good answer. You suck, Florida.
Did you know July 4th was the 50th anniversary of Entebbe? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
And no one even knows what Entebbe was.
Hashem Shalom. See, nobody cares. That's the funny part.
Nobody cares what you have to say, Florida. That's the real funny part. You've got nothing intelligent to say, nothing informative, no knowledge. You've just got retarded opinions about nothing. What a waste of time.
What are you doing? You're trolling.
I'm sitting here spinning my mustache, drinking some white tea with a little, sugar in it. The point is, Matt here has created some real doozy fucking rooms with Beaver Boy and Dr. Peepee and Bima, who shares the stage with Peepee, who claims that he hates black people. He said that the other day. He says, I do not like black people. That's what he said. And then he goes on to say how he's from the ultra far right. He knows all the people in Proud Boys. He knows all the fucking Oath Keepers. He knows them all from Discord. And Pepe's here to share with you his knowledge, his wisdom about life. A man who is an incel racist F-word, a midget of a man, and yet Matt and Beaver here, they love to put him in the spotlight and let the Pepe show run. And Edward here can't break through to these numbskulls because these people don't read books. They don't give a fuck about books. They want the quick, short dopamine bump from coming to this app to waste everybody's fucking time because they are wastes of fucking time themselves. And they probably know it, so they want to waste your fucking time.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, hey, Sword. How you doing?
Just moseying around. Yeah, and just was walking down the street and saw Cleveland sent out the flag that President Trump was in the air, and decided to swing on by.
They probably know that.
Dang it, I'm gonna go through the DNC autopsy report. I don't know if anybody's read it yet that much. Abby, have you seen it at all? Or
You said the DNC
I'm
autopsy?
starting to look at it. I haven't read it. I started to look at it a little bit. I need like a cliff notes of it, like a basic summary.
Here in a second. Yeah.
Have you read it? It's pretty long.
It's 52 pages. It's like a PDF.
You should read what's his face's what was it, his response about it. He doesn't even claim it. He rejects it as a failure. The guy who authored, Ken Martin, the DNC chair.
So wait, he rejects his own report?
Right.
It's 192 pages.
92? Oh, really? I thought
It's 192.
Holy crap, okay.
I can read
this.
If you want, I can read his message today.
Yeah, go read that. That's the author of the report, this PDF that I'm looking at right now.
Paul Rivera? No, Paul Rivera is the author. Ken Martin is the DNC chair who commissioned it. So he's the one who said, this is what we're going to do. He hired Rivera because he apparently was like a close ally, right? And so Rivera was working part-time and, he didn't do a bunch of things. He didn't interview Biden or Harris or Walsh or whatever. And then Martin told Rivera, I'm sorry.
The author's like, okay, I didn't like.
Do you want the 5-point summary of the report?
Are you saying this is the comments from the person who commissioned it?
Yeah.
Not the author.
Do you want the 5-point summary for those?
Actually, you can go ahead and do that since you probably did read it. So
yeah, I read it because I just took a really long flight. So basically the points were that Democrats failed to connect on pocketbook issues and economic anxiety with key groups, which included rural voters, men, and many Latino voters, which left those voters open to Republican appeals. The party had underinvested in state parties, local organizing, and voter registration. It sustained ground operations, weakening turnout and outreach. The leadership and campaign messaging did not sufficiently define or hold Trump accountable for perceived weaknesses. They actually believed that Trump's negatives were already very obvious, and apparently they were not. The late decision making around the ticket, which was obvious, right? The fact that Biden didn't step down, Kamala didn't have very much time, that was, made the campaign very vulnerable. And the report calls, and I think there was also a discussion briefly just about the narratives about age and competence and the fact that the party itself didn't tell Biden not to get on the ticket in the first place.
The translation is, it's lawful to be taught even by an enemy. And we need to remember that, okay? There's nothing about the tactics or the methods that Jews choose that are intrinsically unethical. They make them unethical with the additions they make. But the core tactics, nothing unethical about getting together with people and talking. There's nothing unethical about collaboration.
Crisis response capability. I think it was pretty obvious why the campaign failed. It wasn't.
It's interesting if you go point by point what you just.
Yeah.
Definitely.
From that neck of the woods, which out of all those which one do you think sticks out the most that you agree with?
I mean, I think like the fact that Biden was in there, the poor judgment by the party to put him on the ticket in the first place, the fact that Kamala only had like a very like abbreviated campaign, and she got like a pretty good turnout for the fact that she wasn't even on the ticket, and there were a lot of voters. Like, what was the top Google search after the election was, why isn't Biden on the ticket? Like, that was, there were a lot of, obviously
like the confusion.
Not this group. Well, not this group, but there are a lot of voters that don't pay attention to politics day to day. They don't read the news. So when they showed up to the polls and they didn't see Biden when they thought it was going to be Biden, there was a little bit of wait, what happened? And
so do you think
I thought the second thing you read, to me, the second thing, actually, it's interesting. The second thing you read about the registering and the
the not being locally
right, because that's, to me, that's a reaction to the fact that that's what the R's did, and that took them over the hump this time was the Scott Presslers. It's almost like that's saying, why didn't we have a Scott Pressler, or why didn't we do that kind of groundwork on the local level and the registration. And in the swing states specifically, where the registration had an incredible shift to red and big chunks of red registration, it sounds like that second point, I don't know if you can read it again, but it feels like it's a reactionary.
It was mostly, basically the Democratic Party didn't invest in state and local engagement as much. So they didn't focus on ground operations to the extent that the Republicans did. The ground game wasn't there.
Definitely in the swing states.
Did I hear you right that?
Did you?
Sorry, Sarah. Just real quick. Did I hear right that people showed up to the poll thinking that they were voting for Biden? Is that what?
Yeah, like if you looked at Google search results the day of the election and subsequently after, one of the top searches was, why isn't Biden on the ticket? So there were, it showed that there's an obvious disconnect between the average voter and probably.
Yeah, but what are the numbers on that?
People in Clubhouse that are really.
And the fact is, the Democrats put these talking points out for their own failures. So, you have to question what these statements really are, whether they're actually based on statistics and survey questions.
I think it's a pretty fair, criticism, and, it does go in, it is more about autopsy, but the fact that you're right, that they published it, you have to think that there's probably the portion of it that didn't get published, probably also discusses.
A little bit. Sarah, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Well, I actually put the 192 pages into ChatGPT and asked it to do a summary for me, good, bad, and ugly.
I'm doing it too.
And essentially what, which this kind of conflicts with some of what he said, in that, did you say that there was mention in the report about Biden's age and his late withdrawal and his mental capacity?
No, I didn't say that. I said it was the fact that there was a lateness to be on the ticket, essentially. And I'm interpreting what I'm reading, obviously, so it's not. I'm not going to be biased. But it was the fact that the ticket changed late in the game. That was the point.
This is what ChatGPT broke down from doing the analysis of it. It said. The report's biggest conclusions: Democrats lost ground with men, Latino voters, rural voters, non-college voters, and young voters, especially young men. The report argued that Democrats became too dependent on urban, suburban, professional voters. They became too dependent on the anti-Trump messaging, identifying focused appeals rather than any economic messaging, which is pretty consistent with what you also said.
Yeah.
It criticized the campaign's. Hold on, just let me get through this. It criticized the campaign strategy and organization, saying that there was too little direct voter contact. weak coordination between party groups, poor preparation for Harris becoming the nominee, insufficient state level infrastructure, which is also consistent. It said the campaign failed to build a simple affirmative message beyond anything other than quote unquote stopping Trump. Major criticisms and omissions in the huge controversy was more so over what the report didn't discuss. According to multiple outlets, the autopsy largely avoided Joe Biden's age, mental capacity, and late withdrawal, the compressed timeline that Harris had, that left Harris little time to build a campaign, the political fallout from the Gaza war, inflation and cost of living frustrations, whether Harris's race or gender affected voter perceptions, and the influence of alternative media ecosystems like podcasts and online creators. While the release itself became controversial, the DNC actually attached disclaimers throughout the report saying that it could not independently verify many of the claims because sourcing and interview material were incomplete. Chair Ken Martin publicly apologized for initially hiding the report and said it just simply won't meet your standards. That created a strange situation where the party released its own autopsy while simultaneously distancing itself from it. Bottom line interpretations was that the report essentially argued Democrats became disconnected from working class and culturally moderate voters, relied too heavily on anti-Trump sentiment, underestimated voter frustration on the economy and immigration, and failed to adapt to media environment dominated by podcasts, influencers, and decentralized online platforms.
And I don't think anything you said showed separation from my interpretation. The first point that I raised was just
It's just more information.
Oh no, that was my interpretation. It was they did talk about the abbreviated timeline for.
I do want to flip this a little bit. What did Trump meet any of these requirements either? I want to go through that real quick too, a little bit. But does anybody think that like some of these things that we were saying? I think there was a couple of these. I should have written them down actually, but I think one being that the working class. We always thought we were going after the working class and rural voters in that way. So we were right on that. Would everybody agree with that? Like we got that right. We went after that.
Yes.
Yeah. But does anybody agree with this after action report that, or disagree with anything that's been said so far, I should say, yeah. And then I want to do Trump. I want to go through and ask everybody, like, did he do this adequately? Like, did he do enough for it too, you know? Like, and I'm just throwing things out there, like digital and community-based organizing. I mean, I don't even see Trump doing that, but maybe.
Wait, are you saying Trump or the RNC?
Yeah,
also,
so,
it's interesting,
exactly.
two different things, right?
Exactly. So obviously the
RNC opens.
Why did Kamala Harris lose the 2024 election? That's the question. A newly released DNC report.
What do I do? Games open up. Like they get a regional coordinator. So in Texas, the coordinator was Dan Patrick. And the responsibility of Dan Patrick was then to promulgate all that stuff down to the local level.
Right. No, we'll go through that in a second. So, like, yeah, like, obviously, I would hope that the RNC was helping Trump. And, some people might question that a little bit here and there, but we can get to that in a second. But back to the DNC. Did anybody disagree so far with the after action report, or do they think that, or do they agree to one point that seemed to really stick out or something? I don't know, just opening up the discussion a little bit.
Well, how much did they talk about the money and how money was spent and the allocation of the funds?
Good point. Was that mentioned at all? I don't see it so far. Anybody see it anywhere or no? Serendipity?
I thought EMC said something.
Oh, maybe I didn't hear it. I don't know.
It was not investing in the state and local infrastructure.
That isn't
correct.
No, there's something, was that what it was, or something about the allocation of the funds, other than that?
I didn't, hold on, okay, Trump, indemnity appeals, I see insufficient state level infrastructure outside of battleground metros.
Yeah,
He said the campaign failed to build a solid message beyond stopping Trump. And the things that is considered criticisms and omissions, see, fallout from the war.
My caveat is I read this when I was incredibly tired on a plane, but it wasn't one of the key takeaways. The beyond the fact that there wasn't a lot of investment in the state and local infrastructure and ground game. There were a lot
No, that
of
wasn't, so my question's a little different than that, like the Beyonce concerts and things like that, the amount of money spent on that stuff.
There's not anything here referencing allocations of funds.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't mention better use of allocating their funds.
I would imagine that any report that they make available to the public is going to be redacted significantly, and there probably was mention of a lot of things that didn't go into the report that was distributed.
Yeah, Serendipit's right. It's 192 pages.
I just put it into Grok, and I asked Grok.
John, can you hear me, John?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So this is one of the things I say, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think at the time the election happened, America was so disappointed with the economy and everything else. In the appeal of 93 counts against a non-sitting president, the mugshot, the court dates, I mean, everything you could throw at a person for him not to run. I think there's so much, guys, that's not even in this report. Number one, most of America, including the Democrats, would not elect someone that had no primary. They tried to slide her in. You cannot win an election with Madigan Staggin. She goes on the View and says she wouldn't change anything. I mean, you guys, the campaign was trash. It was not about America. It was about them retaining power as a Democratic Party. And no matter how much we tried to do a DNC autopsy, the corpse was a corpse before they ever got to the election. Everybody was tired. I mean, literally, American people were tired. All of the 15 million, 16 million people coming over the border. Guys, do you guys see what happened during the last 4 years, that administration? They were not pro-America. And I think that an American people, on every people group, decided that they want their country to be their country. And I think that's the only why 47 became 47. Not because of anything anybody else did. They continued to run a very poor campaign because I don't know what the Democrats stand for at all.
They stand for abortions.
Well, they had a failure to communicate, which shows you that the organization and the leaders themselves are not intelligent enough to project intelligent communication to the population, and they were a security failure. As you said, wide open borders, trans surgeries for prisoners, wasteful spending, idiocy, lunacy, clown world. They projected clown world at every turn and never turned back and said, we are never going back again. But guess what? We are going forward as a country, and today, to this day, the Democrats on this app say, when things get back to normal. When things get back to normal. That's what they love. That's their new slogan.
It's interesting what Jazzy just said, though, about abortions.
Abby, go ahead.
No, it's just interesting what Jazzy just said. It made me think, I wonder if there's anything in there about the DNC, the convention, and having the mobile abortion. Yeah, like Jazzy just made me think about that.
I don't think there's anything here about policies per se. It's just more about like failure of all the other things. Now I could be wrong. I'm still trying to get this thing to work right now. But
I don't think they have.
I've got it.
I think what Serendipity said, like the anti-Trump was the policy, but behind that they were heavily promoting the right to abortion. I thought that was weird.
At the DNC, they had abortion buses. You could get aborted at the DNC convention in Chicago.
I didn't know that.
That's what I thought you were talking about when you said that, Jazzy.
I didn't know that.
They had mobile, like,
abortion.
no, they had mobile birth control.
Abortion ones.
What?
You could literally flush your baby down the toilet into a sewer hole.
Hold on a second. The left will say, well, they weren't literally on the premise, you know what I mean? They're going to say, like, oh, it was on the outside. But, I mean, the fact still remains that they were, like, mobile.
It was in the security perimeter. It was in the security perimeter on the grounds by the United Center.
Also, vasectomy clinic. You can get a vasectomy if you want to have the man.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yep.
my God.
So how is that for an image? Like, so that's a question. I wonder if that was in the autopsy, like using what they did at the convention and how they presented. The convention was, days of advertising.
I've got the 10 key extracts from the report if you want to hear it. You want to hear it?
I mean, what's the point? The DNC, I'm just curious though.
Well, because people are political junkies and they love this shit.
Well, I'm gonna, yeah.
One thing I think that I like to look at is, anything that they did wrong, we don't want to do wrong. That's why I'm looking at this. And then also, just like I said, it's interesting because if you start like piecing together, like, okay, well, if they did so poorly on these areas, did Trump do well in these areas either? And like I'm going down the list, I'm like, I don't know if he did any of this stuff, some of this stuff, you know what I mean? So it's kind of interesting to just like piece together all of it. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, Steven, or no?
Yeah, it makes sense if you're interested in hypotheses. This was supposed to be more of like a scientific discovery, like a diagnosis, but Martin explains in his message that it falls extremely short of that there is no diagnosis, that everything that is scientific in the entire report is just publicly available. It's just they're descriptive, numerical, this much was spent here, this vote total, election results, this was the fundraising totals, and everything else was causal and psychological. But I mean, if you want to go over that, that's fine. But even Martin himself said that he doesn't, he rejects it.
Right. Well, like I finally got into the PDF, and I'm seeing here like, is this right? Like they have like boxes with like saying no source material
Yes.
data provided. Like this is
So
crazy.
yes, that was part of his objection, was that he wouldn't cite. He referenced sources, but he wouldn't actually cite the sources, and that's one of the reasons why he didn't want to release it. But for shits and giggles, I asked ChatGPT to do an analysis and come up with an RNC autopsy, analyzing the same data that was analyzed for Biden in 2024 in this election and why he lost. And it gave me what it considered some of the weaknesses in Trump's campaign, or in the RNC.
Here's
the thing that I had to say is, like, you see this with the redistricting, the redrawing of the congressional lines. Like, we're just looking over history, who voted what way, right? And we all know that the dumb redneck motherfucker, he's gonna still vote red just like he did the time before, right? So you can redraw the line any which way you want, but it still don't change the fact that we can do this right now in a clubhouse room. You can draw.
Yeah, but that's not what redrawing a district is about. When I redraw a district, I make it more or less likely for a political party to win. So say like the way we did redistricting down where I live for the Texas Gerrymander, we decided that each district only needed about 5 percentage points of cushion. Right, which I think is dumb. I think you need more than 5 points. That's just my particular opinion, having done this for a while. And then you have other places in Texas that have 10 to 15 point districts that satisfy in one way.
Dude, it's fucking amazing. That's how democracy works. Like, have you seen the maps? Like, it's amazing.
No, that's how politicians pick out their voters. It's completely routine. It's completely legitimate and constitutional to do, but it distorts the will of the people and has, since Elbert Jerry put it into practice. It was always a distortion of what the public believed, because it was the politicians picking their voters, not the voters picking their politicians. And when politicians draw lines, they make it more likely for them to keep their seats. That's the eternal issue with it.
Can we go back to the autopsy, though? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Marshall.
It's not fun.
Because Serendipity said, I was curious. So you did it based on.
I basically asked it to run in
Yeah.
reversal, yeah, and criticize what the RNC and Trump relied on.
Yeah, can you put up 1 point so we can kind of like?
Yeah. So the first point that it came back with in this hypothetical postmortem was an overdependence on Trump personally. It felt that there was a central concern would likely be whether the party became too centered on one figure. Candidates judged mainly by loyalty to Trump, that there was bench development for future national leaders because of said loyalty, and difficulty transitioning to a post-Trump coalition. The report would warn that the charisma and media dominance cannot automatically transfer to successors. So that was the danger in it.
So they felt that was a turnoff to voters. The fact that we weren't looking out further to a post-Trump era. That's
correct.
I mean,
correct. That's one of the concerns.
I wonder was it ChatGPT or what did you use for this?
Yeah, this was ChatGPT.
I don't know where it came up with that, but Abby,
I mean that's an interesting one, but also because of how much whether Vance was played up also as they went through that. But you know, one of the things you're not hearing is the lack of the bench on the R side. Like there's a pretty strong bench there. So I think that's an interesting, if that was the autopsy on the other side. I really think after what the first reading of it that E read, that the state and local levels just were, they just didn't develop, and they didn't, one of the things I have a question, if someone could chat GPT or find the answer, did they touch on the ballot harvesting? And whether harvesting was, you know, they put efforts.
It wasn't in my summary at all.
It wasn't.
I asked Grok for 10 key extracts from the report. If you want to hear it, just let me know.
Yeah, the 10 key from the RNC, so we can go through them one at a time as y'all want to.
Yeah, that's really cool. I like this a lot. Real quick, the DNC had a disenfranchisement with their party. So that was a big one, because that was the one that what was it, 10 million people didn't even come out to vote? Was that the number? I don't even know exactly. I don't even know what's in this report, but keep in mind, that was a big thing they mentioned.
10 million registered Dems, you're saying?
Yeah, remember, didn't even decided not to even come out and vote.
So that's not, so, all right, leave this question I'm about to have aside, but weave it in as we're talking. Has this report talked about the independents and whether they properly, you know, marketed to the independents and how they dealt with that vote? And I'd be curious to see the autopsy on the RNC with respect to the independents. Just that's a side
I'll put
point.
that in after we get through the 10 points on the RNC. I can put it in and just ask it to analyze both perspectives.
It's funny, this is like a narrative that they are projecting. So I mean, you know, if anybody wants to read the 10 key extracts, it's on my X account, Chicago Mayor John, or anyways, I can read them here, but you know, it's a very nice summary of what their plan is, but it's very generic. So there's nothing really even to get excited about this, and they didn't even want this report released. That's what makes it so exciting to read and analyze.
They didn't want it released because he didn't spend the time, Martin, to explain like the process. He hired this guy part-time. When he looked at it, when it was supposed to be released, he realized that this guy wasn't basically doing the job that he asked him to do. So because at the time there were new elections going on, he thought that it was better to just shelf it and then forget about it and focus on, you know, the current campaigns and whatever. And then somebody, however it happened in the news, made it a big thing, like, oh, like this conspiracy or this issue, like, oh, why aren't they rebreathing? So then he decided to release it on those terms because people made a big deal about it.
Well, listen to the third point. It says,
Oh gosh.
it says, since the high point of the 2008 Obama landslide, the Democrat Party has vacillated between stagnation and retrogression. In doing so, we have lost the confidence we once received from everyday Americans, and election results show it. Cites losses at every level over years due to missed state and local investments. And, I don't know why Brock here is upset about this, but, the 10 key extracts from it is remarkable. You think that rednecks are always going to vote Republican, but the point is that to get this type of insight into Democrat thinking, and this really is a very good after action ready review. This is a multi-million-dollar report that was put out. It's very valuable information.
Right, but this is nothing that we didn't know. Is this validation?
Yeah,
Is it validation for the Democrats? Like, because we knew this already.
I know. Like, I think it's just validation. I mean, a lot of these points we kind of already knew.
No, it's the Democrats doing a very poor job putting together a postmortem.
Well, that's true too.
They are not looking for where they were weak all the time. The lack of sources is a significant problem. The fact that the DNC chair said he didn't want to put it out because it was going to cause quote-unquote infighting is another problem. So you don't want to diagnose why you lost. You want to keep the same lesson. You want to keep the same assumptions and operate that way. Which for everybody in this room that's a Republican, we should be just backflipping like a motherfucker. If that's what their postmortem is, and they can't bother to get to the end of it, and they can't bother to put it together correctly, then by God, we stand a really good chance of kicking their asses, because they won't learn their lesson. Right? And here's the issue. The Republicans in 2012, we conducted a postmortem. We just ignored it until Trump became the nominee. The 2012 postmortem said the Republican Party is too white and needs more people that don't look like us, don't look like me. And Trump brought in, as a consequence, a lot of those different people, right? And made the party more diverse. And then in the 24 election, we had the most diverse coalition we put together in about 50 to 100 years. And it was broad, right? The Democrats not wanting to figure out where they lost is a significant issue for the Democratic Party and good competition in America, and therefore better ideas. But it is, at least on a partisan level, very good for us.
Hell yeah. I mean, I'm just having fun, just even with the little, with the little pieces they've given us, you know what I mean? So that's all Marshall. Go ahead.
I feel like you guys, don't be remiss of the criticism of ChatGPT, though, in that
yes, ma'am.
Has there been so much personal relation to Trump that, this is going to be his last 2 years in office after this year, and
yes, I think that undermines us.
Really done to have a secession plan.
Yeah, I think that undermines us in the long term. I think the inability to break the cult of personality around Trump and be independent and take his movement.
Bro, every president serves a 4-year term.
It's not that. It's when you focus in a campaign on one person like Barack Obama did. You create infrastructure for you. You don't create infrastructure for the party. And when you don't create infrastructure for the party and candidate development becomes poor, then your bench in certain places becomes very weak. Abby is right. We do have a good bench for the next probably 4 to 8 years. But the long-term candidate development, which starts at a local level, is something that focusing on personality doesn't gain you broad dispersal of resources, which is what you need for that kind of dispersed candidate development.
So, Matt,
you should run a paper.
Hold on. So, Marshall, I have a question for you. Actually, two. The first one is, what do you think the Trump appeal has been in both of his administrations?
I think in 2016, his appeal was authenticity. Same with Bernie Sanders. That was Bernie Sanders' appeal. Being authentic, being somebody who said, the country's not going in the right direction. If you choose me, I'll go in a better direction. In 2020, I think he lost because he was associated with COVID. He talked about rigged elections, like all that shit. In 2024, I think he won because he talked about the economy. I think Donald Trump sold himself as the candidate of the future. Even if he didn't necessarily deliver on affordability, that's how he sold himself to the rest of America. And over my lifetime, over 35 years, the candidate that typically wins is the candidate that arranges themselves as the person of tomorrow.
Okay, good. So now I'm going to ask you the second question. What appeal do you think the left has to America?
Broader permissiveness, a sense of acceptance, which conservatism does not premise acceptance as a piece of its ideology. I'm not saying that's a good or a bad.
Bro, that's way too deep, Marshall. Come on, just give a general response.
Oh, I thought you wanted an actual response. I didn't think you wanted something you could look up on the internet by yourself.
No, that was a direct question.
Yeah, but Brock, see, we would rather just actually hear. Brock, we would actually rather just hear Marshall's response, which is hopefully quick, than actually hear your chiming in on top of it. Thank you very little.
Yeah. Sorry.
So they kind of premise that level of acceptance. They also, under Obama and Clinton and JFK, premise themselves as candidates of tomorrow. Even if they didn't deliver, which is, you can make the same argument for Trump. The point is, they portrayed themselves as people who could bring us out of a recession or bring us out of a difficulty and bring us into the sunlight. And I think that is something that overwhelmingly matters in American elections, at least to the general electorate as a whole. If you subdivide it, there are different things. Like if I were to conduct a study and divide it amongst different groups and incomes and jobs and states, right, I'd come up with many different answers. But overall, I think that broad sense of optimism moves people because it gets them to be part of something that's just larger than themselves. And you know as well as I do, Mr. Edward, people crave at a guttural level being part of something larger than themselves.
But if you look at the right, what were the topics that...
Okay, hold on one second. Can I just respond to him before you go?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Marshall, I appreciate your response to that. So from me looking in, and I shared this kindly to my left family of Americans, if your appeal is only to men and women's groups, giving people needles, having autonomy zones, focus on race on every corner. Everything's about race, from DEI to taking over college campuses, to having people read in our libraries who dress like men.
They need to lose.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, every fringe thing that I look at of the appeal of the left and the Democratic Party, I don't see anything that they're talking about America. Okay.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the fringe, Mr. Edward. I'm talking about.
Don't make it.
I'm talking about the everyday, average Joe, blue collar Democrat, or a country Democrat. Right? Most of those people want something entirely different than what the extremes of their party want, in the same way that most of us want something entirely different than what the most extreme parts of our party want.
I know, but
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
In gratuitous, Mr. Edward. I don't think you're giving a fair shake to how I think that the majority of the Liberal Party thinks. I don't think that their appeal is to have men and women's sports and all of these things. That I think that's a small fraction of them, but I think that overall, what the Liberal Party generally tends to prioritize is wanting the government to take care of each other. They're wanting all American citizens to have health care. They're wanting, to bridge the gap between lower class and upper class. I don't think that the majority of liberals are looking at, want dudes in our women's sports. I just don't think that's being fair.
Well, and certainly I appreciate that, but this is what I'm sharing because I actually believe, let me just finish. I actually believe this is what the Democratic Party has pushed. Even those, the blue collar Democrats or the Reagan Democrats, I don't see them pushing back on the progressives of their party. I don't see it at all. I don't see.
Do you see us pushing back on the radicals of ours?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Hold on.
Denmark, how will you push back on the radicals in our own party? Aside from Ted Cruz saying
Massey just lost. I'm going to share with you guys. There's a whole lot of Republicans that lost their seats because they're not doing the Reagan thing. We don't criticize Republicans or conservatives.
Okay,
hold on. Okay. What I'm looking at is this very clearly, guys. The limited government we're supposed to have, and I still believe that conservatives, as much as possible, still believe in limited government, even though we don't practice it. But I do believe in personal responsibility. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that for most of us conservatives, we believe more about each individual person taking care of themselves versus us actually looking at what government could do for us. I really believe even the blue collar.
You can't fucking silence the
Please.
I agree with you. I agree with you. What you're. The thing is, but like I was to have 10 children. The reality is this: is that you are going to have probably one or two of them are going to be LGBTQ. You're going to have one that's maybe special needs. You're gonna have one or more that are gonna have other medical issues that don't involve their brain. You're probably gonna have one of them it has substance abuse issues. You're gonna have all of these things, and I guess like you see, people need to take care of themselves. But the reality is, though, is that people are not in this unique ability. They don't have this unique ability to always take care of themselves. Like,
Yeah, that's what an education is for. That's what you don't have, Pepe. It's called knowledge. That's what you're lacking.
But, we have people like him. We have people like John Kitover, for example, which he's an annoying menace. You guys never really see me, go really at him, despite he says a lot of mean shit to me. But, at the end of the day, he's a mentally ill individual. And I literally, do I want to see him suffering? Do I want to see him homeless? No. I don't want to see any of this stuff. But, the whole fucking point, though, is that when it comes to people can take care of themselves. I'm just going to be very blunt and realistic here. You have really clean, nice, high-trust societies, like in Scandinavia. Other Europeans are monkeys compared to them for whatever reason. They're not as high trust. They cannot replicate their behavior. But these are people where they have these large safety nets where they don't let their own people suffer. But as soon as they start letting immigrants in, they absolutely, you have people that absolutely are like fucking leeches. They just drain it. Okay? And to be realistic, I just think that there's such a fundamental difference between not only individuals but groups of people that this all sounds like a fantasy. Like what do you think is going to happen in America? You have Minnesota, where you had a bunch of fucking Scandinavians that ended up immigrating there, a rather high trust society. They're like, oh yes, I want to add all of these benefits to these Minnesotans, and then what? You have a bunch of low-class, scummy pieces of shit from Somalia that come in. And they don't operate by the same fucking system.
refuse it. And
I think you have scammy people, regardless of the background, that we live in a society where...
No. Pepe has admitted that he's a 1990s Democrat. Pepe is a 1990s Democrat. That's what he says he is.
Sorry, we live in a society where if the government wanted to...
in the 1990s,
You're a 1990s Democrat. You admitted it.
Federal level wanted to invest in more of a surveillance infrastructure for benefits, it would be far easier to implement. They just haven't done it. They haven't invested in that. I think
why
that
the
is
fuck
something.
Do you think that is? No, but this is
cheaper to do
ridiculous.
that
Why
now
do you think that is?
In society.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Do you think the Democrats use them?
Do you know, like, you're in Florida, right?
Okay,
the worst, like, opium prescribers that existed were these doctors in Florida, right?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Once again, a low trust population. I deliberately brought up Scandinavians, okay? And of course, it's Scandinavians.
Why don't you bring up Mexicans? Aren't you Mexican? What the fuck do you guys do?
Parts of Mexico are not a high trust society.
Did we tell them that gone through that list?
They're amongst the most low trust. Shut the fuck up, bitch, and let me fucking finish. Like, what the fuck is the matter?
We don't want any more Mexicans here or Somalis. Shut the fuck up, bitch. We don't give a damn what you're talking about.
So, literally, you have people from the most low trust societies. Like, they're fucking retarded.
I would agree with you. Like, if you look at
Scandinavia, fat bitch.
If you look at Scandinavia, well, I wish I were fat. That would be better than
I said Cassie, not you.
Okay.
One has to swim across an ocean or two, and one could just walk across the border.
I do agree, though.
Listen, kick Pepe to the goo. Pepe is a racist piece of shit. Kick Pepe to the goo.
If you look at Scandinavian populations, like within their society, they're in homogenous societies. Like if you go to Finland, you're not likely to see people of different cultural backgrounds. But we live in a very diverse population. We live with different cultures.
You just made my point for me.
But we live in different cultures.
You made my point for me. Diversity kills high trust. Robert Putnam study in 2003 fucking killed this goddamn
before you interrupt me.
The nerve of you to say that as you're a Mexican and gets to be a fucking assimilated American.
Go ahead.
Right?
This
what I wanted to state is that
we want people here that want to assimilate.
One of the best benefits.
Mind me up so I can kick this bitch. Mind me up so I can kick this bitch, Matt.
We want them gone.
Can you please?
We want you gone.
I'm gonna go to bed and tell.
Watch how Pepe deals with the stress. Pepe can't deal with the anxiety unless he's modded.
Let's get back to mind me up so I can kick this bitch. Let's be real.
Can I just finish the sentence in response?
Finish up. You go ahead. Yeah, finish up. But then we want to get back to the point.
Yeah. The point is that the diversity has its weaknesses, right? But we also have some of the best food culture that exists in the entire world. We have the best, the ability to, understand and learn more about different cultures.
Those are the weakest value judgments you could ever fucking make.
That's
not serious?
Sorry, I'm trying to...
We're literally talking about what strengthens or makes to something healthy, not about your food choices.
Well, apparently nobody taught you manners. If you want to, hold Scandinavian culture on a pedestal, they are a very well-mannered society. They don't do this. They don't do what you're doing.
Because they didn't let most of the European monkeys and most of the fucking non-European monkeys into their fucking countries. That is why they... No, hold on. No. There's a difference.
Let him talk, you fucking mongrel.
There is literally...
Talk.
Shut your black ass.
Let him talk.
Shut the fuck up, dickhead.
You sound like some Brahma-wearing, chimichanga-eating bitch.
That's why this mic is gonna talk.
You goddamn bean-eating, nacho chip.
Only strong enough to stand up on your head.
you. Everything's gonna be out your way.
Yeah. If you want to talk about like the low performing or low hanging fruit, it's the people that do this all day. The trolls. The trolls are like what?
But Jazzy, I know, I get it.
You're
Say my name. Don't say my name. You goddamn grass cut Mexican fuck. Don't say my name. I don't care what you say about me. You're a loser. Loser.
Can we go
You're a
back
loser.
to reading?
You're in here arguing all the fucking time with me.
Autopsy?
You're weird.
Possibly.
You're weird, bro.
I don't even know what the topic.
Any chance we could go back to the autopsy serendipity?
Serendipity, hold on, Ashley. 1 second, serendipity. Could we, because we were having a beautiful room.
Yeah, kick that son of a bitch out of here. And send him to cut somebody's grass. Landscaping bitch.
Justice for Pepe!
You got on Levi jeans and a construction vest right now, ready to go to work overnight.
If I
You stupid idiot.
to insult all day, I would just
Okay, hold on,
I don't
hold
know,
on.
join in like a men's gym where people are just making fun of each other.
Let's get back on track. What's going on here? Let's get back to the list. Serendipity. Did you have another point?
Yeah, where were we on the point serendipity?
We only covered the first one on the RNC. The second one
We went back to the DNC or we're on the RNC chat GPT one?
which would you prefer I cover?
You do another RNC. I think those are fascinating. Do the RNC chat
Okay.
one. Yeah, do another one.
Okay, so the second, an autopsy could potentially conclude that the Republican Party traded away durable suburban strengths for gains elsewhere, because where we tended to lose strength was with the suburban women, highly educated voters, and some younger professionals.
So where would they have traded it to, like, go when he did the rallies in the Bronx or Harlem?
Because-
like that kind of thing?
Because where they gained grounds was with men, Latino voters, and rural voters, non-college voters, and young men voters. But in gaining that ground, they tended to lose suburban women, highly educated voters, and some younger professionals.
It's all about the economy.
But why wouldn't they? I mean, they would always go after the rural vote. I mean,
You don't think it's about the economy?
different,
Yeah.
you know?
She even put in the report.
There.
You read read earlier that even Hispanics turned away from Kamala because Trump was a more viable economic option in the face of mass deportation. Even then, the Hispanics still agreed with Trump.
It goes into the blue collar workers and the rural workers. Like she did have this very elitist. She pandered to minorities and pandering to, like, I guess you could say people that, like, the coastal elites, but she neglected, I would say, the most of the fucking country. Is pretty obnoxious. This is a bullshit.
I think there's also like a thing that maybe people sometimes miss, and I think that this autopsy missed, is that a lot of like first generation immigrants, once they get their green card and they've gone through the very difficult process, they tend to like be like further against immigrants from their home countries. I don't know why that is. Maybe my evidence is a little anecdotal, but I've noticed that amongst communities that I've been part of, and they're like, oh, these are lower quality people. They're not like the PhD level individuals.
Okay, thank you very much, E. Listen, the extract, the core thesis or the call to action of this extract or this analysis, this after action ready review post-mortem Democrat failure of Kamala, it says that Democrats need a new forward-thinking electoral strategy focusing on more than who or what is on the ballot and addressing how Democrats can reconnect with Americans at every level across our country. We must organize everywhere to win anywhere. Emphasizes renewed focus on Middle America and the South.
So James Talarico has been able to organize like at a rate that I think many Democrats, especially Texas, haven't had as much traction.
John, do you want to do a stream with me?
On what?
He's not going to win in Texas. But even their biggest
The
problem
good
is that
stuff?
they literally have a negative.
Well, you're on it right now. You're on the stream right now, my friend.
16. That's what they're against. They'll label him, call him a fascist, call him whatever the fucking
He's a fucking fascist. He's overthrowing your country with fascism.
Amazing, but they literally don't have any kind of positive message or anything. What is the direction they want to take this country?
I'm just going to interrupt you.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Who made the point about the coastal elites? Who said that? Was that you?
It was me.
That was a really good point. And something about, we were talking about Kamala not reaching out other than to the coastal elites. I have a question, and I'm going to go back to the Beyonce and the concerts. What if she was doing country western concerts? What if she started, she was doing the same kind of programming, but just not to the coastal elites, or not to the two sides of the country, but to the middle of the country?
I mean, I think if they
don't think that would have changed it?
I think if it was sincere, which I don't think that
wait. Do you understand my question?
Yeah,
Same format.
Wasn't the autopsy, but was something that was definitely prevalent. What was definitely prevalent, from my perspective, is that you still had a large proportion of men, and especially Hispanic men, and also Black men to some degree, that didn't want a woman in office. Like, regardless of who she was.
So regardless of what she
literally just
did,
wouldn't vote for a woman.
It wouldn't matter.
And so I think that is something that
I think that's funny. Is why have Latin American countries, including the one that like think of machismo, the most.
You're thinking of Mexico, yeah.
Yes, why is it that they have a female that is president right now? And I get it.
I don't know that Catholic immigrants wanted to vote a woman without children who married a Jewish man. Like, they're all
What bother? Just run from home and WeWork. Save your money for Google
What
ads.
I noticed
No. You have to backtrack because they voted for a literal fucking Jew. No. Let's be realistic here. They voted for a literal.
No. They voted for a Jew. Did you hear what Pepe just said? They voted for a Jew.
Shut the fuck up, John.
What is your point, Dr. Pepe?
Somebody who is ethnically, basically foreign to fucking Mexico, and she. Why did they?
Why would they vote for a Jew? Why would they vote for a Jew?
So you have the most macho Latin American country that votes for this more whitish, Jewish woman, and why would they do that? Because you're trying to say that the Mexican Americans are somehow not going to vote for
Did I say Mexican Americans? I didn't. I said Latin Americans. And we had a large influx of people from all over.
Save your money.
And the Mexicans are much more macho, I guess you could say. In other words, they believe that you should have a strong male leader in charge in a way, but
I mean, I lived in South America. I know, like, women, even, like, if there was a son in the car, the son sat at the front of the shotgun, and the mother would sit at the back.
Okay, are you going to deny that, like, Latin Americans are the most macho out of all of the Latin Americans? Do you disagree with that fact?
Which ones?
Mexicans, much more
Oh
male
no,
dominant.
I think that machismo is something like the idea of the man being the shepherd of the household, the Catholicism that like persists throughout the society. I don't think that that's the case. I think it's all over Latin America. And
No, I completely disagree. Okay.
oh well. Okay. I mean,
it is all over Latin
I
America
just
to
think
an extent,
that
but
the
you're trying to
pill
say
to
that it's not.
let me give you
characteristic is
let
not
me
the
Italy a
strongest in
Catholic
Mexico.
country?
It's
Let me
absolutely
reframe-
fucking retarded.
Don't they have
Let
a
me
woman
reframe
running
it very
Italy and
quickly.
it's a Catholic?
When Trump lost, it was to a man, and we saw like high turnout in the election. When
Okay, mod me up.
For a fucking woman, and they voted for a Jew. Why did they do that?
I don't want to get into what I'm referring now broader to the electorate of the United States.
Hold on. Your claim was that
you're
because she's a woman who's married to a Jew, they would not vote for her. Now, I just brought a much different example where we can control for the population. Okay, people of Mexican descent, where they voted for a woman who didn't just marry a Jew, she is a fucking Jew. So why did they do that?
You're latching on to only one comment that I made, and you're making that the center. Like you're misunderstanding
The center of your argument is that they did not vote for her because she is a woman and because she married a Jew. That is literally.
No.
The first one more important. They voted for a woman.
I also raised multiple populations, and you're only focusing on one. And you're also even further focusing on the minutia of the population that I mentioned, which was Latin Americans. And you're only talking about
You said Catholics. Isn't Italy a Catholic country? Don't they have a woman in charge? Isn't there a woman in charge there?
Yeah, Maloney is in charge.
I mean, there's women that have run Catholic countries.
What I'm referring to is the broader electorate in the United States, and if there were no lessons learned from the Hillary campaign, it should be a person with a ton of political baggage that has been in the focus of society for many, many years or decades, which was the case with both Hillary and with Kamala. Like, you end up with individuals that it would be so easy to create narratives that these individuals are not supporting your values. Even if they do.
I get what you're saying, but maybe it's the wrong women that ran. Like, what if Condoleezza Rice? What if Condoleezza Rice was a candidate?
She would be awful. Nobody would vote for her.
No, you think no one would vote for her?
I don't think she would make her
intelligent and well-spoken than
I agree.
Kamala Harris. So, why would we...
circles around Kamala Harris.
I agree with you. But I think that anybody that has been mentioned is far more intelligent than Trump. I'm in Europe right now, and people are, like, countries that I would never expect are, like, moving closer.
Where in Europe are you?
Central Europe.
Central Europe. Okay. Oh, okay. But I mean, do you realize that, like, these are countries? We can look at Spain. We can look at other countries where they have leaders that are just so self-hating and.
I'm not in Spain.
Disgusting.
I'm not in Spain.
You said Central Europe. Yeah, you said Central Europe, which is obviously not Spain. But I mean,
But I traveled to a couple of countries, and the sentiment is like always like. But at what point are people going to think
But
that
their
he's
sentiment
just
is shitty
ready
too.
to like be retired to the pasture? Like that is the sentiment.
Okay, but these countries largely fucking suck now. I mean,
Hold on one second. Hey, Sword wanted to get in real quick, guys. You guys, it's been you two. So, Sword, did you want to say something or what's going on?
Yeah, I had a question to the sister. Did you say Kamala Harris is smarter than Trump?
Oh shit.
Of course. Like, why would that even be a question?
Really? How do you judge smart? How do you judge smart?
Intelligence?
Or how do you think she? How about like where you went to college? Let's start with that. Let's compare the two.
Why didn't he release his grades? Why were his grades more classified than the documents?
His grades aren't classified, and he got through Wharton. She did not go to Wharton. She went to Howard.
A daddy that was very wealthy.
An Ivy League school. He went to Wharton, which is impossible to get through. And so let's compare intelligence.
Do you
She
believe
could
in
not get
nepotism?
into Penn. She could not go to Wharton.
Abby, do you believe in nepotism?
No, I know exactly where you're going. However, you tried to get through Wharton. You didn't. Okay? It's a very hard school. I repeat, it's a very hard school. He got through it. She did not. Now you're going to say she's more intelligent. He went to a better school, and he got through it. Sorry, Sword, to take. But like you can't compare. It's like having Vance when he had his debate and he went to Yale Law and he got him with this moron that was a coach.
Let me just give you one.
You're gonna
like,
say
side by side
telephone.
to the other VP was smarter than Trump's VP.
Okay,
Conference
on the
call?
national debate stage, when we saw Trump versus Kamala.
Clown World.
No, he said they're eating the dogs.
He
They're
gave
eating
us
the
60 million.
Floor with her. What do you think, Sword?
What?
When you said he said that they're eating the dogs, there was actually a video proving that the lady ate the dog.
Did you attend the Hood 6,000 press conference call? He gave out 60 million to Illinois
I don't
16.
even know what to do with this. I feel like you're so stupid. There's nothing I can say that's going to convince you that was actually just like a fake story that somebody put on Facebook and that was later like reposted, and then Elon posted it, and then Laura Loomer, who met with Trump and had whatever relationship she had with him,
What do you believe there? She's
mentioned it.
You just alluded to something. What do you mean relationship shit? I'm gonna catch everything you say when you say bullshit.
Well, I'm just
bullshit.
I'm sorry, but
she was the one that wrote in the
word salad.
Yeah, she thinks word salad is more intelligent.
There's a reason that
I think there's a difference between intelligence and being able to be in communication. Intelligence and communication don't always go hand in hand, which is why, like, if you look at encryption experts, many of them are autistic. So, you know.
She struggled in every unscripted setting. Every interview that she did, she struggled. I'm sorry, but at some point, I'm sorry, but at some point, in an unscripted setting, there would need to be proof of her ability to answer a question. Like her meandering and her word salad were. I don't even know how this is up for debate. This woman came off as a complete and total blowjob, dick sucking retard. I mean, there was nothing eloquent or educated or intelligent about her whatsoever. She never gave off that premise. The only time that she did well is when she locked herself in a fucking padded room for 3 days to prepare for a debate. It was completely scripted because her best friend handed it to her. I mean, that's the only time she performed well throughout the entire time that she campaigned.
She fraudulently said she was a trial lawyer when she wasn't. I mean, we can go through what she claimed that she had in her career.
No, I don't want to defend her because honestly, she wouldn't have been the candidate had Joe Biden not run. in the first place to be on the ticket. If he would have stepped down before, there would have been a primary, and there would have been a much smoother path to identifying the best person. Do I think she was the best person? Absolutely not. Did I know Trump definitely wasn't the right person? Absolutely. So for me, it was the choice between the lesser of two bads, and one who I knew to be completely off the cuffs, not have a plan, to make decisions very impulsively, and to do things that just were not in the best interest of the country, even if it were the best interest for his business or his friend's business. And that's the way that he operates, which makes sense as a private business person. And that's somebody that you would probably want to invest a little bit in. But not if not when you now. I mean,
I want to interject.
but actually, I probably wouldn't ever invest. Yeah.
No, I really didn't get an answer to my. So E, if you can, from I wanna see this from your perspective. So when you say all of the people that they mentioned are smarter than Trump, can you tell me how you see, how do you rank and file whatever it is you use for your criteria? How do you see this and come to the conclusion? And you can just pick a candidate. It doesn't matter who it is. Kind of walk me through how you think about this.
Yeah, I can do that very easily. We have individuals that are politically savvy, that understand the history of our relationships with certain allies, that also understand key long-term initiatives that the U.S. has already invested quite a bit in. So, for example, when it came to the immigration issue, the idea of dealing with the root cause for the immigration was something that had been top of mind, and so there were key strategic investments that had been made. Also, for example, I honestly, and please take this with a grain of salt if you want to, but if you were to give Trump a basic civics exam of how does the government function, I don't think he would have passed it. I also don't think Elon Musk would have passed it. Because the first thing that they did was doge off things like USAID.
The last
what are
number
we
that
seeing
we
now?
got from
In
ICE
the
on the total number of
Democratic
deportations was December 2024, when Joe Biden was still the president. That is until the middle of April 2026, last month. And we got the total number of deportations for fiscal year 2025. Would you like to know what it was? The total number of deportations for fiscal year 2025 was 442,000. Now, a few things about that number. In the first place, let's remember we were promised 1 million deportations per year. That was the goal. Joe Biden allowed 10 million illegal aliens in 4 years. If we even wanted to return all of those people in Trump's term and just get us back to where we were in 2020, you would need to remove 2.5 million per year. The goal was 1 million per year. What the administration actually recorded was 442,000. Now here's where it gets interesting. They actually gave us a completely different figure in their press release at the end of 2025. In December 2025, the administration told us it was 600,000. And you might remember this. There was this triumphant celebration at the end of the year. They said the first year of the Trump administration, and we succeeded, mission accomplished. We deported 600,000 people.
You have a gross for the
according to the press office of DHS at the end of last year, it was over 600,000. According to ICE's official statistics in April, it's about 440,000. So what accounts for the disparity? Well, in December 25, the New York Times actually broke down those figures and they told us, no, realistically, it was about 230,000 deportations, and the rest were arrests. The discrepancy between the 230,000 deportations and the 600,000 number that the administration gave is that they arrested maybe 300,000 additional people. So how many actually were taken back to their country of origin? Well, really only about 230,000. The rest are people that have been apprehended. And on apprehensions, not everybody that gets arrested is even detained. So they may have arrested 400,000, 300,000 additional people. Many of them get turned away. Many of them are picked up and they're detained for a little while and then they let them go. And many of them are detained and they're still in detention. And many of them, they're in the process of adjudicating their claim with immigration. But probably the vast majority of them, they just let them go because they don't have the infrastructure for this. There was a famous example in California, I believe, where a bunch of anti-ICE activists actually stormed and broke into a detention center and they found that it was empty.
You guys just are
So
misunderstanding things.
they recorded something like 200,000 deportations, real removals in December. In April, they tell us it's something like 440,000. So there's still a discrepancy. It's not 600,000. Well, is it 230,000 or is it 440,000? Well, today we finally have learned why we have this discrepancy. And this is really going to blow you away. I mean, this is really bad. This is really something. Is it 442,000 deportations? The answer is no. Because if you actually go on the DHS website and you look at their official report, if you look at the data set, they've done a little statistical trick to inflate the numbers. We're not sure exactly by how much. That's actually the purpose of this little trick. What Tom Homan came out today and said is that the administration is now combining the number of interior removals and returns at the border. And I'll tell you what that means in a moment, but this is a story. This is from Axios. It says, quote, the White House plans to start counting people who were quickly removed after crossing the border in its deportation statistics. Republicans fumed that former President Obama was cooking the books when he used the same playbook to tout record deportations during his administration. White House border czar Tom Homan told the Washington Examiner on Wednesday that Trump will count deportations by combining work from ICE in the country's interior with Customs and Border Protection's quicker returns of people crossing at the border. ICE data released in April showed the agency deported 442,000 people in fiscal year 2025. So what does this mean? Well, during the administration of Barack Obama, you had two categories of what counts as a deportation: removals and returns. An interior removal is when ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, goes to, let's say, a Home Depot parking lot in Chicago, Illinois, or they go to a farm in Iowa, they go to a meat processing plant in Nebraska, and ICE will go there. They will find some illegal alien who has no papers, no citizenship, no residency. They will apprehend that person, detain that person, and remove that person from the country. That is one kind of deportation. That is an interior removal. And when we think of deportations, obviously that is what we're thinking. What is catch and release at the border? It's when an illegal alien shows up at the border, we catch them, detain them, and then we release them into the interior of the country. And then we lose track of them. And you've got millions and millions of illegal aliens that have either jumped the border, or they're a catch and release, or they overstayed a visa, they slipped in between the cracks, whatever, and now we have these millions and millions and millions of people living inside our borders, inside the interior, inside every major city, and they've got no residency, no citizenship, no paperwork,
With Amazon Global Logistics, we've been able to spend less time worrying about logistics and more time focusing on our products. It allows us to just sort of ship things as they're made from where they're made. And so that saves us a ton of time and saves us money. Amazon Global Logistics is the way to do it.
Been kicked out. That's an interior removal. But there's another category that is classified under DHS and their statistics as a deportation. It is called a border return. And a return is when an illegal alien, which in this case would actually really just be a foreign national, let's say you live in Guatemala, you live in Honduras, you make the journey up through Mexico, you arrive at our southern border, and at that point you're a foreign national, you're a citizen of Guatemala, you're a citizen of Honduras. You emigrated. You surrender at a port of entry at the U.S. border. Border Patrol, rather than ICE, will pick you up and turn you away. You show up, either you're caught jumping the fence, or you surrender at a port of entry. Either way, Border Patrol apprehends you, and they send you back to where you came from. They pick you up and they say, nope, you gotta go. And this happens immediately. A border jumper will arrive at the border, Border Patrol picks them up and sends them back. Get out. Interior removal, return at the border. One is enforced by ICE inside the interior and really is a deportation. The other is enforced by Border Patrol and it happens at the border. And we would just call that border enforcement. That's just having a border. Well, under the Obama administration, they just combined those statistics and called all of those deportations. And what started to happen is that as the Obama administration went on, they removed fewer and fewer people and they returned more and more. So the number of deportations remained relatively constant. They actually called Obama the deporter-in-chief. He got a lot of credit for being relatively conservative on the border, but that's because they were cooking the books. Obama had a very lax border policy, which attracted a lot of illegal immigration, and so they were turning away a ton of people. And every person they turned away, of which there were many, they added to this category of deportations. And so on paper, it said we have deportations. They weren't removing anybody from the country. We just had a very bad problem at the border. And many people were getting in, and many people were being turned away at the same time. Now, as this article says, under the Obama administration, and even now, many Republicans would say, you're cooking the books. You're manipulating the statistics. You're deliberately creating this category error so that you can inflate the number of deportations. And that way it looks like you're a lot stronger on the border than you really are. Well, now the Trump administration, they're openly telling us they're doing the exact same thing. So think about it. In April, they tell us we have 442,000 deportations for fiscal year 2025. But that number, even according to their own website, includes removals and returns. Now, I want you to keep something in mind. There are still, under the Trump administration, thousands, sometimes tens of thousands, of apprehensions at the southern border every single month. So even if you conservatively say that there are 10 to 15,000 apprehensions at the southern border every single month, even though that's a 90% reduction from the Biden administration, if you just do the math, that's like 100,000 to 200,000 returns every year. If you're including those apprehensions and returns at the southern border in your deportation statistics, then you've inflated the number by 100%. If you follow. Under the Biden administration, there were 100,000, 200,000 every single month. To his credit, Trump got that down to about 7,000 at the lowest, maybe 20,000 at the highest every month. It's a drastic reduction. However, if you are including those numbers in the deportation statistics, you are significantly padding the number of deportations that you're claiming, maybe by double. So if they say there's 442,000 deportations in April. Realistically, that might include 200,000 people turned away at the border and 200,000 people that were actually arrested inside the United States and removed, which, by the way, would give credence to the original figure, which is that we might have only deported 230,000 people in the entire year, which, if you're following, is nowhere near the 1 million that was promised. And that's not even close. That's 10% of the 2.5 million that you would need to get 10 million people out in 4 years. And they're not even hiding it. They're openly telling us, they're lying to our faces in the exact same way that the Obama administration did. Now take it further. So in 2025, we deported, let's say, 200,000 people, maybe 300,000 at the most. How about in 2026? Well, let's see. ICE has actually scaled back its enforcement operations. What the Republican Party told us throughout January, February, and March is that they're actually winding all of this down. The Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House told the entire Republican conference at the Trump Doral at their annual retreat, he said, we're not even going to use the words mass deportations anymore. That's over. Susie Wiles went to the press and said, we're recalibrating. We're not focused on that anymore. The president, Tom Homan, and the new Secretary of DHS have all said, we're not focused on deporting illegal aliens that have jobs, people that have been here 20 years. They said the only thing we're focused on now is deporting those criminal, violent illegal aliens that are convicted of crimes or that have a arrest warrant out for them. But even if you counted up every single violent, criminal, illegal alien, that's only about 1 million people. The new DHS secretary says they're no longer doing these big surge operations like they did in Minneapolis and Chicago and LA and New York. They have ICE wearing body cams. They stopped doing patrols in the streets. They stopped going into people's houses. They've stopped asking people if they have citizenship. So ask yourself this. If in 2025, ICE only deported 200,000 people, 300,000 at the most, then that was under an explicit policy of mass deportations with no oversight, surges, patrols, raids, going to people's houses, all the rest of it. How are we going to get more deportations in 2026 when you don't have any of that? You no longer have a commitment from the president, chief of staff, DHS secretary, or border czar that we're even doing mass deportations. The policy, as stated by the admin, has changed. It was mass deportations. It isn't anymore. In 2025, Trump, Homan, Wiles, and Noem all said it's mass deportations. To that end, they said, we're coming into Chicago. And what are we doing in Chicago? Patrols. We're looking for people in Pilsen. We're looking for people in Little Village. And we're going to go into their houses. And we're going to ask them if they speak English. And if they don't, we're picking them up. And we're sending them to a detention center. And we're not wearing body cams. So if we beat the fuck out of them, well, maybe that's just what has to happen. Those were the policies that got us to 300,000. In 2026, Trump, the new DHS secretary, Tom Homan, and Susie Wiles all say, no, we're giving up on that. No, we don't want mass deportations anymore. And we're not surging in the cities. No more patrols. Put your body cams on. Don't kick their asses. Don't kill the protesters anymore. Don't rile anybody up. How are you going to get more this year than you did last year? And there are some people, here's another aspect of this. Some people say, well, the Trump administration is only saying they're not doing mass deportations, but in reality, they're still carrying out those policies. Well, let me ask you this. Last year, when the administration deported 200,000 people, we saw the deportations. What do I mean by that? We saw ICE and Border Patrol everywhere. You saw them, I saw them. I remember in my Ring community app, on Nextdoor, on all those community social media apps, everybody was saying all the time, watch out for ICE, watch out for Border Patrol. It was on social media. They were marching down the streets, dragging people out of their cars. In other words, it was visible, and everybody noticed. And that is why these left-wing activists were mobilized, because it was happening in their communities. It was happening in the big cities. So they got out there to obstruct these operations, record them, try to interfere in them using their vehicles, or trying to get in the middle of these apprehensions. How are you going to deport as many people, or twice as many, 3 times as many, and nobody's going to notice? Last year, everybody noticed. So if we were deporting the same number of people, you would suspect we would notice it just as much. If we were deporting 2 or 3 times as many people, which is to say 400,000 or 600,000 people, well, how could we not see it at that point? That's an impossibility. The unignorable reality is that mass deportations did not happen last year, and they're not happening this year. And I got a newsflash for you. They are not going to happen next year. They are not going to happen in 2028. Would you like to know why?
Why?
Because what just happened in Congress? What just happened is that the Democrats, using their mere 7 seats in the Senate, shut down a funding bill for DHS. And so they defunded the TSA, the Coast Guard, all these other agencies under Homeland Security, unless the White House agreed to put all these restrictions on ICE operations, including new rules of engagement, body cameras, that they're not going to carry out the patrols, basically all the things they already stopped doing. And so in other words, if the Democrats could prevent the normal functioning of government in order to obstruct ICE operations with a minority in the Senate, what do you think they're going to be able to do with a majority in the House and possibly a majority in the Senate? On January 5, 2027, a new Congress will be inaugurated. A new Congress will be seated. You're going to have a Democrat majority in the House. You might have a Democrat majority in the Senate. Trump administration is going to need approval on all these new spending bills, all these new omnibus bills. They're going to need appropriations to fund their military, all their other priorities. I'm once again going to predict the future. Would you like to look into my crystal ball? What is going to happen next year, it will happen in the fall and then it'll happen in the spring, is appropriations are going to run out. Trump will need to come to the Democrat House and say, I need my budget, I need my appropriations, I need money to fund the departments and agencies of the federal government. And you know what the House Democrat leadership is going to say?
What?
Speaker Hakeem Jeffries is going to tell the administration, we are going to defund DHS. We're going to defund ICE. We're going to include all these stipulations that hamstring ICE operations. And if Republicans in the Senate don't agree to pass it, if you don't agree to sign on to the legislation, well, then we're going to defund the government. And there might be a government shutdown over this.
Oh, no.
And in the end, the White House is going to walk away. They're going to agree to all these stipulations. And why are the Republicans going to be into that? I'm going to tell you why. Because the Democrats will be doing the Republicans a favor. Republicans do not want mass deportations for 2 reasons. If you have millions and millions of illegal aliens being deported, then you're going to have a massive increase in labor cost. You're going to have a big depression in demand, in aggregate demand. Let's say you deport 3 million illegal aliens. You know what illegal aliens do? They buy stuff. They buy cars. They buy fuel. They buy food. They take vacations. They buy everything that everybody else buys. They have Netflix subscriptions. They buy stuff. They have demand for housing and rental units. If you deport 3 million people, that's 3 million fewer consumers.
It's a lot of business.
And so you have less demand.
not doing it.
But those illegal aliens also have jobs, and they do them for cheap, and they do them under the table. They do all the landscaping. They are the maids. They do all of the trade work. So they are the electricians, they are the carpenters, they are the painters. And by the way, that is kind of what supports the entire economy. The municipal and local governments, they need contractors, they need inspectors, they need these kinds of people. Every business, every private sector, commercial business and government, they're hiring landscapers, they're hiring maids and cleaners and janitors. Where are they going to find all these replacements? Well, they're going to need to pay Americans a living wage. And they're going to need to provide health care. And they're going to need to comply with OSHA. And they're going to need to pay payroll taxes and all the rest of it. So what is this going to do? Well, it's going to eat into profits, and it's going to eat into aggregate demand. It's going to eat into consumer spending. And what all this points to is a slowdown in economic growth. Lack of profits for investment, lack of consumption, which is growth. That's how GDP is calculated. So Wall Street does not want mass deportations because they don't want to pay a labor force more. The municipal government doesn't want to pay more for I mean, they need these people. The banks, the asset managers, anybody that owns any kind of appreciating assets in this country, they don't want to see that happen. Anybody that owns real estate, any landlord, they don't want to see a depression in the demand for rental units. So the Republicans, at the behest of Wall Street and agriculture and the Chamber of Commerce and the rest of them, they don't want to get rid of all these consumers and producers. Simultaneously, if the Trump administration is deporting all these Hispanics, that is going to crater their support with Latino voters in the 2028 election. And they know that. That's why they're telling Republicans don't talk about deportations, because they're underwater with Hispanic males, and they know that's going to be a big problem for them even in 2026. So if you're looking into the crystal ball, you didn't get deportations last year. You're not getting them this year. And if you think that all we need to do is vote for them one more time, and then we're going to surely get them next year, or in 2028, let me just spoil it for you. You're not going to get them next year, or the year after that either. There is zero chance you're going to get them in the next 2 years if you didn't get them in the first 2 years. But this is how they keep people hooked. Don't you see it? In 2024, Trump said mass deportations. And do you remember every Republican told us the only overriding reason we must vote for Trump is for those mass deportations? They said, if for no other reason, you must vote for Trump because
Barbara's check engine light is on, but a friendly AutoZoner runs a free Fix Finder scan and refers her to a local shop.
You're handing them wins for the team that's entire platform is Israel's goals for the U.S. You're being duped, my guy, possibly even bamboozled. It's fucking absurd, man.
was going to send them back. And so they branded everybody that didn't support Trump as a traitor to the immigration restriction agenda.
Fuck Trump, man.
They said, look, immigration, that's all that matters. Israel, don't care. Iran, don't care. Miriam Adelson and Tim Mellon and Elon Musk and H-1Bs and Little Tech don't care. Trump said staple green cards, diplomas, doesn't matter. They said immigration. They said you must vote for Trump because immigration's the most important issue. Trump is going to deport millions of illegals. And so that's I can overlook everything else because of that. And what happened? Well, in the first few weeks, the deportations were not going on. So what did we hear? Well, the Trump defenders said, give them 6 months. They don't have the money. They don't have the personnel. They don't have the infrastructure. Remember? When Trump got in February, March, April, May, there were no deportations.
Think about this. You know what sanctuary cities, you know what that is? That's a big billboard saying, hey, illegals, Come here. Patronize our businesses. Buy our shit. Work in our stores. Work in our fucking daycares. Spend your money here. Sanctuary cities aren't about empathy and giving sanctuary to foreigners and people that are down on their luck. It's literally about raping them as consumers. That's America. It's like they're fighting.
All right. Well, people gotta buy shit, right? Because people like stuff. Isn't that right? People like stuff.
It's incredible.
People want to buy stuff.
These fucking immigrants are
I like
so
stuff.
stupid. They just
Therefore, I
let you
know
in
other
there
people
thinking
like
that
stuff.
They're being welcomed to heaven or something. Like, bro, they're fucking tricking you into going to hell, bro. Are you fucking retarded? You should have never left your country.
And people said, hey, so what's going on? When does the Golden Age begin?
It sucks to live in downtown Chicago in a roach motel, but it was. What do you gotta do? You gotta
It's only been a
survive.
month. It's only been 3 months. Well, you gotta be fair. They have
Like,
to
bro,
fix DHS.
Tricking you into going
They don't have the funding. They don't have the personnel. The personnel do not have the proper training. They don't have the detention space. So what did they do? They pushed this one big beautiful bill. Remember? They pushed this monstrosity of a bill. It's going to add trillions to the deficit in the next 5 years. What this was really about was making the corporate tax cut permanent. A moratorium on AI regulation, among other things, but the big thing was cutting the corporate tax rate permanently. And what they threw into the big beautiful bill was $90 billion for ICE. Israel don't care. Iran, and so don't care. That time they were.
eBay online shopping and selling.
Here's your bill. You won the election. 6 months later, here's your bill. They don't have the money. Well, June, July, August, September, October, November goes by. Still no deportations. People say, so what gives? March, April, May. Well, they told us there were no deportations. It's going to take 6 months for the money to kick in. It's actually going to take months for the money in the big beautiful bill to actually kick in at DHS. And then we got to hire the ICE agents. We gotta buy the detention facilities. We gotta train the ICE agents. You go, okay.
Sanctuary cities aren't about empathy.
Well, the 6 months have gone by. It's December, January.
Ribono Shalom!
Yo, what? Bad. He's got to go. What I'm saying is, if she's mentioning he's bad, then
I'm okay. So
That's
so
just no
this
Abby.
okay, she's not. So the candidate, I want, as you're talking about calling out what's wrong in your party, the candidate who is running for the United States Congress in your state, in San Antonio, has called to take the Jewish people in the United States and put them in concentration camps. Are you familiar with that at all? Have you seen that in the press?
I haven't, but I will tell you, I will look it up. I'm not a kind of person that's like, oh no, I won't look it up.
Okay,
No, I'll
look it up. Just easy Google. Easy Google. Take a look at the candidate.
Abby's so fucking lazy. She's gonna make a claim and can't even post the link. What a bitch.
Okay, from San Antonio, and that candidate's comments, and then tell me if the Democrat Party has an obligation to call out its rot and its problems.
Yeah, I'm not talking about individuals.
No, I was asking Ash.
About policy.
No, I know you are, Alan, but
Yeah.
she was talking specifically about.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to
Alan, you're the one that interrupted though.
I thought she was done. She doesn't know who that candidate
Well,
is.
so she's gonna look it up, and then she's gonna tell us whether that should get called out by your book.
I know, and while she's looking it up, I have policy. The Democrats have a policy. They elect our teen judges who let out people early. That's their policy. Like the man in my picture, who then turns around and murders people, pushed an old man downstairs and killed him. And he went to seek psychological counseling, so he's going to get off by saying he was mentally unfit, like the same guy who stabbed the Ukrainian woman in the subway. That's the new scam now that's going around. We attack somebody, but non-lethally. We go to a mental institution. Then a few weeks later, we turn around and kill somebody, and we get to get
I get that,
because
right?
we said that.
But the thing
That's a policy of the Democratic Party that is indefensible. I'm not talking about, oh, there are good people and bad people on both sides.
Just getting people
Yeah,
killed.
we know that. It's a policy that the Democrats have wrapped their lips around.
Yeah.
They're sucking the dick of that policy. They're not letting it go, and they
getting
won't
people
let
killed.
it go. Trust me, they can't let it go.
Yeah. That's true, bro.
Not all Democrats rolling with this, brother. That's not fair. It is absolutely fair. That is what the party endorses. And if you don't know that, then you haven't reached.
I have to ask Marshall a question. Marshall, are you there by any chance? Marshall. He might be with his eating his noodles. I just gotta ask him this question when he gets back, but what's up, man? No, you can't still be eating that soup. Is there okay, I can ask Ashton actually. Well actually that wouldn't work with Ashton.
Well, Ashton,
What's up, man? How are you? Okay, how are you doing? Doing well. I want to jump in at any point. Well, you know what? I'm going to ask my question to the stage.
Ashton Maureen Galinda. Okay, that's the name. Just Google.
I guess you're not. But does anybody believe that the Democrat Party does not want MAGA completely removed? That's my question. Is there anybody here that doesn't believe that they would want, not by killing them? Okay, we can just hide that for a second. But they want us to never have power again, obviously. But they would probably feel about the way we think. The Joe's thinking a little bit. Because we have evidence in the Jumbotron. I mean, they just don't like us. So, is there anybody here that disagrees with that or no? Ashton, what do you think? I actually disagree.
The MAGAs can be pretty mean. Some, not everybody, but I think I try to treat people how they like to be treated. When it comes to
some of these folks. I do have a problem with the way they talk about black folks. One guy had a noose, right? Like stuff like that. It's not a joke. It's not funny to black people, right? Or seeing a Confederate flag waved in your face by somebody wearing a Donald Trump hat. Am I saying that all the people back there were carrying those flags? No. But the ones who did, that disappoints me because, yeah, as a black person, that just doesn't look right. Folks, you can vote for whoever you want to. I'm not judging anybody in here. If you choose to vote for the Republican Party or MAGAs or whatever you choose to circle, that's your business. I just want to be treated fairly, and a lot of times, it seems like in the Republican Party currently that the way they talk down on black people and Mexicans and all that, I just don't feel like the party welcomes somebody like me, and so I just go where I feel welcome. But I do have friends and people who are Republican. I break bread with anybody, so that doesn't matter. In real life, I sit down with all kinds of people, and I want y'all to know that, man, I'm not somebody that's up there. You see what I'm saying? I'm not somebody in an ivory tower.
Yeah, I apologize. I was talking shit on you earlier in the comments. Man, cool stuff. I appreciate it. By the way, there's a poll, and I need to go find it. I'm sure somebody here has seen it. That the left says they're 20% in favor of using political violence to get what they need. I don't know. Has anybody seen that poll? I'll go get it. And then 3% for conservatives, I guess, / MAGA. So we're not just pointing this out of our ass. There's actually, the other side believes in violence to be able to get what they need. That's just what the poll says. So
I don't think when you break it down by age, it goes up.
Question for you.
Numbers. Wait, William was speaking. William doesn't speak much. Yeah, I can answer your question. Just answer, and I can add to what you were just saying, which is, I saw that poll, and when you do by age, if you go under 30, that number jumps to like 40%. It's like amazing. It's insane. But the answer to your last question is the Democrats need you. They need to hate you. They have no policy whatsoever if they don't have anti-MAGA. They need you, right? They don't want you to go away.
MAGA wasn't around anything else. I think that Democrats, we don't necessarily need to talk about hate. People choose to talk about negative stuff. I don't care what it is, because that sells. That's why people talk about it. I don't care what party you run or what you cooking with. People gonna talk about things that are negative because that's the American way sometimes. I'm just saying, this is just what America does. And statistics shows that people are more likely to view what is negative on TV and combined with the internet, TV, and radio. People like what is negative. That is a fact. So it's not just a new thing that the Democrats or some other party brought along. Negativity floats along the way that it does, and people judge people, and they run TV ads based on that shooting here in Texas. We got one of the most expensive races going. And John Cornyn and these folks. So I'm just telling you, people gonna shoot negative ads.
We already have that going on right here. They've already started development here. They're predicting 7,000 jobs. They just had the largest oil petroleum conferences down here, and they've basically said, hey, we're going to start with 7,000 jobs. You know what 7,000 jobs in the oil industry? Let me tell you something. Houston is not a poor city. It is a fucking rich city. Like, the number of McLarens that I see is like common to almost Toyotas. Everybody's got like fucking decked out cars. These are all high end. I stick out like a sore thumb because I drive like a 10-year-old Jeep, and I really don't care, but my Jeep is still fucking cool. And it's dirty, so it's actually seen the off-road. Unlike these guys who have like $100,000 Jeeps. It's just, I mean, I've seen more Bugattis, I've seen Ferraris, Lambos, Porsche, and I don't mean like just your average, like really high-end cars. It looks like it reminds me of San Francisco, California, and some of those really high-end areas. And I'm like, the salaries around here are crazy. Like, there's a person that just with another company, she just got a job. She's a purchaser. All she's doing is going around pricing for fucking oil companies. She's banking $200,000, $250,000. She works from home 3 days a week. On her days at home, she works about an hour a day, and that's the extent of it. She works for Chevron, and she's making a killing. There's others that work for all these independent ones, and they're just knocking it out of the park with money. Like, shit, if you were looking for an opportunity, signing up for one of these oil companies, getting into that sector, and just taking what you can get for a few years, and then just walking away after you've invested it, played around with it a little bit, made some money, and fucking bounce. Because homes there, like even the townhouse I'm in, it's a fucking mill. Like, what are you gonna do? You can't afford to live in some of these areas unless you have it. And even in the bad areas, you're still looking at like 250 to 500K, and people are buying them. It's not like they're sitting on the market for very long.
Telling you, man, like I said, because there's a lot of upside, because I'm looking at the stock market, and most of my stocks that are up are in construction, and industrials is going up, so that means that commercial assets is going to be built, hence more jobs in the area. Motherfucker better hope Trump lying when he say $21 trillion of capital is coming in. Y'all just better hope that what he's saying is lying or it doesn't come to fruition, because if there's more activity in areas that has been forgotten from the middle of America, through the situation of the Southeast, where they had textiles and manufacturing plants that was there in the 80s and the 90s before NAFTA, I don't know what y'all gonna do. Because people are not going to be mad that more jobs came to the location. They may not like, oh boy, but they're not going to say, man, this is some bullshit. What the fuck?
Not if everybody's paying money. Do you know about Bastrop right now? Do you know, like, it's a small, it's a shithole. Like, literally, I would say it's a shithole in Texas. It's becoming Elon Musk land out there. Like, they are buying whole, like, territories and creating zip codes and building homes on them. And they are like building entire societies out there. Firefly, the ones that helped navigate around the moon and just achieved all that. I know some of you flat earthers don't believe we did it. Some people don't believe we even went to space. But like, they're expanding out there. All of these major companies that are developing this stuff are coming down and expanding these areas. So like all these former oil towns, they're turning into like tech areas, and they're bringing in servers and what do you call them, data centers. I mean, I'm not really happy for it because I'm more pro-environment than that, but they're booming. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
Transmission firms, like, when it comes to the stock market reflects on the situation of capital and corporate investment. When it comes to this situation here, you see more jobs in the area. You can't fake that. You can't say a situation of you're not seeing what you're seeing. Especially areas like Wilson, North Carolina, that's a predominantly black area that's getting a $2 billion plant with 5,000 direct jobs in a location that only has 20,000 people. 5,000 jobs in a location of 20,000 people being onshored and processed and approved? Come on, man. Motherfuckers is not going to argue with that. And that's why I'm saying y'all need to get out of y'all TikTok bubble and start traveling around the country like y'all was supposed to be doing and ask some of these motherfuckers questions. Because I don't go to Texas and say that you need clean energy and we need to ban oil and gas drilling. You know how crazy? Even the people that vote Democrat in that state, that in the oil field, they'll never go for no shit like that. Never. Yeah, that's their bread and butter. I'm telling you, man, instead of fighting it, people need to start using AI agents to build their business and scale and streamline it and be able to make as much money possible inside their business. Like businesses that are a single member company can use 2 to 3 robots to automate their processes, get invested, either sell products, drop shipping, trading, selling a digital product, making digital content. Because we can disagree politically, but the AI shit is not going nowhere. People are already too ingrained. People are too ingrained in it. Y'all was supposed to say fuck AI in 2022 when ChatGPT came into play.
They're negative
and
towards
Claude.
black people and all that. And so we showed you now
that the National Democratic Party is supporting this kind of rhetoric and this kind of work. So does that alter your premise that, hey, maybe both these parties are fucked up?
I said at the beginning of the room, I said that, if any party, doesn't matter if it's a party I voted for, doesn't matter. If someone's doing wrong, they have to see the door. That's what I said. And I said, you guys can make a list of the consequences, whatever that consequence you think should be. People shouldn't be allowed to be in a position, whatever that is, even at your job.
But
right?
you said Republicans specifically, your exact words were
Republicans
and blacks. You feel that they're not the right party because of the way they talk, the way they said things. That's your words.
Brother, I said everybody, and I'm going to say it
You
again.
did say Republicans.
Okay, but she's editing. Are you editing what you said?
I said if everyone is doing wrong, I said whether it's a party I voted for or a party that I didn't, they have to see the door, whatever those consequences
Correct,
are.
but you said that you also said that you feel Republicans have been racist towards black people and that they make these comments, so you feel that they're not the right party for you. And you said, well, I have friends that are Republicans.
If you want to go there, what do you call that?
Your words.
What do you call that when they strip away the rights of people? What's the what is the courts they're run by Republicans? You see, so a lot of people in this country that feel like their rights are being stripped away, they're speaking out about it. And it has been a lot of Democrats speaking about that, because it's not good to see the Voting Rights Act messed with in any way, shape, or form. I'm just telling you, brother, I don't care who you vote for, right? Because I'm going to sit up here and
I understand. I'm just asking you, now the Democrats are courting such people that want to do the same things that you're claiming that Republicans are doing.
No, they're not supporting this. They've spoken out against this.
Really? Because they just nominated
Schumer endorsed this
They just
asshole.
nominated those guys. They'll learn.
Schumer just endorsed them. Isn't Schumer
Schumer's leadership fund is funding this guy.
Othello, I'll put it in the chat. Schumer endorsed Plattner. What are you talking about?
Can we have some moderation on Othello? Hold on, can we have some moderation on Othello?
That is a lie.
Yeah, King Naveen wasn't finished talking, and he's just shouting down Naveen right now.
On stage.
Listen, hold on, this is what happened when Othello gets in his emotions and feelings. You shout down Naveen.
We need some moderation.
Can Naveen finish, please?
He's lying.
King, go ahead. Othello, you can follow King after him. Don't worry about it, man.
All right, so the Democratic Party endorsed Plattner. Okay, he's the candidate. Their funding is going towards him. It's a fact. Okay, you can look it up. You can see who the candidate is in Maine for U.S. Senate. That's done. Abby mentioned someone who I didn't know about in San Antonio. Pretty sure the National Party is supporting that person, and their funding to get the House is supporting that person. Therefore, they're not willing to say, hey, I'm going to kick you out because of the way you're talking. Hey, I'm not willing. They said, hey, you're the nominee. All right, you know what? We want to win so badly that we're willing to work with you and we're willing to adopt what you're doing and give you money to support you. But we're not going to call you out in public. We're not going to say you're bad. We're not going to do anything. We're going to campaign with you. We're going to help you. And that's why Schumer endorsed him. And Abby, if you can post those facts, then Othello can shut up. Thanks.
I put it in the chat, and it's very easy to. The national leadership is supporting Plattner. Several different leaders throughout the party in the House and the Senate have come out supporting him.
Okay, here we go. So Representative Al Green introduced a House resolution condemning the anti-Semitic and hateful remarks made by Texas Congressional District 35 candidate Maureen Galindo. Not only that, Democrats are also coming together. Democrats are also coming together to oust her. They're going to do a vote because they. Even AOC.
I was talking about Maine.
We've been talking about Maine. That's where you're gaslighting.
Come out. Even AOC.
Othello. Plattner is running for the Senate in Maine. That's who I was talking about. I read the quote from Plattner.
You're jumping around.
I wasn't jumping around. I specifically read the quote about women being raped. Did anyone hear that?
This girl's not talking over me.
No,
No,
no.
you're not addressing the question. He said you were going to address it. He said I was telling a lie. I talked about me.
Let Othello finish. Let's let Othello finish.
Okay, so Representative Al Green, like I said, he introduced a House resolution condemning the anti-Semitic and hateful remarks made by this woman. Okay.
Which woman?
AOC, Maureen Galindo.
Is that who I was talking about?
Yes, that's who we were talking about.
Really? Because I was talking about the main senator.
I'm going to get to him. She was also talking about the woman in San Antonio. So
you were answering me.
If you shut the fuck up.
Well, why don't you shut up?
No, how about you shut? You've been lying every time you get on.
So I lied. So you're saying Chuck Schumer did not? Hold on. You're saying Chuck Schumer did not endorse Plattner? I'm waiting for evidence of that.
You lie. Let me get to my conversation. Let me get to what I have to say.
Show me the lie. Tell me the lie.
Fall back. Okay, you guys said that Democrats were supporting Galindo, and they introduced House resolutions condemning.
I never said that. I said
I
that you
never
called her out.
So you're lying.
AOC has called
Here, hold on. We need some decorum in here. Look, to be fair, that was not the conversation at all, Othello. They were talking about
conversation.
They were talking about Graham Plattner.
He said I was
No, she brought up both. I was going to her first, then I'm going to get on Graham. She brought up both to push her agenda. She brought up both to Ashton to push her agenda. Now you guys are trying to jump in and save it.
No, I did ask Ashton if she knew of that candidate, and I said, do you approve of something like that? I asked Ashton if Ashton approved of it. Didn't I ask you that, Ashton? I thought that was my conversation with
The
Ashton.
Democratic Party is condemning that. And I'm sure if this guy in Maine, okay, if he said anything that would disparage any group, Democrats
But rape victims.
would do the same thing.
They're not. They're supporting them. Rape victims.
You don't know the Democratic Party has been extremely the opposite of what you just said, really?
Listen. All I know is put up or shut up. Look what they did to the girl in San Antonio.
Be a man, not a child, you fucking bitch.
Okay? And then the same thing will go for this guy in Maine.
The opposite is happening for the guy in Maine.
They're trying to get everybody spooked out about this, talking about Democrats.
Quick Google search.
That's not true.
Graham Plattner was endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Ruben Gallego, Martin Heinrich, U.S. Representative Ro Khanna.
See, you're very shallow. All somebody has to do is to go look at the actual facts, and you'll see right through it.
So you're saying Chuck Schumer did not endorse Graham Plattner?
Everything that King says is to push a certain agenda.
So I'm asking you, no, let's have a conversation. Can you provide me evidence?
Yes,
Chuck Schumer, hold on, no, post in the chat, because Abby posted in the chat Chuck Schumer's endorsement. Do you agree that Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate?
Research. I have to see what Abby posted. See, you're trying to push an agenda. And
so evidence was posted. You didn't even look at it, and you're saying we're wrong.
But you want them to believe. But you
Google it yourself then. Don't fucking come over here and lie like that, bro. That's so petty and bullshit what you're doing, Othello. Google it.
You know what I'm saying?
This is kind of an indictment on what I was saying earlier. It's pretty clear. We know that one of the issues in the DNC autopsy is that they let the Palestine-Israel argument get away on them, and they didn't really take a strong enough position one way or the other. They were playing both sides of the fence. Their own autopsy says this stuff. So we know they allow some of this rhetoric on the left. We've lived it over the last 5 years, Othello, so don't try and say our intelligence.
No, you're a bad actor.
Yeah, Israel's also
cheating. If anybody did a little research.
Ding, ding, ding. Bad faith actor projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. Bad faith actor projection alert.
I can see right through it.
Othello, my point was,
a little bit of research to see.
I read Graham Plattner's comments.
He said in San Antonio.
I said two things. If you didn't hear, because you came in late to the room, but I specifically said that one of the problems, and they had this in the autopsy, is the difficulty for the Democrats to call out their bad actors. That the Republicans, when they have their bad actors, the Tucker Carlsons or the pundits like Candace Owens, or people within the party like Matt Gaetz or Marjorie Taylor Greene or the extremists, they are calling them out. They're trying to weed out the bad. They're doing their best not to endorse them and to remove them from
So what about Thomas Macy then?
And Macy's out. Massey is out. I personally put money on that race, okay, and invested in the person running against him. The Republicans go hardcore on getting rid of their bad actors. They try. The problem with the Democrat Party, and this isn't the autopsy, is they don't rid themselves of the rot and the bad actors. I am thrilled, Othello, that AOC and others are now calling out this horrific person running for Congress in San Antonio. But at the same time, they have a Senate candidate running in Maine that has mocked rape and sexual assault victims and has a Nazi tattoo on his fucking chest.
Or Israel?
Just to be clear, who is this person speaking?
But listen, ladies and gentlemen.
Skywalker, let me land. The point I was making before all of you came in the room, and what the autopsy is showing is the party would serve itself well by weeding out its bad actors. Just as the Republican Party is seeing how it has to weed out its own bad actors, and they're doing it. That was the point I was making. That was it.
And Abby,
now you can finish.
Who's the Republican elected leader that is trying to weed out the bad podcasters and the bad members? What is his name?
The people within the Republican Party, people like Cruz are calling out Carlson, they're calling out Candace Owens. From the pundit standpoint, they're also trying to get rid of those members. People like gay. I'm going to come up with some names right now. If you'd like, I'll get a more comprehensive
the main guy
list.
driving all this routing out of all these people and getting them out.
Within the Republican Party,
The main person.
it's Trump mostly.
Wait a minute. The racist orange man is the one trying to weed out these people.
Who wanted Massey gone? Trump Massey gone.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how can this racist get rid of other race? Like, that's crazy. What is he going to be the only
Marjorie Taylor Greene gone.
And by the way, Othello, just for your reference, I put on the Jumbotron, and this is Washington Post, who hates Republicans, and in it, it mentions that Chuck Schumer endorsed Blatner. Can't wait for you to say that you have evidence that Washington Post is wrong.
Now listen.
Can I speak?
Okay.
Well, you said I lied, so I just proved it.
Let me just say this one thing. I'm just a guest real quick. I just want to say this one thing, bro.
We see what Graham Plattner has said on Reddit years ago, and he deleted it. And who knows if he still feels that way. We've also heard Trump say, grab him by the pussy. So if we're talking about celebrating rape, celebrating sexual assault, we have this man.
Nazi symbols?
Hold on. We have his voice. We have phone records of Trump of glorifying sexual assault on women, and he's the president.
Where do you glorify?
Listen. I'm going to do my due diligence on this Graham Plattner. I'm already seeing Tim Scott, and a lot of people are saying that he should, we should denounce
Tim Scott, the Democrat, you're right.
Okay. I'm already seeing people come out and speak out against that.
Click the link up top, by the way.
But when I hear people do that, but then they're MAGA, and they literally heard Trump's voice say, "Grab women by the pussy," right?
You gotta let that slide, bro.
You're comparing that comment to what he said about rape victims?
He's right. Abby, he's right. Trump made some horrendous comments like that, and the fact that Trump was openly wearing Nazi symbols and stuff and getting tattoos is incredible.
Okay, let's get Skywalker in. There, he moved down. I don't know. Is he still there? Okay, Skywalker, come on in. You got it.
Everybody doing, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going in polar opposite directions. Both
Both of these parties work together behind closed doors. You guys know it.
Thank
They've
you,
been doing
bro.
security for a long time, and they got you guys fooled. You guys are up here arguing about stuff that you see in the printed. That's what they want you to see. Behind closed doors, these people eat together, golf together, make laws together, make decisions. All of these decisions are not made when these legislations and all these bills being passed. They're made in San Francisco. Anybody know anything about that, then they know about those people that go out there and party and make all of those decisions before they even touch a plate. But the bottom line is this: when we sit up here and we draw these division lines of what each party does, it lowers our IQ and helping the young. We're being disingenuous to the people that we're supposed to be teaching, which are the young people, not just your kids, just the people around you, so they can have some self-awareness of what the hell is going on. We got a war going on, and people are talking about Democratic and Republican parties. This war is not even a war that we signed up for. This is a war that Israel is commanding us to do because of all the